If you've been hurt and it hurts real bad, or if you have feelings that are making you sad, then it's okay to cry.
Question. How do you piss off 200,000 teenage girls, white knights, betas, and male feminists? Answer. Tell them you don't want to braid your girlfriend's armpit hair. That's something Nash Grier recently found out when a video he released online brought the fervor and hatred of Tumblrettes and special snowflakes from all over the internet down upon him. Now, some of you may be saying, who the fuck is Nash Grier? Congratulations. That is the appropriate response to hearing his name. But for the sake of clarity, this is Nash Grier. He is a teenage boy that has a large following on a social media network. Upwards of millions and millions of followers, mostly comprised of teenage girls. So just what was this controversial video that has enraged so many people online? Clearly he must have said something that is just indefensible. Something that is just inflammatory. Maybe it's hate speech. Maybe he said he likes to beat, ethnic minorities in a gutter. Maybe he declared himself a child rapist. And what did he say that got so many people angry? Well, he did something fairly extreme. He actually dared to put out a video where he talked about his personal preferences and what he finds attractive in a girlfriend. I know, that is extraordinarily untoward. What was he thinking? You can't do that nowadays. You can't express a personal opinion that might actually make somebody upset. And that's exactly what happened. He hurt feelings. And we all know in our culture and our society, hurting somebody's feelings is unacceptable. Not only is it immoral, it's illegal. Now, the original incarnation of the video itself is long gone. Nash took so much heat for his opinion that he actually pulled the video down. He could not handle the fire, the hotness that those snowflakes were bringing. That blizzard smothered his ass. But luckily, there was a mirror put up, and this is the mirror itself. And this is a fraction of the views the original had. But if you take a look at the disproportionate numbers between thumbs up and thumbs down, you can see a lot of people are pretty pissed off about this. Now, this righteous indignation, this mob mentality of Tumblr users and offended feminists and white knights and everybody else has been building momentum over the last week. In fact, it's actually been covered on not just blogs and different websites, but on news sites as well. Sites like the Daily Dot and others have actually run stories about this. And it all began to snowball out of control on Tumblr. In fact, this particular posting is what really generated the most hate. You can see the 200,000 plus notes attached to it, and the tags feminism and sexism, and this is by Hank Green. So who is Hank Green? Again, a brilliant question to ask. I am congratulating you for not knowing who the fuck he is. But let's take a look at what he had to say. I understand why this is not immediately obvious to you, but this is a really problematic way to talk about women, especially considering that your audience is mostly young women. Implied in a lot of what you're saying is that women exist to appeal to you, and the young women who look up to you and watch your videos will begin to see themselves that way. I know it doesn't seem like it to you, but telling women that they have to shave their arm hair to appeal to you is just plain offensive. It's actually abusive. It's a terrible thing to say to a person, let alone a collection of 300,000 people. You have a responsibility with your newfound audience. There are a lot of people paying attention to what you say, and you have the power to make them feel better about themselves or worse about themselves. Consider what impact you have before you make a video like this. And in a perfect world, consider taking the video down and uploading an apology. Well, that's a world I want to live in. Hank Green's right. We need to teach kids to stop hurling abuses at each other. I remember the taunts from when I was in elementary school, and kids would pick on one another and they'd scream, "Hey, asshole, shave your arms." So many suicides, so many bitter memories. Corpses littering the hallways of the junior high with razor bic marks up and down their arms as they frantically tried to fit in. Such abuse, such trauma. Now, I know there are some detractors out there who would say, wait a second, isn't Hank Green that enormous fucking hipster faggot in those really fake-looking black-rimmed glasses who sucks down Starbucks while tweeting from his iPad? Yep, that's him. So, as you can imagine, soon Hank's voice was joined by many others as the vanguard of the White Knight Army marched forward, onward into battle. And so I'm just going to show you a little cross-sample, a little sample section of some of the comments left on that mirrored video. All these reasonably and well thought out, totally not insane comments about why people are offended and exactly what has hurt their feelings so severely. First up is Charmed Kitten, and they have this to say. The title should be named, I have a small dick, and I have to make you feel shitty so that I don't have to be reminded of my weak dick game. Benno Green says, Features I like about guys. How about guys that don't tell me what to do? Also, I can have as much hair on my body as I feel comfortable with. Thanks. Well, Benno, I agree. In fact, all men are sexually attracted to yetis. That's why they're endangered. We've hunted them to extinction. That's why they all hang around in Nepal, to escape our lust. We love hairy, hairy things. Why do you think they keep monkeys behind bars in the zoo? They know we're gonna mount them the second we get the chance. Is malarkey posts. Newsflash, women have hair. On their labia, on their legs, and their armpits, often on their upper lips. The people who don't have hair there are prepubescent girls who cannot yet grow it. Although none of you seem particularly capable of growing your own hair anyway. If you can't deal with women having hair, you can't deal with fucking women. I think most of these comments actually are great examples of shit you think until you actually start having sex with other real human beings and learn how relatively awesome that is to sitting around and jerking off about your fantasy dolphin women. Check your privilege. Go read some feminist literature, specifically Cunt by Inga Musoko. Well, that is a perfectly valid point, and it's not at all ironic that this user's name is Malarkey. Natasha Vassal writes, you can all take your sexist, insulting, and just plain fucking stupid ideas of the perfect girl and shove them right up your ass, because that girl doesn't exist. At least you figured out why you're all single. Just in case you're wondering, it's because your expectations are unrealistic. You go, girl. How dare these boys tell you that they want a girl that doesn't have a beard. Sexist pigs. Michelle Zhu posts, ugh, so many things wrong with this video. The people in this video need to realize how much of an effect they have on a girl's self-esteem issues when they now think they have to do in order to seem attractive. They are horrible, not to mention immature, teenagers who frankly don't deserve to be seen as anyone's role models. Like, do they understand this is why girls have fucking self-esteem issues? Thanks for adding fuel to the fire, man. You guys handled this video like dicks. Aloha Kalo writes, wow, like, wow, wow, wow. You were such a piece of shit, Nash. And your little shithead friends, fucking wow. No words. Apparently that's not true, because a few minutes later she wrote again. I can't even with this. Like, holy shit. Send my fuck you to all your mothers. They obviously did something wrong. Well, apparently it seems that when Aloha Kalai becomes speechless, she just keeps talking. The gayest man on earth, aka Timmy Fell Down the Well, writes, ew. Oh my god, like, can you guys not? I don't even like girls, in that way if you know what I mean. Gay boy here, lol. But I think they're fucking goddesses, and y'all need to get your shit together. Can I get an amen? Cinnamon7760 posts, congratulations, you've just made thousands of girls all over the world feel insecure about themselves for stuff that doesn't really even matter in the first place. In a post that in no way is fishing for compliments, Amy Mortez writes, I'm ugly, end of sentence. And there are 18 replies to that, but I'll just read you the last one to give you an idea of where this conversation went. This is from Foxrift. You don't sound whiny or attention-seeking at all. And even if you were attention-seeking for a reason like that, and as a human being, you deserve to know you're beautiful. And if you take a look at Amy's portrait, she obviously is very ugly. Poor girl, she must wear a bag on her head. Not at all fishing for compliments, not trying to get people to tell her how good-looking she is. Caroline Fleetwood writes, I've lost all disrespect for you douchebags. Well, mission accomplished then. I don't think Caroline understands what she's written, isn't probably what she meant to write. And finally, Tiny Lightning. Slut-shaming's wrong. Telling girls they need to do something to be attractive is wrong. This is sickening. That's right, in the world we live in today, morality is an old, archaic concept. Why, telling somebody to be decent or have some moral compunction is completely wrong. You should be able to do anything you want, and telling somebody that they shouldn't is completely a horrible thing to do. So after seeing just a few of these comments, it gives you an idea of just how pissed off people are. And it must make you wonder, what exactly did they say? What did these sexist, misogynistic pigs say about these beautiful young girls? Well, let's take a look. Now this is a 9-minute, 45-second video. I've condensed it as much as I can. I've cut out as much gayness as I can, and tried to just squeeze it down just to the bare minimum. So we're going to see, from the horse's mouth, so to speak, exactly what Nash Grier and his two boyfriends, I'm assuming they're his boyfriends, his lovers, have to say about what they find attractive in the perfect girl. Let's take a look at some of these clips.
Number one thing I look for in a girl.
Number one.
Be funny, have a personality.
Start conversation.
Entertain me. Like.
Yes. Be fun in a boring situation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wanting a girl to have a personality? What kind of sexist shit is this? No wonder they've been harassed.
Yeah, girls that make you a better you.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Girls that help improve who you are? What? They want a girl to have a personality and a girl to help you become a better person? Well, this is terrible. I bet they're all MRAs. They have to be. Every one of them.
I like girls that can cuddle, like.
Oh, dude, girls that can cuddle.
Clearly, cuddle must be a euphemism for rape.
Cool.
I like girls that aren't pushovers.
Yeah.
Like if you tell a girl just saying like she'll do it, like I want a girl that'll like argue
I
with
like
me
girls
like
like
that.
that.
Ooh. Yeah.
Wanting a woman to be independent? God, what is with these young men? Obviously, they don't know anything about women. Personality, independence, wanting to cuddle and make them better people. This is horrible. This is what I'd expect to hear from a serial rapist. Wanting a woman to be independent? Have you ever heard of something more controlling in your life?
Trust.
Trust is very attractive.
Trust.
Oh, come on now. Clearly this has gone too far. Trust? Building a relationship on trust? That's not how the real world works.
A little bit of makeup if you want it, but
Yeah, don't overdo it with makeup, to be honest. You
Like,
don't really, a lot of girls look a lot better without makeup. And, that's my biggest pet peeve when girls draw in their eyebrows.
Girls that are natural, have beautiful dimples and smiles and show off their natural complexion without caking on makeup? What in the hell is going on here? Well, I don't know what to tell you. Independence, personality, trust. This is Disney. This is what that is. This is Disney. Now, you may be wondering, wait a second, this sounds like the kind of saccharine sweet shit that women would want to hear. What exactly was it that set Tumblr off? Because they didn't talk about all of this. I didn't see a lot of those comments bringing up trust and personality and independence. So what portion of this video pissed them off so much?
Wait.
yo,
No.
Hygiene. I like
shave, brush your teeth,
Arm
arm shave.
Shave.
This stuff when you have a little peach fuzz and like we're making out.
No, not even making out when the light's just like shining on like this.
Or arm hair, just wax, shave.
Yeah.
That's the worst when there's hair. It's terrible.
Oh, it was the bit about personal hygiene. You know, expecting a woman to maybe brush her teeth so she doesn't smell like shit, or shave, or wash her hair, occasionally wipe her ass after taking a dump. Now, ladies, I know this may come as a bit of a shock to you all, but men aren't necessarily looking forward to washing your back with your favorite rag on a stick. Yes, lo and behold, we actually like a woman that, bathes once in a while and kind of takes care of herself, and it is a bit of a turn-off when a woman has a fuller beard than I do. So all this controversy, all these posts on all these various social media sites, all these outraged feminists and white knights running to defend them, is all the result of 3 teenage boys saying they kind of like it when the girl they're dating doesn't smell like a locker room. Now, perhaps the most humorous thing about this all is when you look into who Nash Grier is. Now, yeah, he's a big shot on Vine, but what is Vine really? I mean, it's GIFs with a few seconds worth of sound. It's not like he's some great intellectual. They're not attracted to his intelligence or his mind. You can't really communicate that on a service like that. No, they're attracted to something else. Could it possibly be something as shallow and vapid and petty as his looks? That couldn't possibly be. Because that would mean they're giant fucking hypocrites, throwing a fit over what he finds attractive in a person, when the only reason they have an interest in him to begin with is they're attracted to him. No, clearly that can't be it. I bet if Nash Grier looked like this instead, he'd have a whole horde of girls still standing behind him. It's obviously not his looks. Just can't possibly be that. So let's close this out with a little bit of real talk. Brass tacks. This is ridiculous. The amount of vitriol being spit at this young idiot because he put up a video that is comparable. It is essentially the Kids Bop version of dating, where he says that he wants a girl that has a personality and is independent and maybe doesn't smell like she just took a dump, who maybe, doesn't have more facial hair than he does. That's what's got a mob after him? We've reached that point where hundreds of thousands of feminists and white knights and betas are after him because he dared to say that he finds attractive girls that are fucking normal? And what are the arguments that are being brought against him? People are saying, oh, you're going to drive girls to suicide. This is abuse. How dare you say you find something attractive in another individual? What should he do? Completely stay silent? Should he be attracted to everyone equally? Does any person operate like that? Can you introduce me to one person, male or female, who is sexually attracted to every single type of person on Earth? Bullshit. It does not exist. People are different. They have different tastes. They have different likes. Him putting up a video saying he finds somebody attractive is not a condemnation of womankind. He's not saying you are inferior because you don't meet this criteria. Instead, what he's saying is he doesn't want to date you because you don't meet that criteria. That has nothing to do with your value or worth as a person. It has to do with him and being able to get an erection around you. In this day and age, in this environment, where we are bombarded with message after message from mainstream feminism, from social justice warriors and white knights telling us that men and women are completely equal, that there is no difference between them, that they shouldn't be treated with kid gloves, they're not wrapped in Teflon, they're not fragile, they're not going to break. In that day and age, after hearing that shit over and over again, and what are we seeing? We're seeing people jump out of the woodwork to say, oh my god, this kid making a YouTube video that is the most PG-13 shit. It's not even PG-13. We're talking G-rated. This is Bambi. This is the Bambi of fucking dating. To say that that's going to break them. Really? No difference between men and women, but what he just said in that video is abusive. What he said in that video is horrible. It's going to destroy somebody's self-esteem. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What is the message? Is the message that women are weak and can't handle hearing somebody's opinion? Is that what you're telling me? Because then throw out your equality speech. It's not true. Is the message that you can't express an opinion anymore? Have we reached that point where free speech just needs to go away because somebody might get hurt feelings? Is that the thing you're going to argue for? Because you must be a proponent of the NSA then. You must love shit like the PRISM program. You must love what the government's been doing over the last decade. That must fucking thrill you. Right? You don't need that First Amendment. Fuck it. We don't need any amendments. Fuck it. People just hurt each other. Let's just segregate everybody. I'll tell you, I'll be completely honest with you. I don't want to defend this idiot. Alright, he's just a stupid fucking kid on the internet. More than likely, if this hadn't happened and I ran across something he did, I'd be cracking jokes about what a huge faggot he is. That's the appeal that he has to me. And yet, I find myself in this situation because he is at the center of something that is fucking stupid. And the people that propel this blow my mind. What the fuck are you doing? What are you talking about? This is abusive. This is dangerous. This is hurting people's self-esteem. Are you fucking kidding me? The one girl that said, go read feminist literature. Should I go read Dworkins? How's that going to help my self-esteem? Right? Should I be told that I'm a worthless piece of shit because I'm a male? Because I'm white? Because I'm straight? How the fuck can you sit there and tell me that something this innocent will break you? And a person shouldn't be able to say it. And then turn around and tell me I need to read up about my privilege. And I need to check it because I'm the root of all evil. Fuck you. I'm so sick of listening to whiners and people who bitch about nothing. You bitch about nothing. I get comments on the Tumblrism videos that I do where people ask me, why are you so mean? Why don't you do it more gently? Why do you have to be so abusive towards them? It's problematic. That's a fun word they like to use. It's problematic. I'm not going to fucking treat you like you're an infant. You're an adult. I'm not going to handle you with kids' gloves. If you want to come screaming some crazy shit at me, I'm going to tell you it's fucking crazy, and then I'm going to laugh at you, because you should be laughed at. And really, in the end, that's one of the main focuses of my videos. The Tumblrism videos, this video, the majority of them. You cannot allow these people to take themselves seriously. You need to shine a spotlight on it, and you need to laugh at them, because they should be laughed at. This is fucking dumb. This is dumb that this is even an issue. This is dumb that people have taken it seriously. These people are retarded. They should be mocked. They should be ridiculed. They should be made fun of. You should point and laugh at them, because they are that fucking stupid.
If your feeling hurts, and it hurts real bad, or if you have feelings that are making you sad, then it's okay. It's okay to cry.
Let's play a word association game. I'm going to say something, and I want you to really take a moment to really dwell on it, and think of things that come to mind when I say this. Think of the associations, the characteristics, the ideas that this particular word bring up. I'm going to give you a moment, too, after I say it to really flush it out. The word is vampires. Now, there exists a certain subsect of mythological creatures that the majority of us are familiar with today. They've been in pop culture and literature and movies, different forms of entertainment, different media, through many, many years. Vampires is one of them. There are other ones too, werewolves and Frankenstein's monster and mummy. In fact, if you were to name characteristics about that without specifically naming them themselves, more than likely people would be able to tell you what they were. If I said, is hurt by silver bullets and transforms under a full moon, you'd probably be inclined to say werewolf. If I said wrapped in bandages and a pharaoh's curse, you might say the mummy. If I said brought to life by electricity in a mad scientist's laboratory with bolts in the neck, you'd say Frankenstein's monster. And vampires are no different. There seem to be characteristics that are just associated with them that everybody brings to mind when you mention them. Now granted, there are two different takes, kind of a divergence almost, of what we think of when we think of vampires. Now you'll have the more action-oriented kind of person who will say things like, can transform into bats, is impervious to damage, is only hurt with crucifixes or garlic or sunlight, gets whipped occasionally by some crazy fucker named Belmont. On the other hand, you might have some say, is a Lothario, a seductor of women, feeds on blood, a very sexual entity. The truth is, though, both of these kind of differing viewpoints are really part of a whole. If you were to name either of those, more than likely somebody was going to say vampire, even if they lean more one way than the other. Now, those words that you brought up, the ideas that you brought up when you thought of vampire, I'm going to guess probably included some of the things I just listed. And that makes sense when you think about it, because whether it's Bram Stoker or Anne Rice, whether it's the Blade trilogy or the Twilight series, our ideas of what a vampire is are fairly well defined. We all pretty much have an idea of exactly what they are because we've been exposed to so many different forms of media regarding them that it's created a concrete image in our minds. Now, if anywhere on that particular list you happen to say rapist, well, more than likely you'd be Kat Bailey, a writer over at US Gamer. She recently posted an article about Castlevania Lords of Darkness 2, in which she went on to talk about things that she found problematic after sitting down with a developer and getting a first look at the game. And since the focus of this series is over hypersensitivity on the internet, I thought we could take a moment and find out just what was so problematic that Kat had to write an article about it. So join me on this journey into the mind of an insane person as we venture forward and find out exactly what makes Dracula such a horrible sex offender. So here's the article in question. Yes, Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2 did make me feel uncomfortable. How one scene may end up unintentionally defining a game by trivializing sexual assault for the sake of easy shock value. And as you can see from the screenshot, this was published fairly recently. I actually had somebody send me a link to it because I'm guessing like I was, they were completely shocked at how fucking retarded this is. So I'm going to skim through the article. Now, if you want to read the whole thing in its entirety, it is a fairly long article. If I were to read it verbatim, this would be a 30-minute video. So I'm just going to go to the important bits, but I will include a link in the video description if you want to go read it yourself to make sure that I'm not making this up. So let's take a look at a few of the things that she had a problem with, and she gets right to it, right at the very beginning of the article. I'm sitting in a roundtable interview with a handful of journalists after having spent more than an hour playing Lords of Shadow 2. The scene in question being one in which a withered Dracula stumbled toward a family with his arms outstretched. The camera abruptly switching to a first-person perspective. He kills the father outright, then grabs the mother and sinks his fangs into her neck, draining her energy to restore his life. Sexual imagery is nothing new in vampire fiction, but this scene is kind of stunning for how blatant it is with its allusion to rape. It's a scene that forcibly reminds me of the box art from Rapeplay, down to the woman protecting her child and the disembodied arms, your arms, reaching out for the camera. Regardless of the intentions in constructing the scene, the imagery is ghastly. Now, for those of you wondering, what in the hell is Rapeplay? It is a 2006 Japanese hentai game in which you are the main protagonist, a serial rapist, and the goal of the game is to rape a mother and her two young daughters. Now, already, we're 2 paragraphs in, and you can already see how insane this is. Now, remember back to the beginning of the video when I asked you, think of things that you normally associate with vampires or Dracula. What are those images? What are the iconic images we have of Dracula? When he feeds on blood, and that's what he does, that's what vampires do, who do we see him victimize? Is it strong men? Do we see Dracula grabbing a buff, man who is ripped with muscles and gleaming with sweat, wearing a hard hat and holding a pickaxe? No, of course not. We see Dracula, we see vampires as almost a predatory force that uses sexuality to lure in women and feeds on them. That's his allure. He is a Lothario, as I said earlier. So her first complaint is that he kills the father and then feeds on the woman. And she says that is comparable to a game in which you are a serial rapist. Now, you really need to take a moment and step the fuck back and think about what the hell she just said. Again, I really want you to think back to all the media you've ever seen concerning vampires. I guarantee you, 10 to 1. 90% of the time, when a vampire is feeding, it is going to be feeding on the opposite sex. If the vampire is female, it will feed on a male. If the vampire is male, it will feed on a female. That is just part of the mythos, the mythology around the fucking thing. So to act like these developers have done something that's completely, unheard of, that this, oh my god, how dare a vampire feed on a female? What is the argument here? That we need sexual equality in the victimization by mythological creatures? Dracula, we need to bring you down to the HR office and have you sit down and fill out a few forms and get some sensitivity training. You need to start sucking guys off a little bit more than you're sucking women. Okay, because you're not hitting the quota. We have a checklist here. I'm seeing that you're favoring women 65%. That's just not going to cut it. I'm sorry. We have laws we have to follow, and you need to be more diverse in your predatory behaviors. Now, I've been accused of hyperbole and rhetoric, and by God, that's completely accurate. In one of the videos I did, I said that feminism will be the death of gaming. Obviously hyperbole. But this is taking it a step way beyond that. To compare a normal behavior known and associated with a mythological creature, and to say that it invokes in you, the imagery of a game where you brutally rape people is crazy. Now, I think one of the more interesting bits is right after this. Now, she sets up the article to make it look like Cox, the developer, and, when he's talking about this, when he's talking about the characterization they're giving the main character in the game, is intentionally doing this. That he is trying to make you think, he's trying to trigger you. He's trying to make you have flashbacks of all those almost rapes you suffered on Tumblr. But look at what he really says. Okay, I'm going to read it verbatim from the article. The scene caused a lot of discussions, I should say between us and the marketing guys, because they felt we went a bit too far. But we thought, this is not going to be a Twilight vampire or a True Blood vampire. This is going to be a vampire who is gritty, who does evil. Coming back to what vampires used to be. Scary evil. That's how we want to present it, and that scene does it very well. I think it achieved what we wanted it to achieve, and it comes at a moment in the game when it's quite surprising. The family scene is one of those scenes where I guess if we were a little bit more timid about things, we probably wouldn't have included that. Now, we feel a bit more justified. The popularity of the first game reinforced our strength. The freedom to do what we want and break some rules to do things in a different way. Cox goes on further. A little later he talks about the team's goals for the character of Dracula. Players want heroes who are more sophisticated. They want heroes that have a backstory. They want heroes that are believable. If we had portrayed Dracula as this sort of rage monster that was angry at the world, it wouldn't work anymore. Our Dracula has a lot more to him as a character, and if players are going to play a 20-hour game, they need to be able to identify with that character. This comes off as completely disingenuous journalism. The way she has structured this article, her opening, talking about her complaint, about seeing this as an allusion to rape, how this scene is a victimization of women, it's a sexual assault. What is it followed up by? What is the very next thing we're presented with as a reader? We are presented with the development team, with Cox, talking about the character itself and this particular scene. When he's talking about the main protagonist in the game, what is he saying? Well, he wants a vampire that's more old school. Scary and evil, it's flawed. You as the player are taking control of a character that is not your typical hero. It's a monster. It's back to its roots. It's a bad fucking thing. The way it's structured, though, the way this article is presented, the narrative is put forward to the reader, makes it seem, or it's implied, that Cox is referring to her allegations, that he is acknowledging that this is obviously a rape scene, and that they're being edgy by having, the main character do this. Like, Dracula is now a rapist because we can get away with it because the first game was successful. When he's talking about the character, and then he goes on to discuss the scene, what does he refer to it as? The family scene. He's saying we could push the boundaries. We could do things we might not necessarily have been able to do with a brand new intellectual property because of the success of the first game. And what is that exactly? You are killing parents in front of their kid, and you're doing it in the first person. This has nothing to do with rape. And when he is talking about this scene, when he is describing what is going on and the motivations for the character, you can see that. It's fucking obvious what he's talking about. And yet, Kate has set this article up to make it seem like, oh no, he really, wink wink, nudge nudge, he's really implying that, yeah, this is edgy stuff made to be related to rape. And it's fucking not. Now, maybe you'd like further proof that she is being disingenuous and this is bullshit. This is the very next piece of this article. With that said, I'd like to take a moment to disagree with Cox's assertions. It may be that Dracula ends up being a more sophisticated character, but the imagery in the family scene is problematic for other reasons. First, the way this scene is constructed isn't accidental. When Cox talks about wanting to take risks in arguments with the marketing team, it's clear that this scene was constructed with the intention of evoking sexual assault. Are you for real, Cat Bailey? Do you have any journalistic integrity whatsoever? To make it seem like he is talking about sexual assault, then to go forward and say that he's kind of tangentially admitting this with your fucking narrative is infuriating. It is a joke. Is there any shred of decency and work ethic in you? Is there a sense of professionalism which dwells deep within you that would make you feel ashamed for what you're trying to do here? And it is obvious what you are trying to do here. You are not that clever. To try to set it up to make it look like Cox is admitting this is a rape scene and that you've caught them and that their intention was evoking sexual assault. Nowhere was that implied, nowhere did they say that, nowhere did they hint at that. And yet you have put forward a narrative to try to put those words in their mouth, and then to try to take some moral high ground and, point your finger at them and say how terrible that is. Kat Bailey goes on further to say that it's being used almost exclusively for shock value serves to trivialize a very real horror that women deal with every day. What is that exactly? Being assaulted by mythological creatures? Is there a charity out there that I can donate to that will help victims of vampires get on with their lives? But Kat isn't done yet. Oh no. The next part says, second, you're not meant to sympathize with the victim, a young woman who doesn't even rate a name or personality. You are meant to sympathize with Dracula. In the moment that camera shifts from third person to first person, you are Dracula. You might feel horror at what he's done, but that doesn't change the fact that it's the point of view of the attacker. It's more than a little reminiscent of high-profile sexual assault cases in which the accused is endlessly profiled and discussed, while the victim is reduced to little more than a prop. What in the fuck are you talking about? I want to know exactly what the argument here is. Let's put aside everything else. Hell, let's take it at face value. Let's say that Kate Bailey isn't insane, and that she is completely right, and that Cox didn't just hint at it. He actually came out in the interview and said, you know what? Start of the game, Dracula's going to rape a few people. She goes on to say how terrible this is. It trivializes rape. We don't know anything about the attacker and how that alludes to high-profile sexual assault cases. I'm playing a video game, a 20-hour video game, in which I am taking control of a character. Who do you think I want to relate to on that 20-hour journey? Victim number 482 or the actual main character, the person I'm going to be playing the game as for 20 hours? Could you imagine this philosophy applied to movies? You go in to see a 2-hour Quentin Tarantino movie, and the random asshole that gets shot in the bank, and I don't know, let's say Reservoir Dogs, the scene where he shoots up the bank. Should Tarantino have made the movie 5 hours long so we could find out the fucking backstory of the people that got shot in the bank? Because otherwise we're trivializing people who have been in bank holdups and have been hostages and have been shot. It is a ludicrous argument. And it is a ludicrous argument that is founded on fucking falsehoods, which is even more infuriating. But the real cherry on top of the shit sundae is this line in the second to the last paragraph. So while I applaud Cox and his team for their desire to take on challenging material, I really hope they cut the family scene before Lords of Shadow 2 launches next month. Kat Bailey, fuck you and fuck people like you. This mentality is getting out of control, and it has happened before, and it has never led to anything good or creative or entertaining. You cannot look at the era of the Hollywood blacklist and tell me that turned out well. You cannot look at the comic book authority and the comic book code and tell me that the comics turned out better because of it. We are talking about the same people that would advocate for banning books like R.L. Stine's Goosebumps. You remember that ludicrous bullshit? Where they wanted those out of school libraries because they were just too much for the children? Or Catcher in the Rye has a few bad words in it, let's pull that. This censorship mentality that seems to be running amok? I mean, that's bad enough. It is bad enough that mentality even exists. But when it exists for imagined insults and imagined problems, it is even worse. This is just another classic example of gaming journalism gone completely off the rails. You can add it to the list right next to Kotaku and the rock, paper, shotguns of the world that manufacture controversies that don't exist and insert social justice bullshit where it doesn't belong. And believe me, we are not talking about gaming anymore. We are talking about social justice. Those are her words, not mine. She herself states, this is a social justice issue. Now, I could end this video here. I think I've shown enough to show you that this is just ridiculous. But you know what? I'm going to play devil's advocate. I'm going to advocate for putting rape into video games. Now, what are the main complaints these people always bring up when something hurts their feelings? That you're trivializing victims, that this is making abuse seem like it's fun, or that you're going to influence people's behaviors. How is it that gamers can buy into that line of bullshit, and at the same time turn around and at the top of their fucking lungs scream out that there is no connection between violence and gaming? How can you tell me that the Jack Thompsons of this world are completely wrong, but the Kat Baileys are completely right? It is a ridiculous double standard. There is an immense amount of violence in video games. We kill people, we dismember them, we torture them all the time. Am I trivializing a victim in COD because I teabag them? Should I hold a memorial service and run a charity drive? How many people do you think get killed from gun violence? All those studies and all those news articles and all those Fox specials talking about how we're breeding a new generation of killers? You're going to tell me those are wrong when the same logic they use is what's being applied here? Which is it? It's all or nothing. You can't really dodge this. Either games influence people and they trivialize victims and they're terrible and we should get rid of them, or it's all bullshit and these people are hypersensitive. You can't have both. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You know, where was the moral outrage when Edgy May Cry had one of their main protagonists? You remember, the one with the big dick.
And I got a bigger dick.
Do this.
Fuck.
I don't remember seeing Kotaku scream their heads off about that. I don't remember Rock Paper Shotgun doing it. I don't remember Giant Bomb bitching about it. Oh no, they praised it because it was rubbing it in the faces of the fans that love the franchise. What are some of the other arguments we constantly see? That we want it to be an art form, and fuck Ebert for saying that it can never be that. That it's a mature thing, that it can rival novels and movies and television, that it can really be more than just a game. How is that ever going to be accomplished when you constantly shoot yourself in the foot anytime somebody tries to do something creative or different? Now here she's manufacturing that there's some sexual abuse, that there's victimization taking place. Let's talk about a game where that actually happens, where it's not make-believe, but it's actually in the game. Let's talk about, I don't know, Xenogears. Now Xenogears is a fantastic RPG. A lot of people love it. It goes for a good amount of money on eBay and at different secondhand shops, and the downloads available for it are still pretty popular. Now in the game you meet a 16-year-old boy named Billy. He becomes a party member. When you first meet him and he's talking about how he survived, how he bought food for him and his family, he just happens to mention very bluntly that he was a child prostitute, that he fucked older men to get money to support himself. Could you imagine the shitstorm these idiots would have over that? If that game were released today, if it were a brand new game, and that was in there, could you imagine the shitstorm they would kick up over it? How is it that you can say you want complex characters and you want depth in video games, and you want art in video games, and you want them to compete with movies and novels, and yet any time somebody tries to fucking insert anything that's above and beyond some 2D cutout, you flip your shit, because it's not being handled in the way you want it to be handled in. Art and entertainment isn't always comfortable. It's not meant to be. Sometimes it's meant to invoke or provoke different emotions and reactions. But the one that you always stick with, the one they always default to, is being offended. There has to be a point where common sense prevails, where people say fiction is not real life. We can identify that there are differences. Because something bad happens in a game or a novel or a movie does not mean that we endorse it in real life. Those are components, they are pieces that make up the picture, a bigger whole for us to take in. And you are holding back the medium by constantly whining about shit. Probably the reason you're never going to see another line like that from Xenogears in a video game is because these hypersensitive assholes would never allow it. So when you hear a developer saying they're willing to take a fucking risk, you should at least support them, because they're breaking out of the mold even a little bit. To try to get away from the cookie cutter shit and the 9,000 COD sequels and the 9,000 Madden sequels and do something fucking different for once. But why is it that every time they try to do something different, they're cut off at the fucking kneecaps by these people, by social justice warriors that want to bring in their bullshit real-world issues and try to infuse them into everything? It's fiction. These things are not real. If you don't believe me, maybe you'll believe Max.
There's something my dad made up, which is he told me when I was little and I was frustrated about rules in movies. He said, how do you kill a vampire? And I was like, stake through the heart, garlic, sunlight. And my dad was like, no. You can kill a vampire however the fuck you want, because vampires don't fucking exist.
If your pain hurts, and it hurts real bad, or if you have feelings that are making you sad, then it's okay. It's okay to cry.
We begin this half hour with that extreme cold and a rare winter storm hitting the south.
Yeah, some parts of the Carolinas could see as much as half a foot of snow before this is all over. The National Weather Service has issued winter storm watches and warnings from Virginia all the way down to the Gulf Coast.
Tumblr is pissed. We are talking about a flurry of special snowflakes, the likes of which none of us have ever seen before. Now I know that propaganda arm of the U.S. government, the Weather Channel, is trying to convince the populace to stay calm, that nothing's out of the ordinary, and that cold snap we're experiencing is really Winter Storm Leon coming in from Canada. But I know the truth. Tumblr has escaped its internet Hugbox and is wreaking havoc across the southern United States in a little weather event I like to call TISM 2014. So just who is responsible for this Ragnarok of retards, this end days of hypersensitivity and privilege checking? That would be a YouTube user by the name of Jello Apocalypse. And what exactly was this grievous sin that has brought the wrath upon him and the rest of the internet? He made a video titled, Welcome to Tumblr. That was his first mistake. His second mistake was allowing the video to be funny, because God knows if Tumblr hates anything, it's fucking humor. They just can't stand it. It's like they're kryptonite. But of course, this being Tumblr, home of the most rational and sensible individuals on the internet, they are probably mostly upset with the fact that he maliciously targeted them, specifically going after their user base. Now, if he had, say, I don't know, gone after sites like YouTube or Facebook or Twitter or even DeviantArt, maybe they wouldn't have been so upset. Looking at his YouTube history, it's clear to see he specifically hates Tumblr and Tumblr alone. At no other time has he made a video just like this one about any other website out there. Not at all. Now, for those of you brave enough to want to go look at this bigot's hate propaganda, I'll put a link of it in the video description. But just be warned, every time you laugh, an Ethiopian child is beaten by a racist white man just because he's black and a baby. Now, for the more sensible of you out there that don't want to be put on a terrorist watch list for watching this horrific video, luckily we have Tumblr, who can filter it for us and explain why these people that enjoy it are terrible, horrible human beings. First up, we have the insanity of humanity. And they write, Dear people coming to my inbox defending Welcome to Tumblr, please come up with an original fucking argument. I've got people whining about, but it's true, you're overreacting, you're what the video is complaining about, ha ha ha, and every goddamn message I've got. Get a real argument. We've explained before why the video is bad, and we've had perfectly good reasons. Just because the video is true, or that we're acting just like the people in the video, doesn't mean the video wasn't fucking gross. Please get that through your skull. The video was disgusting, and no amount of, it's true, wah, is gonna change that. Good day. Hashtag, not a reblog. What a sensible argument. Just because it's true, doesn't mean that it's true. Up next we have Angel with a Pie. They're responding because Anonymous asked, It makes me laugh how many people can't understand what Welcome to Tumblr is actually mocking. It's mocking people that fake the illnesses, you dense fucking faggot. Their response? I don't fucking care. It makes fun of mental illness. I don't care if it was aimed at people who fake it. It makes fun of mental illness and self-harm. Bridgepons writes, Can we pretend the Welcome to Tumblr video never happened? Ever? I don't know, guys. I know that people keep saying it's satire and stuff like that, but some of the things that they discussed in that video were pretty fucking serious. And I don't think it's something to be made fun of. Hashtag, I'm sorry, they're just certain topics that shouldn't be joked around with. Ebelflula writes, Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go all out and give my thoughts on that video that's been going around Tumblr.com recently. Hashtags, social justice, Jello Apocalypse, please read this. Well, it seems like this could be important. It seems like Ebelflula might have a point, so let's go jump the cut and read what they have to say. Why everyone is mad about that Welcome to Tumblr video. I'm gonna try to use as little buzzwords as possible here, because I know whenever a straight white man...
Whoa, wait a minute. Are you a white, straight, middle-class male with a penis who is totally comfortable having said penis? Get out.
Reblog!
Here's them. Their brain does this. I get it. I used to be the same way. So first of all, yes, Tumblr can be a really shitty. Just as shitty as any other social networking site can be. There are a lot of valid points brought up in the video, but unfortunately, they were overshadowed by some pretty bad ones. This site attracts a lot of young people, mostly in their mid to late teens, who are just beginning to figure out their sexual identity. Why? I don't know. The same reason Reddit attracts fedora-wearing misogynists. It doesn't matter. Claiming that they are just faking it for attention is pretty harmful. It can cause them to repress those feelings, which could then manifest themselves in some other ways. Basically, you're telling these young people to hate who they are, and you're mocking them when they are at their most vulnerable. Tumblr is considered by many to be a safe space, but this does not apply to white, straight, cis, oh no, a buzzword people. To them, everywhere is a safe space. To paraphrase a quote from social activist Jane Elliott, when oppressed people get tired of prejudice, they can't just walk away from it. They can't even stay in their own home and not be exposed to it when they turn on the television. So if you're white, straight, cis, there's that weird alien word again, oh Jesus, and you're offended by what people on Tumblr are saying about your people, there's a solution. Just log off.
Get out.
Reblog!
Sad Princess responds to Anonymous asked, Fucking loved the Welcome to Tumblr video. Most accurate video of Tumblr I've ever seen. Their response? Ahahaha, no. Altogether irritating and whiny. Cis, het, white tears poured into one badly animated, annoying video. And once again we see Tumblrs help somebody to discover their identity, as their user icon matches their personality of being a bitch. Arnold J. Rimmer, not to be confused with Rimjob, posts, according to the Welcome Tumblr video, you're a fucking idiot if you do or are any of the following. Do not feel comfortable in your own body. Do not conform to the gender binary. Are transgender. Want human rights. Want to die. Self-harm. Don't like your life. Get offended, just don't be offended, lol. Have fun. Feel uncomfortable around white cishet males. Are not a very talented artist. Do not agree with everyone you meet. Have an opinion. Are not well known. Get upset by certain things. Offend an overly sensitive white cis guy who makes rants in the form of YouTube videos. Are a fan of anything. Comfort a friend when they are sad, like what making someone feel happy is creepy. Own a Tumblr account. Basically, if you fucking exist. Hashtags, fuck that video. Hashtag, report it, let's see if we can get it taken down. In fact, I think I may have been wrong. This definitely is a rim job. Because this user sucks shit. Queerer than thou writes. Not only is the Welcome to Tumblr video transphobic, cis-sexist, it's also really ableist with its attack on self-diagnosis, along with its portrayal of mental illnesses. Sometimes self-diagnosis is the only method available. I wasn't able to assess my mental health care for years, but after my second hospitalization, my self-diagnosis was proven right when I was diagnosed by a doctor with BDP and depression, along with a couple of other things I'm not going to go into. If I hadn't self-diagnosed, I would have been going through years where I was unable to receive mental health care without the help I received online. I honestly may have ended up dead, but of course the skill I used was scorned because I'm a teenager on the internet. Fooly Coolies posts. The thing is, that Welcome to Tumblr video could have been witty satire about the flaws of the Tumblr community. It could have been a video pointing out white privilege and people denying it, transphobic or racist assholes, or people who won't tag for triggers and such. You know, a bigger problem on Tumblr. What it did, however, was not to point out those flaws to try and change them. It make jokes at the expense of oppressed groups. You know, giving the assholes listed above more fuel, which some would consider the opposite of satire. I'd even call it anti-satire, to be honest. Because instead of pointing out and poking fun at privileged assholes, they pointed out and poked fun at the oppressed. Just because someone's making fun of something doesn't mean it's satire. Christ. Hashtags, last post about this, I promise. Hashtag, delete later maybe. Clearly this user is insane. Luckily for her, Queerer Than Thou can help diagnose that. Pumpkin Snuffle writes, okay, real talk. The Welcome to Tumblr video is an actual piece of shit, and this is coming from someone who agrees with the message it was originally trying to convey. Hashtag trash life, hashtag transphobia trigger warning, hashtag mental illness trigger warning, hashtag self-harm trigger warning. I'm just going to go through the whole video from start to finish, since otherwise this post is going to be a clusterfuck of angry rambling. It starts off okay, by pointing out some of Tumblr's faults in a tongue-in-cheek way, and then suddenly, transphobia, because making fun of intersex and trans people is so funny, am I right? And also racism. Yeah, man, blackface is hilarious. Damn, it's so hard being a white cis hetero person on Tumblr.corn. Wow, they really said that. Okay. And also racism. Yeah, blackface. Wow. And also racism. Yeah, man, blackface is hilarious. Damn, it's so hard being a white cis hetero person on Tumblr.corn. So much harder than being LGBTQ and or a person of color in real life, obviously. Bam, mental illness shaming. Don't get me wrong, I know the video was trying to convey that self-diagnosis is an irritating and fucked up trend on the website, which I 1000... How many zeros is that? Alright. Which I 1,000,000% agree with. However, it devolves from there into a mess of anxiety isn't a thing, lol, and you don't have OCD, you just have weird habits, ha ha ha. And then the most ridiculous thing of all, which I cannot believe anyone would have the stupidity to make fun of, self-harm. Yeah, that's right. You're just self-harming for attention. There's no way anyone on the site can possibly be dealing with situations and problems beyond your imagination. Nah, someone who cuts is just doing it for the fucking attention. You know what? I can't even keep watching this shit. It was hard enough the first time around, but I'm getting like genuinely upset trying to watch it a second time. The bottom line is, there's a difference between snide humor and complete and utter fucking ignorance. And this video doesn't just cross the line. It like brings in a bulldozer to demolish the line, and then it sets the line on fire and sends it into very deep space, never to be seen or heard from again. The line is gone, and may or may not have vanished from existence entirely. We simply don't know. It's a mystery. And basically, if you thought this video was funny, unfollow me right now. I don't need people like you, and I don't need people who agree with this fucked up message. With all those hashtags and trigger warnings, I can't believe they forgot hashtag overreaction. Spook Jess, who apparently has no self-awareness in choosing a name with spook in it and its racist connotations, writes, "Seriously, please don't support that Welcome to Tumblr video. I get that the fandom part might be accurate, funny, but it's really transphobic. It makes fun of intersex people, uses slurs, makes fun of trigger warnings, and people with mental illnesses. Just please don't try to excuse it, JFC." I don't know what JFC means. So much of that stuff said in the video is not okay. In an exchange that can be best described as utterly fucking retarded, Ask Redenthal says, "Wow, just wow." Trans because fuck you responds, "Get this shit out of here, you nasty fuck." Asked Redenthal responds again, "You do realize you are proving the first point in the video." Trans because fuck you responds, "You do realize you're defending a transphobic, racist, ableist video, right?" Asked Redenthal responds, "It is none of those things." To which Trans because fuck you closes, "It literally uses transphobic and ableist words. It's transphobic and ableist." Bugblush has this to say, "Bashing people who are getting offended about the Welcome to Tumblr video by saying they just can't take the joke, it's satire, or if you get offended you're just proving the video right, doesn't make the video any less shitty because of its blatant ableism, racism, transphobia, etc. Not to mention its boo-hoo, I'm a white straight cis male and I can't fit in here vibe it throws off. If you think that making fun of anxiety disorders, blackface, triggers, self-harm, and all the other things this video does is satire and funny, then you are a piece of shit. There's no other way of putting it. Hashtag seriously you are scum. Hashtag total shit." And this post has 27 notes on it, probably from people trying to figure out what video this idiot watched, because it sure as shit wasn't Welcome to Tumblr. Heart of Dixie posts, "Perks of being deaf. I cannot hear half the bullshit in that Welcome to Tumblr video, which I am told is a mass of transphobia, misogyny, racism, body shaming, ableism, and so much more. Heart of Dixie may consider adding the hashtags gullible idiot and will believe anything somebody writes." Team Dead Dork says, "Oh my god, I finally watched that Welcome to Tumblr video. Do not watch it. It is highly offensive, and I only got through a minute of it, and the video is just 8 minutes of racist transphobic bullshit. Not to mention it makes fun of mental disorders like anxiety and reduces Tumblr users to slit-wrist emo art thieves who pretend to have disorders and people who pretend to be trans just to fit in. Hashtag geez, hashtag racism, hashtag trigger warning racism, hashtag trigger warning transphobia, hashtag transphobia, hashtag don't watch the video." Apparently Team Dead Dorks is a magical being that's able to decipher an entire video only watching 1 minute of it. How he came to the conclusion that it's racist transphobic bullshit from watching merely a minute of an 8-minute long video amazes me. But I'm going to be sure to ask him what the lotto numbers are next week. Someone who obviously had a stroke when they were choosing their username wrote, "If you think that Welcome to Tumblr video is funny, relatable, totally fine, and people are overreacting to being offended by it, etc., please unfollow me." Don't worry, I don't think anyone was following you to begin with. By the Fault Lines posts, all I'm going to say on the issue of the Welcome to Tumblr video is that it's an extremely shallow and narrow-minded view of a diverse global online community. I can take a joke, but nothing in this video is funny. Humor is a matter of taste, but if you think anything in that video is funny or lol so true, then your taste is bullshit. If you think it is a funny joke or a parody, you aren't welcome anywhere near me. Bye. Hashtag ugh, ableism, racism, sexism, violence, trigger word violence, transphobia. And judging by the user icon, this person suffers from some medical disease that makes it impossible to look at a camera when taking a picture of themselves. Hopefully they find a cure one day. Hopefully. Globix85 writes, "Okay, a new rule is in effect. If I ever see the Welcome to Tumblr video on my dash, the post will be blocked, and if you're not a friend of mine, you will be unfollowed. Why, you may ask? Because I don't think making fun of some things that are legitimately serious issues to people is acceptable, and the video is in very poor taste. I'm not a very easily offended person, but watching that video got me thinking, dude, what the hell are you thinking? Some subjects are simply not to be talked about. Hashtag new rules." Well, that was enlightening. Thank God Tumblr users were there to warn us off of this video. Obviously made by an MRA who hates women and probably abuses children. A video so vile and so chock full of sexism and racism and misogyny and transphobia and just all the isms and phobias that can be crammed in there by a bigoted, hateful person that obviously Jello Apocalypse must be, because everybody on Tumblr has said so. Why, there was one gentleman who only watched a minute of it, not even the whole thing, but he could tell you everything in the video. There was even a deaf person who can't fucking hear what the video's saying, but they know. They know. Now sure, most of those posts look like a game of internet telephone, just regurgitating the same buzzwords and bullshit from Tumblr blog to Tumblr blog, almost as if these people never even really watched it, but were just saying what they thought others wanted to hear, and becoming hypersensitive and ultra-defensive because somebody happened to shine a spotlight of comedy on their little community. Now I'm curious if any of you noticed what I did. In a majority of those posts, and a majority of the posts that are upset on Tumblr and elsewhere about this particular video, they all fall back on a common issue. It's a common thread in all of them. Cis, hetero, white, male. That is the accusation, if it can even be called an accusation, that they throw against Jello Apocalypse. Like somehow that makes his video not funny, or not on point. That they can just lob that at him. That, oh, he's a straight white male, fuck him. They all did it. It came up time and time again, as if that was some explanation for why they had a right to be offended. Because a white man made a video that happened to poke fun at them, suddenly it's okay to get offended and not find the video funny. These are people that always bitch about diversity and equality, yet the second a white guy does something, they hate it. They hate it point blank. They don't give a shit. It's something to be discarded and thrown away.
Check your privilege!
It's not acceptable to call me a nigger.
To call me a chink.
To call me a fag.
To call me a kike.
And it's not acceptable to call me a retard or call yourself or your friends retarded.
Welcome one and all to the 5th episode of Tumblrisms. Today we're going to be taking a look at Abelism. And if you don't know what Abelism is, that's probably because you hate the retarded. Though I probably shouldn't have said hate the retarded, because then that makes me a terrible person too. Look at the influence you're having on me. Oh god. I need to associate with better people. That's what Tumblr's for. It's going to educate us. Because we're shitlords, and we need to be taught a lesson. And there's no better place to be taught a lesson than in the hallowed halls of Tumblr. Now, the format for this particular episode is going to be a little different. Before, in the previous 4, we had one specific Tumblr we went to that was able to kind of guide us along and teach us what we were learning about that day. For this one, there's all sorts of craziness everywhere. So we're going to be looking at a bunch of Tumblrs. And when I say a bunch of Tumblrs, oh, you're going to love where this goes. Believe me. Believe me. Because I was pretty amazed myself at a few of the Tumblrs I particularly... You're going to like it. Let's just say that. You're going to like it. So let's dip our toe into the Abelism pool and find out first what the fuck this Abelism thing is. And what better place to start our little journey of exploration than thisisabelism.tumblr.com, which has a nice little info blurb about just what Abelism is, located directly below the handicap parking sign, which is below the category of fat and disabled, which I'm sure is quite a barrel of laughs. But we're gonna skip over that. We're gonna exercise a little bit of that privilege we all have and just jump over that handicap person, because God knows their legs are never gonna work again. And we're gonna read this description. This is Abelism. Ableism is a form of discrimination and social prejudice. Are you questioning whether or not something is ableist? Ask a disabled person. Heck, ask multiple disabled people. Able-bodied people, you do not get to decide what is ableist. The privileged never get to determine what qualifies as oppression. This blog will attempt to display disabled people's opinions on ableism. Submission of ableism you have experienced or witnessed are welcome, and so are examples of ableism you have seen on social media sites. If you have taken a medication and or visited a doctor and wish to submit a review, please feel free to submit that as well. There's a general trigger warning for the content on this blog. If I neglect to put a trigger warning on something that needs it, please let me know so I can fix it. I usually like to reblog a lot of the commentary on posts. Well, sadly, this definition really hasn't helped us pin down what that ableism thing is. Maybe if we explore the user base, they can help point us in the right direction. Let's take a look at a few of the posts that are tagged with ableism and see if we can be enlightened. Flowers and Femme post, things able-bodied people should do before using the word invalid. Stop, don't, ever. Hashtags ugh and disability. Well, clearly she's disgusted with the disabled. Why would you use those hashtags otherwise? It's a very brave position to take on Tumblr, but I'd like to know a little bit more about Flowers and Femme. After all, we're trying to pin down this specific definition, so let's find out exactly who this person is. About me. I figure I should have an About Me page, so this is me. My name is Hannah. Any pronouns go, but I get she all the time, IRL, so I'd rather not hear them here. Also, if you call me miss or ma'am or lady, I'll curl up and cry. Don't ask, it's complicated. You can find more of my face here. I'm a queer femme living in the Sunshine State. I'm currently a college student at UCF. I love makeup, sewing, and covering things in glitter. I'm high femme, so you'll see a lot of that on here, but I try to keep things varied. Also, I'm chronically ill, and write about that sometimes. I usually tag it chronic pain stuff. If it doesn't interest you, and you'd like to Tumblr, savor it. Privileges, I'm white, thin, and middle class. If I ever fuck up, shoot me a message to let me know, okay?
Okay.
Autistic Will Graham writes, just a reminder that unless you're physically disabled, you are not allowed to use the word crippled, because then it's an ableist slur, and you are ableist trash. Bye. Hashtags ableist slur CW. Disability. Even if you're mentally disabled, you can't reclaim the. And the About Me section says, my name is Madeline, but you can call me Mads, if you'd like. I'm just a college student studying ASL English interpreting in America. My sexuality is queer. I identify as non-binary, so please use they, their, them pronouns. He, him, his is okay too, but not her, she, hers. I'm aromantic, and most of my ships are QP. I'm autistic, and blog a lot about that. So yeah, who would have thought Autistic William Graham would be autistic? That is a surprise. Next up we have Froki Appropriation blog. Literally, if you are not disabled, disordered, ill, you have no right to argue with disabled, disordered, ill people on what words are demeaning, slurs, etc. to disabled, disordered, ill people. Literally, fuck off. I keep seeing able-bodied people often in ableism tags doing this to non-abled people. Literally, fuck off. You are garbage. And looking at their page, you can already see they are heavily disabled. This person obviously is retarded. The Pokemon and Sonic might clue you into that, but I particularly like this post on February 2nd, 2014. I have old child pics of me on my training toilet while also on my computer desk. I was already a smart kid. Apparently in his world, shitting while you're on the computer is a fucking achievement. Somebody contact JP and tell all those needs. Pissing of those Coke bottles is the mark of a fucking genius. Trans Head Cold had this to say. Anonymous asked, I think most people use alcoholism as an insult because alcoholism is associated with being abusive and stuff. It's almost like people are viewing others as dangerous predators based on neurotype, also known as ableism. Ask a trans head cold a question. Hashtag alcohol anon ask. My name is Kylie, and I'm the world's largest rodent. Pronouns, they, them, their, or am, ear. And there's a donate button located directly below the currently reading nothing. What a surprise. Who would have seen that coming, based on the spelling of that introduction? No capitalization, a word that makes no fucking sense. Who cares? And who needs periods? Apparently not the brony. Ghostlove chimes in with, PSA, the phrase, were you dropped on your head as a baby or something, is incredibly ableist. As a parent of a child who was indeed dropped on his head, and who has a lifelong medical condition affecting the whole use of the right side of his body due to the traumatic brain damage, I take it personally, and I will speak up if you use it in my presence. Hashtags, we chum, parenting, personal. Well, I'm interested to find out more about Ghostlove. Let's take a gander. Quinn, 20-something, trans dude, parent, mentally ill, disabled, feminist, activist, writer, advocate, vice chair and voluntary area coordinator for Chatterbox LGBT group. All views here are my own and do not represent the organization I volunteer for. Well, fancy that. A mentally ill transsexual. Also, I do believe they are disabled. After all, they put mentally ill and feminist down, and as we all know, that's redundant. Maybe the dropping the kid on the head is hereditary, and their father/mother/trans other drop them down the stairs as well. Would explain that god-awful fucking mohawk. Slither in and get comfortable writes, I love being triggered and victimized by ableist oppressors who refuse to recognize their privilege and claim their hurt feelings from being called out as ableist are just as valid as my feelings from being oppressed and having slurs used in my presence, especially right before bed, when I should be asleep. Hashtags, that shit is now removed from my Facebook. Gotta love friends showing their true colors. About, Dallas. They, them, their, 21 years old, Canadian, living in Delaware, gender queer, transgender, pansexual, cerebral palsy, middle-class, white, undergraduate student, artsy scientist. Well, that was a mistake. It was not as helpful as I was hoping. If only there was a Tumblr or Tumblrers that could point us to what ableist terms are. I'm starting to get an idea, but I still have some questions. Maybe somebody could clear it up for me. Well, of course, what better place to go to educate yourself on privilege than feministdisney.tumblr.com. Can you give us a list of ableist terms? I know the basic ones: stupid, retarded, lame, dumb, etc. Or is there a link? I don't quite understand ableism yet because I study words and how they morph into different meanings over time. But at the same time, I don't want to offend anyone or use problematic language. Anonymous. Feminist Disney responds, just so you know, all I do when I get questions like this is Google them, and then go through with my own logic and make sure I agree/add things. Which isn't to say it's wrong to ask, because I realize that once I blog about these things, I become some sort of amateur authority about them. But just saying, sometimes there's a quicker way than waiting 10 hours for me to reply. Crazy nuts, insane, psycho, bipolar, etc. Bipolar when used to just describe something that isn't the disorder. You see a lot of that on Tumblr. Idiot. Here is a post discussing multiple words, exactly how and why to go about replacing ableist language, along with suggestions for alternative words and phrasing. And just in case you were curious, that link goes to whatprivilege.com to a post entitled Replacing Crazy for Ableism and Preciseness of Language. It's possible some words aren't listed here, or that we realize that in time that more words are ableist. It's a learning process. I would always just evaluate where your words find their power. Are they powerful because you're specifically pointing out why someone is wrong? You're being a privileged, inconsiderate person for saying X. Or are they powerful because they harken back to a derogatory way of saying things/seeing people and thrive off the comparison? Sarah Palin, you are so psycho-crazy. Edit. Sometimes phrasing or dialogue can be ableist even if it doesn't include ableist terms. Like if you think it's too aggravating for you to have subtitles on a theater movie so that a deaf person can enjoy them too, you might not be using ableist terminology, but it's an ableist type of statement. So now it seems like we're gaining ground. We've got a little bit of a list to work with, but let's see if we can expand that a little bit more. Let's see if we can find a post that helps to kind of explain exactly how many words out there are ableist. Perfect. These are ableist words. Trigger word, ableist slurs. Stupid, crazy, dumb, lame, insane, moron, spaz, numbskull, dimwit, or anything with wit. Weak as in that's weak. Retarded, retard. Hysterical, idiot, cretin. Gimp, cripple, psycho. She, he is so bipolar. She, he is so OCD. Schizo, lunatic, loony. Batshit, there is some debate about this, but bottom line is most people couple it with crazy, so the ableism comes into play. Nuts, same as batshit. Mad, not angry mad, crazy mad. Derpy, ditzy. I'm so ADHD today, or variations thereof. It's like I have Tourette's or something, or variations thereof. Tagged disability language ableism. So it would appear that it's not just language that's ableist, but it's thoughts too. Like in that first example of not wanting subtitles in a theater movie because that would disadvantage a deaf person, but also using any language related to being insane or having a mental disability apparently is ableist. I still wish we could get a little bit more. There's got to be a better authority out there somewhere. Oh, I know. ShutUpTeamWolfFandom.tumblr.com. That's the authority we need. It should go without saying, but trigger word for ableist words on this page. Ableism, for those that don't know, is discrimination and or prejudice against people with disabilities. In the lovely world we live in, ableism is institutionalized in our society, basically meaning from birth, people with disabilities are marginalized by societal and governmental institutions. Here at Shut Up Team Wolf Fandom, this term is going to extend to all kinds of disabilities, including mental illness, disabilities, prejudice against which is sometimes called saneism. So now that you officially know what ableism is, it should be pretty obvious that slurs dehumanize other people with disabilities are pretty awful. The problem is, so many of these words have become a part of our vernacular to the point where saying them is almost an unconscious reaction to some situations. Trying to cleanse your personal dictionary of ableist slurs can be a difficult thing, especially when there doesn't seem to be another word that carries the same weight and colloquial meaning. But here's the thing, using words can make you an ass, so if you learn that it's inappropriate to say these things and continue to do so, you are an ass. These words are abusive and harmful, and anytime you use them, you further the marginalization of disabled people. I'm glad to know that Shut Up Team Wolf Fandom really takes this seriously. I wonder who runs this great Tumblr. Obviously they're on point, they must be quite the individual. I will suffer no humans. Ian 23, Slytherin, INFP, Hot NNT Mess, Hopeless Fanaby, It's, Pronouns, or Bust. Caution, incest and cannibalism. I like angels, aliens, intersectional feminism, mad pride, BDSM, non-Euclidean emotions, blue and orange morality, intra-guild predation, consensual tentacle sex. Let me say that one more time. Consensual tentacle sex. And snuggling. Well, he's a romantic. You know what? I think now we need to have a talk between myself and you, the viewer, because this is the 5th episode we've done of Tumblrisms, and I think you're noticing a trend, or at least you should have noticed a trend between all those posts that I showed you and those Tumblrs that we just went over. I mean, what was the common theme in every single one of them? Everybody was special. They were as far from normal as you could possibly be. They were the anti-mundane. They were transsexual. They were gender fluid. They were aromantic, polyamorous ponykins. They, anything but normal, because God help you if you're normal. That's not interesting anymore, is it? Everybody needs to be unique and stand out. Every single one of those people, every single one of those posts was a college-age kid or somebody in college. They were transsexual or bisexual or any sexual other than straight or just gay. They were activists for every kind of organization you could imagine. And they all love the idea of self-flagellation because that's so great, because they're just so guilty of imagined crimes. And that's what ableism is. Now, yeah, when you get down to it, when it's just at the end of the day and you're really thinking about it, being a dick to somebody is being a dick to somebody. You don't need to brand that as something. You don't need to create a new term for it. Calling somebody a retard who actually is mentally handicapped might be a little bit cruel. But trying to say that using words that were actually created to define a condition is wrong, or that using words that happen to fit a circumstance or a context is wrong, is just silly. Using words like crazy and insane and stupid are not going to make somebody who is retarded feel bad. They aren't going to be aware of your fucking conversations when you're not around them. However, these people would have you think that just by uttering those phrases, that somewhere out there, some autistic child is getting beaten because you said retard as a punchline to a fucking joke in a bar. There's this term out there that's called Poe's Law, which basically states that there's a point where parody becomes so close to the extreme forms of something that they're indistinguishable. And that's really what's happened to social justice, and especially on Tumblr when you look at it. You cannot tell a fake parody from the real fucking thing anymore, because these people have gone so far off the fucking deep end that it's just, you can't, there's no difference. You cannot tell anymore. They have been co-opted by the hypersensitive. In fact, if you want to see a particular example of this happening in real life, go look at Occupy Wall Street. What did you have with Occupy Wall Street? You had a movement that was dedicated towards the idea of removing corruption in government and finance. They wanted some banking reforms. They wanted to end some political dirty dealings. Sounds great. Who would disagree with that? What group of Republicans or Democrats would say, no, I want corruption. No, I want illegal activity. Nobody's for that. So Occupy Wall Street had a good platform to start with. And you got all these people gathering up, and yeah, there were some hipsters and some hippies and liberal pot-smoking retards, but for the most part, they were on point. For the beginning, they were. But what happened as time went on? They got co-opted. They got co-opted by people who came in with their own agendas and their own ideas, and they poisoned the well. This has happened time and time again. We saw it with Atheism Plus. We're seeing it in gaming, and it happened in Occupy Wall Street. There's a specific moment where that movement dies, and that is a Stephen Colbert interview. When he has two people on, Occupy Wall Street had the chance to send anybody they wanted to go on national television to tell the American people what the fuck that movement was about. And who did they send? Did they send the most articulate person? Did they send the person who understood their talking points? Did they send the person who knew how to get the message across to mainstream America that, hey, we're out here fighting for what you should be fighting for? No. They sent somebody who came and introduced themselves as Ketchup and said they were a female-bodied person. That was the death knell of Occupy Wall Street. When they started introducing things like the progressive stack, when they started fighting for Native American rain dance rights and setting up no rape zones, instead of focusing on what people were there for in the first place, that's when it died. And that is what's happening to social justice. What is social justice accomplishing on Tumblr? It is a fucking joke. It's a laughingstock. And I really want to cement this point. And I'm going to prove it to you right now. I'm going to read you the craziest fucking thing I can related to ableism. And I want you to really think, is this real or isn't it? It has reached a point of Poe's Law where you can't even tell anymore. So don't Google search it, alright? Don't go and look on a website and see, is this real or not? I want you just to listen. After hearing all the things we've heard from Tumblr about social justice and patriarchy and privilege and all that bullshit, I want you to listen to this. And I want you to honestly ask yourself, is it real or is it fake? This is from xtrung.tumblr.com in a post entitled Trigger Warning, Singletism, Abelism, Fat Shaming. Journey to the Sacred Heart. This is the About section. Jen, 23, cisgendered white female, tortoise skin, disabled, singlet, gainer, vegan, feminist, fat activist, pansexual, demi-platonic, aromantic, asensual. Likes: knitting, sewing, cooking, gardening, eating, human rights, human-animal rights, fat acceptance. Just your average queer fat vegan tortoise trying to discover herself. My passions in life are vegan Japanese cuisine and dismantling the hierarchy with my best friend Justice. Justice, 23, gender fluid fab, all pronouns acceptable, racially mixed POC, pansexual but currently abstinent, trans activist, hardcore vegan activist, animal rights, organic raw veganism, former OS, anti-racism, ed recovery, BDP OCD, likes pranic nourishment, superfoods, animal rights activism, veganism. And this post is from Monday, July 23rd, 2012. Trigger warning: singletism, ableism, fat shaming, trans fat shaming, cutting, doctors, hospital, mental hospital. Jen here. Sorry I haven't been posting. I recently suffered a terrible injustice at the hands of a bunch of singlist, ableist bigots. It all started when I was having dinner at my parents' house. My mother inevitably made several cruel remarks about my weight, my veganism, and the amount of food I was eating. She started talking about the possibility of decreasing my food allowance even more or cutting it all together and buying all my groceries herself. Eventually, she told me I needed to see a different therapist as well as a nutritionist because apparently purposely gaining weight is insane. According to her, trans fatness isn't real, and I am just addicted to food. I was furious, but I tried to stay calm, for the sake of my headmates as well as for the sake of my food allowance. Derek was present and listening the entire time. Derek hates the body and resents being trapped in it. He is also very prone to harming it. At some point, I lost control. Derek took over, swore at my mom, then ran to the bathroom. Al Goral, Coralot, Momo, Toshi, and I were present the entire time. Derek found a razor and started cutting. He hadn't bothered to lock the door. My mom found him and wrestled the razor out of our hand while my dad dialed 911. I ended up fronting at the hospital. A lot of what happened is a blur. I tried to explain that I wasn't self-harming and that I'm part of a multiple system. The doctor had no idea what I was talking about and asked my parents if I had been evaluated for schizophrenia. My parents basically told the doctor that I faked DID for attention. The doctor forced me to be put on a 72-hour hold. The mental hospital was a separate hospital, so I had to be taken there in an ambulance. Honestly, don't recall too much about it. Let's just say that the medical and mental health system in our country is deeply, deeply ableist, as well as singlist. I had to lie about my multiplicity, a large part of my identity, just to get out of there. I had to tell my headmates to lay low. They were not allowed to front for 72 hours. If any of them did, we would all have been forced to stay in that prison where we weren't allowed to be ourselves and where some of us weren't even allowed to merely exist. Not only that, but they had me on a reduced calorie diet while I was there. Scoff. No surprise, really. We were released some days ago. The others have been fronting a lot to make up for lost time. My parents are angry at me and insisting that the whole ordeal was just me attention-seeking and taking it too far. They keep telling me that I don't have DID, and when I tell them that I in fact do not, that I have what is called natural multiplicity, they tell me I'm making up illnesses. Natural multiplicity is real, and is not an illness or a disability. I wish they would allow me to educate them about these things since I actually know a lot about them, seeing as I experience them only every day of my life. Yeah, obviously, I've been fighting with my parents a lot more than usual, but they haven't decreased or cut any of my allowances, so I guess I can still handle all the arguing for now. Again, I'm sorry for my absence, but I've been in a bad place, both literally and figuratively, and I have a lot to think about. I should be posting more regularly now. Thank you all for bearing with me. And of course the tags include singletism, ableism, fat shaming, cutting, self-injury, depression, and OC. Now you tell me, after hearing that, was that fake or was that real? All those terms, all those ideas, headmates and privilege and feminism and activism and all these different sexualities and fronting and multiplicity, we've all heard this before. Fat shaming and trans fat shaming and body positivity and now ableism. And that's what it's going to be associated with from now on, are these other ridiculous concepts. In fact, if anything, ableism is the punchline to the joke, what happens when college students have too much fucking time on their hands? It's simply another way for them to police other people. First by admitting that they've done something terrible, because then they can take the high horse, they can take the high road and tell you how terrible you are. Because they love to do that. That is their MO. They infest a movement, they introduce ridiculous ideas to the movement, and then they fucking destroy it. They murder it, they strangle it. And the newest weapon in their arsenal, the newest mace to hit people over the head with, is ableism. It is a buzzword, it is a catchphrase that is meaningless. And you'll see it pushed. Again, ask yourself, why are all these people college-aged? Why are all these people in college? And why are they all using the same terminology? It's coming from a central source. And maybe later on I'll do a video on that, because it might be interesting. But that is ableism. A joke. A stupid, retarded, insane joke.
What makes people all over America break down and cry like this? Call 1-900-740-3500 and hear it for yourself. $2 per minute. If you're under 18, ask your parents before you call. 1-900-740-3500.
Dear morally outraged internet, you're fucking retarded. You've been hustled, bamboozled, conned by a con artist who got you to bet your life savings on a shell game, and now you've got to go home and explain to the wife and kids why you're going to be living in a shitty apartment on the wrong side of town for the rest of your life. Congratulations. That is a stellar use of your time. Now, there's nothing I love more on a Thursday than finding out that you retards are frothing at the mouth over nothing once again. That is brilliant. That is another example of social justice working. Now, I'm a fan of Stephen Colbert. I've liked him for quite some time. I used to watch Strangers with Candy, and that was a fucking great show. And Stephen was very funny on it. He played a great character and really tied the show together. And I was equally happy to see him on The Daily Show as a field reporter. I thought he was a funny guy. And when he branched off from that to do the Colbert Report as the host, it made sense to me. I watched it for quite some time. I like his sense of humor, his style of delivery, his ability to get a joke across. And he played the role very well. He's a parody of a right-wing conservative pundit. And whether you're a conservative or not, you have to admit, he can be funny. And he can make a joke that will make you laugh, even if you don't agree with his point. So it's no wonder that he's so incredibly popular. But of course, there has to be a problem. There always is. And if there's not a real problem to be angry with, well, the internet will manufacture one to get upset about. And just what is that manufactured controversy today? Well, it would be this particular tweet. Now, I'm going to read this verbatim for you. This is what set off the firestorm of snowflakes, which you'd think is an oxymoron, but whatever. I'm willing to show Asian community I care by introducing the Ching Chong Ding Dong Foundation for Sensitivity to Orientals or whatever. That is just how insensitive. That is problematic. I'm sure there are children crying all over the country right now because that horrible tweet was let loose upon an innocent and naive populace. Now sure, you could say, wait a minute. I read that Variety article where they said this is directly in relation to a show the night before. You know, the show featuring the Washington Redskins owner and his attempt to downplay the racial name of his team by setting up a fucking foundation for original Americans. That would be correct. Dan Snyder decided, hey, instead of addressing the Washington Redskins thing one way or the other, I'm just going to set up a Native American fucking foundation and call it Original Americans Foundation. Brilliant, Dan. That is brilliant. But of course, social justice warriors, well, they don't like to pay attention to things like context. That's spooky. You know, that requires higher level thinking. It's easier to get outraged over nothing. And so once the bullshit train left the fucking station, we've got a trending topic that's exploding all over the internet. And now you've got articles on USA Today and Variety, The Blaze, and everywhere else. I'm sure tomorrow you'll see Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson on CNN crying about racism, or you'll see an MSNBC host hanging themselves from a rafter because it's just too traumatic to deal with. I mean, the gall of this man to tell a joke relating to something that was on his show. How horrible to do that. What is he thinking? Using a hypothetical parallel between something he's talking about to show how absurd it is. What? No, of course comedians don't do that. Comedians don't make jokes. They need to be socially active and be on point all the time. Because there are victims out there who just want to cry. Now, of course, there are going to be the naysayers out there who will say, wait a second, what about this tweet? For the record, @Colbert Report is not controlled by Stephen Colbert or his show. He is Stephen at home. Sorry for the confusion. #CancelColbert. I'm sorry, what? No. You can't stop being outraged when you find out that the person you're angry at didn't even make the tweet or their show. No, you just keep being pissed off. It would be too easy to be reasonable. Being angry just makes more sense. But it's not like social justice warriors get upset over nothing. Well, okay, maybe they do. But it's not alright, maybe it is every day. But they're kinda reasonable. You know, like a pit bull if you hit it with a stick. And of course, we're all used to them never investing time to give enough of a shit to look into the backstory of something. They just like getting angry. Somebody tells them, hey, look over here, it's racist. And they froth at the mouth and they run over there. Like little rabies-infested dogs. It's expected. But what exactly is directing them over there? After all, if somebody doesn't tumble this, they're never going to know. It's not like they watch TV or follow the news. That would take away from their precious time of blogging about what victims they are. No, somebody had to point them to it. And that would be our con artist. Now, you've all met Adria Richards, and you've all met Anita Sarkeesian. Well, I'd like to introduce you to the new thing. This is the hip thing. This is New Coke, motherfucker. And her name is Soy Park. I don't know if that soy is in soy sauce, or suey, like chop suey, I don't know. I'm just a racist white guy. I can't get names right. I don't check my fucking privilege. So to avoid confusion, I'm just gonna call her P-Dog. Pizzizzle. Little P. Now this is her Twitter account. Look at the amount of followers she has. This is a famous woman. And she even has a Facebook. Take a look. 1,700 likes. Holy shit. I can't even count that fucking high. Now, little Pizzizzy here is the one that got everybody all up in arms. She helped to spur this on, to trend this topic, to get everybody talking about it. And why wouldn't she? She is a social justice warrior. She is a feminist. She is there to slap Steven's shit and say, hey, asshole, even though you didn't tweet this, I'm going to blame you for it anyway. And then I'm going to sick a bunch of people on you. But I'm sure she's reasonable. It's not like she's crazy or anything. I mean, it's not like if we look through her Facebook posts, we're going to find out she's bonkers. I mean, those stereotypes don't exist. It's not like she's going to use Tumblr language all over everything she posts. Like she's going to use the terms ableist and age. Oh shit, she did. Well, you know what? It's just one example. It's one example. Doesn't mean she's an extremist. I mean, after all, this is the person that started the original hashtag trending topic, not your Asian sidekick. If you remember the whole solidarity for white women thing, apparently Pizzizzy here was inspired by that, or encouraged by it, to kind of spur along her own thing about Asian Americans. Well, I think that's socially conscious. I mean, what a good person she individually must be to dedicate her free time to fighting for social justice. To do that for no profit at all alone on your own? Pizzizzy, I am proud of you. Now wait a second, what is that? I'm sorry, I think I overlooked something. What does that say? A post on her Facebook from March 12th. I've gotten some questions about where my personal Facebook account went. I deleted it to have more separation between my private and personal life, since I was getting too many inquiries and messages on my personal account. Please email me at bookings@suipark.com. Message me on this page or leave a comment on the wall if you need anything. Wait a minute. Personal and professional life? Bookings? I'm confused. There must be a mistake here. Let me go look at that Twitter again to make sure. Yeah, that's directing me over here, and sure enough, it says bookings. Bookings, that makes it sound like it's professional. Like she does this for a living. Like she's a social justice warrior that gets, I don't know, hired to give speeches at colleges about gender issues and maybe makes her financial gains based on issues she can talk about at those colleges. But I'm sure that's crazy. It's not like she's getting invited to be the keynote speaker at events. Oh wait, yes she is. Or that the whole not your Asian sidekick thing was something she spun into a media sensation to try to build a professional career around it. You know, as seen in this picture here that was featured in numerous articles about not your Asian sidekick that helped to spin her career into high gear and get her speaking engagements. Now maybe I'm being cynical and thinking that she's drawing out this Colbert thing to try to spur her career on even further, to get more speaking engagements, to get invited onto mainstream media. I mean, it's not like she's a hypocrite and we can't listen to anything she has to say. No, this is a girl with principles. I mean, look at this. ICYMI, Not Your Asian Sidekick, is a radical call to dismantle capitalism, the non-profit industrial complex, white supremacy, patriarchy, and ableism. It was not a call to celebrate the mainstream, but to instead forge a new path for women of color, feminism, decolonization, and the uprooting of anti-blackness. Unless we focus on building new streams, we will be wedged in as a sidekick. Well, listening to that, you would think that she does everything for non-profit. I mean, it would be hypocrisy for her to take money for speaking engagements, or to give interviews to mainstream media outlets like this one, and this one. Obviously, she doesn't do this for the mainstream. She does it because it's a passion, and she's shown herself to be so very reasonable. I mean, tell me this woman is not the Rosa Parks of getting upset at fucking comedy. People, 1, disagree with me, or 2, disagree with me but don't want to receive hate. Neither of these things are solidarity. CancelColbert. All of you saying you're doing it wrong to me need to take a seat. I do not get paid to educate my oppressors. Dear Stephen at home, your years of satire have failed when your fans send rape death threats to an Asian woman for criticizing your work. Soy Park is against the racial institution of marriage that enhances state power and violence. This is a reasonable person. I mean, look at this stance against hatred and bigotry. You're wrong because my feelings told me so. White men. And she is a stickler for the First Amendment, as seen here. Constitutional values were written by a white dude responsible for genocide who owned hundreds of slaves. Don't care. So very reasonable. Really, the reaction to CancelColbert only proves my point. Racist, sexist jokes in my mentions to justify a racist joke. They're not mad at me for being racist. They're mad that I pointed out racism and ruined their innocent fun. This is how white entertainment operates. Just vicious outrage that something entertaining to them might be taken away. Well, she seems like a doll. Who wouldn't want to follow this person? And of course, she was so gracious when Stephen Colbert tweeted this back to her. I agree. Just saw @ColbertReport tweet. I share your rage. Who is that, though? I'm Stephen at home. Her response, very, very reasonable. Wait, how are you a comedian? That wasn't funny. I mean, once Stephen offered that apology, she immediately said, hey, let's back off for a second and rethink this. You can see that reaction right here. I'm not calling off CancelColbert until we get a real apology. Thank you, friends and allies, for sticking with me. We are still waiting. Clearly, P. Dizzle is a principled and honest, hard-working individual putting in all their free time and getting nothing out of this. Nothing at all. Only a racist, cishet white bigot who likes to lynch black people and rape children would ever question her, or her principles, or her reasonings for doing what she's doing. I mean, it's completely reasonable to still be upset even after you find out the person you're angry at wasn't responsible for what you're angry about. It's perfectly reasonable to still be upset when you find out the joke you were angry about was actually in promotion of stopping racism by relating to a story about somebody who was racist. Obviously, it is completely reasonable to still be upset even after the show's host, Stephen Colbert himself, tweeted you and offered an insight and said, "That wasn't me. Sorry about that." Well, Pizzazzle, I'm very proud of you, and I think we all are, for standing up against that fucking bigot, Stephen Colbert. You teach him a lesson. And remember, if you're interested in having Soy come speak at your campus or event, please email our team at bookings@soypark.com. We look forward to hearing from you, and happy holidays. Well, Merry fucking Christmas. Okay, I think I'm on air now. I don't know. I've never done the Google Live Hangout shit, so I'm not 100% sure on that. Hopefully it's coming through, though. All right, well, welcome to the Shitlord Extravaganza. Hope you all have checked your fucking privileges today, because we're going to be talking about that tonight, you fucking cishet white dogs. So I thought I'd open this up. I know a lot of you had questions and shit and wanted to talk about stuff, so shoot away. Let's see what you want to talk about. Okay, I think we're live now. Can you guys hear me? Awesome, perfect. All right, welcome to the stream, you cis pigs. This is the Shitlord Extravaganza, and I thought I was going to open this up to some questions to see what you guys wanted to talk about, because I'm getting a lot of stuff over at Ask FM, and I can't really answer that all. Yeah, hello chat room. I see. I can see you all. Make sure the setting's right. All right, there we go. Mr. David Nemo wants to start with Ban Bossy. What did you want to talk about, Ban Bossy? Do I browse poll? Yes, I lurk poll, of course. I've said that numerous times. Poll, V, FET, K, G, a couple of different boards. Ban Bossy, all right. Well, it's obnoxious, isn't it? It's the idea of starting a privilege checking campaign. Feminists saying that you can't tell me I'm bossy. That's too much. You need to stop that. We need to ban a word. And yet, the way they're doing that is by being exactly bossy. How is that not fucking retarded? Cancel bossy. Yeah, they should cancel bossy. They look like idiots. Jesus, this is going quick. All right. Yes, Mr. John Smith, I am there. What does CIS stand for? It stands for White Abusive Asshole. Quiet Stealth NG, obviously. CIS people are horrible. They're responsible for everything, rapes and genocide. If somebody stole something from you, it was a CIS person. Doesn't matter who they are. Obviously, they're responsible for it. Back to Ban Bossy. You have to give me a little bit more. What about Ban Bossy do you want to talk about? It's not going to accomplish anything. You have all these women that are rich and famous and powerful, and what exactly are they accomplishing? They're upset that they were called something like that when they were kids, but isn't that the motivation for their success? I mean, if they were called bossy and they're rich now, wouldn't that mean that saying bossy to a little girl is the thing that makes them rich and successful and powerful? It seems like they don't want the competition. They want to be at the top of that shit, so they're knocking everybody down. Yeah, banning a word would be utterly retarded. Welcome to 1984. Aya Komchi? Kamichi? I don't know how to say your fucking name. You want me to talk about trans? What about trans? You're typing too fast. Holy shit. Why would I stream on YouTube? Because I'm fucking retarded. And I do not know how to make Ustream or Livestream or anything else work. I don't even know what the name of the fucking program was. It was like Wirecast or something, and they wanted me to install QuickTime events and all this other shit to get it to work. And then when I finally got it all installed, nothing happened. It didn't work for shit. Then I tried like XSplitter and a few different ones, and it just was fucking terrible. I am technically inept. That's why my videos sound like shit. That's why I'm sure this mic sounds fucking horrible right now. Well, cracked teacup, if you want to tally your privilege points, you stand in front of a mirror, and if you're white, you have privilege. That's the quickest way of doing it. If you have a penis, you're also probably evil. There's something wrong with anybody that's white or has a penis. At least that's what Tumblr has told me. Literally the only word I don't think people should say is the N-word. Are you talking about nigger? Is nigger the N-word that you're talking about? Why should we not say nigger? I am retarded aristocrat. But at least I can say nigger. What does privilege check mean? It means that it's, I don't know, how do you even explain that? It just means that you think about what a bad person you are, and why everything you do is terrible, and why feminists and special snowflakes and activists are better than you are. That's what it means. Talk about Pinky's faggot boyfriend and Pinky's reaction to the video. I don't know what Pinky's reaction to the video was. I know she got herself involved in some shitstorm related to another pony thing, a horse thing. I don't know. I don't follow that shit. Her boyfriend's video, though, I did watch before he took down the comments and turned off the ratings, which was very brave. It was very, very strong to take a stand like that. He's obviously a great boyfriend. I also like how this strong, independent woman had to send her boyfriend to go do her shit for her. That was real tough. Yes, the N-word does need to check its privileges. Ban nigger. No, I don't know about that, John Smith. Wear a white armband? I'm not even on camera. You don't even know what I look like. I could be completely naked right now, and you'd have no fucking idea. All you've got is that little icon in the middle of the screen. MSO game show. Nigger's just a word. If you're offended by it, that's your problem. Exactly. They're just words. They have no good or bad. Nothing's inherent in them. They're completely neutral. It's the context of any word you use that gives it power or makes it hurt somebody, I guess. But to say you want to erase words is just, it's Marxist. It's 1984. It's a weird mindset to have. It doesn't fix anything. How is baby formed? How does girl get pregnant? That is a mystery I've been working on for a long time. Hopefully Wizard Chan can help me with that. I hear they're really good with the ladies. I don't know, but I hear they really know how to get them hot and ready. Jim is too much of a sissy to play Dark Souls 2. That is right. I am a fucking coward. Not that I'm, waiting for it on Steam or anything. Am I naked right now, Synthstorm? Use your imagination, maybe. I don't know. Depends how bad you want it. Are you completely naked right now, Spooky Spectre? Maybe. Again, you're going to have to use your imagination. Maybe I'll put up paid subscriptions and stream nude stuff on YouTube. I'm sure Google would love that. I think that's what they envisioned for Google+, was just nonstop naked porn on their stupid fucking service. Yes, it's Orwellian. Exactly, that's the term I'm thinking of. How do you feel about the comment section? Are you talking about on the live stream? It's fine. It's just going a little faster than I expected. I thought 2 people would show up. I didn't think more than 2 people would show up. I'm actually a little surprised, to be honest. I figured this would be like one guy asking a question about why I'm such a fucking retard, and then that would be it. That would be the end of the live stream. Moloko, let's talk about the Jews. Okay, what do you want to talk about the Jews? What Jewish related thing should we talk about? You got to follow that up. What about the Jews do you want to talk about? Nothing. Jesus Christ, this is going quickly. Currently, the Amazing Atheist is crying on Tumblr about thin privilege. Are you serious? Because that guy did a naked video with him shoving a banana up his ass. It's a little too late to start crying about thin privilege when I saw your giant tits jiggling as you're fucking putting produce up your rectum. How can he be crying about that right now? That doesn't even seem like something he would be crying about. That's a little weird. The 6 Grillion. Listen, you white supremacist piece of shit. It was 6 trillion that died, obviously. Get the fucking number right. I don't know if you've been to a history class or not, but it's not my job to educate you, shitlord. Feminism is a Jewish plot? Oy vey. I don't know. I don't know about that. Jews did 9/11? Obviously. I mean, of course it had to be Israel. Who else would profit from it? The Jews did Israel. Yes, they did. That was their greatest conspiracy of all. They were totally responsible for Israel. Why do Jews circumcise themselves? I have no idea. I don't know. Probably from being out in the desert, you don't want to get sand up under there, so you just kind of cut it off. I'd imagine it's as bad as getting sand, like in your shoes, but even fucking worse. Ben Garrison, what's his deal? He's a dangerous man. I don't want to piss him off because he will hunt me down and fucking murder me. You know, there are a lot of stories about Ben Garrison out there. He is a hardcore white nationalist. And if you take anything away from this stream, it is that Ben Garrison is the biggest white supremacist on the internet. Hitler invented feminism. That was his last fuck you to the Allies. That was his great victory. You can take Germany. I don't care. Have it. But I'm going to leave you with feminism so you can never get laid again. Brilliant fucking plan. Why are most lesbians fat? Is that why they hate men? Yes, it is. They hate men because they're fat. That would be correct. Jim, what political party are you tied to, if at all? None. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat or a Green Party. I don't know what those guys do. Independent, any of that shit. I'm a constitutionalist, and I lean to the right, obviously, if you've watched any of my stuff. Do you think the Oculus Rift being acquired by Facebook means that we'll never get our waifu simulator games with full immersion? Yep, you're pretty much fucked. Unless Morpheus does something that's good. I don't know. Sony doing something that's good, I know. That's rare, right? But it's possible. Maybe they'll come out with something that'll blow us all away and bring over their little dancing Chinese girl cartoons and we can all whack off to that in 3D. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, it sucks that they sold out to fucking Facebook because they fucked everybody with that. What is your opinion on Zyklon B? I've already said he's a dangerous man. He's a scary motherfucker. Libertarian? No, I like the roads too much. Oliver McKenzie? I mean, what am I going to do? Walk everywhere? Come on. Is that your real hair? Yeah, that's a picture of me, obviously. That gentleman is me. I have white hair. It's just how I was born. It's a weird genetic thing. That's why I'm so bitter. Because everybody would just tease me. Call me old man like that horrible movie about the... What was the fucking movie with the guy who aged in reverse that nobody watched because it's shit? That's kind of like that. Morpheus sells cars now? Well, you can't be in those Matrix movies forever. It was just a trilogy. I wish him the best of luck and hope he sells a lot of sedans. Who's your waifu aristocrat? Nobody, obviously. I like real women, sorry. How do I check my privilege? It involves inserting large objects up your ass and staring into a mirror while you cry about white oppression. It's pretty difficult. Will you marry me, Synth Storm? I don't know. I'd have to see, you know, a picture first because I'm vapid and shallow, right? I'm an asshole. At least that's what Tumblr tells me. I'm fucking Hitler incarnate, apparently. So I knew it. That went so fucking quick. Benjamin Button. Yes, it was fucking Benjamin Button. Thank you. A horrible fucking movie. Boring as shit. Do you consider yourself a humanist? That gets into the whole egalitarian thing and feminism and MRAs and what is it, men going their own way? Is that the new one? Which it sounds like they fucked up the acronym for Magic the Gathering, a collectible card game, and they're like, fuck it, just go with that. I mean, we are virgins, we're going to be on our own, so we use whatever acronym we want. What are they going to do? But I don't know. Yeah, you could call... I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I'm fucking terrible. Sorry. Who is the best pony? Dude, I don't watch the show. I don't even remember their fucking names at this point. After I got that video done, I pretty much just completely forgot, to be honest. Just a comment, rapidly passing by, don't mind me. I totally minded it. I saw it as it went by. PS4 or Xbone? Neither. God, I don't play console games anymore. I got my ass burned on the last generation. I'm not jumping into the fire again on that. Raj or Tyrone? Tyrone, obviously. Come on. Would I pick an Australian? What are you, fucking crazy? Serious topic. What was the controversy over Frozen that almost did a video about? They got upset, apparently, because in the movie there's some native tribe from the area that was portrayed as being white. Because in Tumblr's minds, they think that everybody who lives in that area, has to be like a diverse fucking rainbow. Like there can't be just a group of people that all kind of look alike. And so they got upset because there wasn't enough diversity in the cast, and they were spurning the native tribe or whatever the fuck it was. And it turned out that, if I remember right, because somebody was talking to me about this after the movie, that whatever the group was that Tumblr was being offended for actually voted the movie as one of the best portrayals of their people. So, again, it shows how inconsistent Tumblr is in these social justice warriors, because they get upset for other people, right? Because they're fucking stupid. Will you help Ron Paul make anime real? I don't know. He stepped down. It's his kid now, right? I mean, his kid's doing the thing. What's wrong about Australia? You're the shit-posting capital of the world. What do you mean, what's wrong with Australia? I can tell. I don't even need to use a fucking clock. I can go onto any board, and I know what time it is in Australia due to the fucking volume of shit-posting that's going on. That's how I tell time. I just gauge it by the volume of Australians posting. What do you think about Eminem? Nothing. I'm indifferent to Eminem. I listen to all sorts of different music, but I don't know. I mean, he makes music, he makes money. It's not really on my radar. Why has God forsaken me? I don't know. Go pick up a fedora and curse his name. Holy shit. I don't know if it's because I'm lagging behind or if the volume of comments is going by too quickly, but it's like you're typing way behind what I'm talking about. Favorite game of all time? I don't know, man. That's such a fucking loaded question. Front Mission 4. How about that? I liked Front Mission 4. I rented that game from like a Blockbuster when they still existed, and I played it, and I went back when I returned the game, and I was like, I want to buy it, and they said we don't sell our games, obviously. So I just kept it, and then I said I lost it and paid him for it anyway, because I really liked it. I don't know why. I just really, really liked it. Will Nigel make Gollywogs real? I don't know what UKIP's going to do. I don't know if they're gonna win the day in Britain, or if they're going to just disappear because of bad PR. Will you play games with... Holy shit. Will you play games with me online while I stick shit up my ass? Usually that's the other way around. You're removing the shit from your ass, but probably not, man. I mean, if you're busy inserting fucking shit up your ass, you're not going to be very good at an online game. You're going to be distracted. I need people on point. How am I going to get the high kill, the high kill count and Call of Duty? Obviously, because that's all I play, right? If you're shoving stuff up your ass. Talk about LGBT. Okay, Shlomo Sheckelbergstein. God, your name went by so fast. LGBT got co-opted like everybody else did. You look at atheism, and you've got Atheism Plus. You look at LGBT, and you've got all these fucking super hypersensitive, offended people creating groups on college campuses everywhere and bitching about oppression and needing student unions to feel safe, or whatever the fuck the buzzword is for the day. It's the same shit. It's the same shit everywhere. Everybody's getting co-opted by the same kind of people, and those people don't give two shits about the group they take over. They just want to get up on a pedestal and bitch and control the dialogue and set forward a narrative that they control, and LGBT went through the same thing. Let's see. Common Core? Common Core is fucking ridiculous. I'm from Minnesota. I think we're the only state that rejected the math standards in Common Core. I'm kind of glad we did, because it's fucking abysmal. You've got... I mean, if you look at the last, I'd say, 20 years in American education, you have this mantra of, there is no problem, because if they ignore the problem, they don't have to fix it. See, that's the brilliance of that. So they tell all the kids, you're brilliant. You can't do anything wrong. everything you do is right. There is no wrong answer. Here's your participation trophy. And then, 20 years later, after they went through that experience, people wonder, why don't they show up for work? Why are they so spoiled? Why are they so full of themselves? Why are they on Tumblr bitching about oppression? Well, it's because you didn't adjust their fucking attitude. You just let them roll on through. So now you've got Common Core, and Common Core is kind of like the academic rigor getting ripped out of it. So they first ignored social problems, and now they're ignoring academic problems. And that's just fucking terrible. When you set up a system that there's no right or wrong answer, it's just if you can show your work. That's brilliant. You're going to have a bunch of fucking kids leaving high school that can't count, can't fucking write to save their life, are illiterate, know nothing about science, biology, technology, engineering, anything. It's going to be bad. If you think it's bad now, just wait 20 years when the next crop comes through. It's going to be fucking horrible. Oh, what's the best country? Ellen Degenerate? Nice name. Obviously Sweden is. I mean, why would you not love Sweden? You can masturbate publicly in Sweden. Who wouldn't want to live there? You walk down the street jacking off. It's like a pervert's playground. Thoughts on Obamacare? Also, thanks for making this, and I totally agree with your opinions. I disagree with Obamacare, just because I don't like federally mandated things. I said I'm a constitutionalist. I don't like government overreach. And this is how I think of Obamacare, and I know I get shit for this when I talk to people I know about it, but essentially my view on it is a tax on living. Now, we pay taxes for everything, right? But you can avoid them almost completely by, doing certain things. If you don't want to pay income tax, don't have a job. If you don't want to pay sales tax, don't buy shit. If you don't want to, pay homeowners insurance and, car insurance and all, get state tabs, don't get a fucking car. But Obamacare mandates that you need to get medical coverage, and it's applied to people that are alive. The only way not to be targeted by Obamacare is to literally be dead. It's a fucking tax on living. That is just insane to me. And I don't know why it's not put in that context or why it's not framed as that sort of issue. That's my major disagreement with it. I'm not against people getting affordable fucking healthcare. But I don't think having the government force it is the way to do it. I think that's a bad approach. What is your religion? I'm an apatheist. I answered that on Ask FM. That just means I don't bat for any team. I'm just indifferent. I don't really care one way or the other. Would you invest in Eastern Poland? Yeah, I'm probably not going to be putting my money anywhere because I am a poor motherfucker. College is expensive. Again, you should be able to tell that from my shit video quality and my terrible fucking mic, because I don't have the money to invest in that, because fucking college is just bankrupting me. The place I go now has a tuition that is, per year I'm paying about $35,000 to $40,000. It's just too fucking much money. Holy shit. Is the Illuminati real? Well, from what X told me, obviously it is. I think Jesse Ventura did a show about that, something about 6 foot tall, walking on 2-leg reptilians, and he seems pretty, reasonable. And I think Alex Jones told me too. So if Alex Jones and Jesse Ventura are both telling me the Illuminati's out there and they want to get me, I fucking totally buy it. Where do you go to college? Why would I tell you that? Are you kidding me? Could you imagine what something like Tumblr would do with that? They'd call in fucking bomb threats. Hey, you've got a student named Jim setting off privilege bombs in the cafeteria. It would be a fucking disaster. Favorite genre on Pornhub? I don't know. There's so many genres to choose from. I'm fickle like that. My major is actually education. That's why I don't like Common Core. Education and history. It's a double major. Okay, this is going so quick. Why did you make this channel? This channel was originally created a while ago. I'd say maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I fucked around with people online in a group called Metokur. And we would just screw around with idiots on like DeviantArt or LiveJournal, stuff like that. It was baby's first trolling, really. And the Internet Aristocrat channel was created. It was set up originally. I don't know if you know much about Encyclopedia Dramatica, but there used to be this group, the EDS Singers, right? And there was the main one, the main girl in that group, essentially was troll shielding. What she was doing is she's donating a large amount of money to basically be off limits to anybody. So you could never criticize her. You couldn't do anything to her. So I made a video mocking her to try to, poke fun at her, and that's what the Internet Aristocrat was originally intended for. That's what the name comes from. It's a Gilbert Gottfried aristocrat joke. It was supposed to be an aristocrat joke on the internet. It's just, I used that icon after I found out how much it pissed Tumblr off, because why not? Because they have this idea in their head that I think of myself as royalty for some reason, so why not? Spax, I don't know what he's up to anymore. I have no idea. I know he's remodeled his website like 5 times, and people keep disappearing from the banner. So I'm going to guess that means nobody gives a shit about him. No, Sater14523. I'm not. I wasn't a part of Ed. I was a part of Metokur. It just happened to be that one of the people in Metokur was an Ed sysop, and so there's a long backstory to it. It's old news. The next Tumblrisms will probably be in like a week, I guess. It's cultural appropriation, and then the other series, the failed fifth about Patricia Hernandez, will be the first episode. Oy vey. Why am I such an I'm just horrible. White people by default are just insufferable people. We just hate everything, right? We've never contributed to anything. We're just terrible. Favorite Tumblr site? How about fucking none of them? I don't use Tumblr. I just like to mock it because it's like the hub of fucking hypersensitive people. I know, don't get me wrong, I know people say, oh, there's shit on Tumblr that's not bad, but I don't use the site. I don't go on Tumblr, I don't use Facebook, I don't use Twitter, I don't use any of the social media shit. I've always agreed with Moot on his stance about anonymity on the internet. I think it's better for conversation. I think people like it better. That's why when I'm on Poll or V or whatever, I don't trip, because why would I do that? Nobody gives a shit who you are. It's what your fucking opinion is that matters. Big Al, dude, talk about Haberman. That would be problematic, duder. I can't do that. Haberman walked his own way. I don't know what he's up to anymore, aside from yoga and eating fucking hemp or something. I don't know. He went from, a troll to a social justice warrior, which is a really weird 180 to do. But it happens. Yahweh Goldstein asks, what boards do you browse? I already said a couple of times. Poll, Fit, V, I go on K, G, just whatever board I'm interested in. But, I mean, those are the main ones. Will Russia take over Europe? I've had a couple of discussions about that with a friend of mine. He talks about, the historical context behind the region. It's been this long storied history of it being a tug of war for this particular plot of land, and Russia has vested interest in it. I'm more interested in Putin. I mean, you're talking about an ex-KGB guy, right? And he has that mentality that the USSR is great. He wants the glory days. He's kind of hinted at that, and he's talked about it on occasion. And Putin seems to me like the guy that wants to go back to that. He doesn't want a Russia. He wants a USSR. Now, if he were smart, he would be, he would push aside the whole USSR thing and do a Russian empire. Why not? Putin's kind of badass. I like it. I like him as an individual. I know he does shitty stuff. I know some of his policies are bad, but I like Putin as a leader. He's got just kind of a badass aura about him. He doesn't take shit. Look what he did to who was the oh god, the leader of Germany. What's her name? That she's definitely afraid of dogs, right? She has this aversion to dogs. And there's that one picture of him as he brought in a fucking Doberman or something. He fucks with people. That's great. Or that interview he gave at a press conference where it was him and I can't remember who he was with, but essentially the reporters asked ahead of time what they could ask question-wise. And our reporter interrupted, I think it was an English-speaking guy, and said, hey, I've got a question for you. And everybody else shot him down. And then Putin was like, this is what you call democracy in the West. Why won't you let him speak? So you can't, he knows how to play the game. Putin knows how to play the fucking game. I like Putin 1451 Tyler. Yeah, like I said, I like him as an individual, and I like his ability to lead. Merkel, thank you. That's her name. Urkel, that would be a better leader for Germany. God knows their financial policies could use it. Should I check my privilege? I'm black. I don't know. Well, that depends. Are you straight? Are you a male? Right? Do you live in a decent neighborhood? Like, essentially, anything that makes your life good, it's like a privilege. You should feel ashamed for it. It doesn't matter how fucking hardworking you are, how many hours you invested in studying, what kind of work ethic you have, if you follow the law, if you're a good fucking person, if the community likes you. It doesn't matter. Your investment doesn't mean shit, apparently, because those are all privileges. Like these special things that, when the stork brought you through the window, it shit out privileges on you. And that's what you were born with, and you can't get rid of them. And you've got to check that shit every day. Am I a Nietzsche wannabe? No. No, I am not. Please talk about the central source of liberal bullshit. I wanted to do QWERTY 5764. I'm planning on doing a video on it. I've seen what people have commented, right, on AskFM and other places. Like, oh, he's gonna come out and say it's the Jews, or he's gonna come out and say it's Marx, right, cultural Marxism. It is related to cultural Marxism. It is related to Karl Marx, but that would not be the central source. It's actually interesting. It's a theory. I could be wrong, but I think you'll find the video interesting. I would say it's something that Marx was related to, a group he was a part of, that if you look at it and you look at the people that were a part of that group during that time period, you could almost trace back every single major event in the 20th century to them. And they're the ones fucking around right now with all this identity politicking shit. So it's interesting. Oppress me, Jim. I want you to oppress me. Aeon Senbon. Okay. I'm willing oppression through my fucking computer monitor at you. Hopefully, I don't know, you'll cry a little bit. Maybe go write a Tumblr blog about it now. You want me to read hate mail? I don't really save it. I get a lot of it. I mean, it comes by every day, and then I just kind of have a good chuckle and move on. Talk about otherkin? You want to talk about, like, what, Tumbles a Stair Dragon? You want to go way back, talking about otherkins and their silly shit, or furries and their silly shit? Furries and otherkin lucked out with bronies. I touched on that in the video. Like, man, they were getting a lot of shit for a lot of years. And then they kind of, like, quietly backed the fuck off, and were like, yeah, go shit on the bronies. We'll just go yiff on our own, wherever whatever the otherkin equivalent of yiffing is. Slithering? I don't know, right? That's an otherkin. They're fucking reptiles or some shit. Do I like fat butts? No, I do not like fat butts. That's why I like Asian chicks. I like my girl to be fit, man. That's why I browse that board. I have a fit mentality. Eat healthy, stay healthy, live long. Any remake where she's black. Yeah, I've seen... I don't get it. I don't understand. They're trying to make it appeal to you. I mean, let's be honest, right? Who the fuck is going to go see the movie Annie anyway? Like, if they remade it today with a little fucking ginger girl, are you going to go watch it? I sure as shit am not. Like, when they go to the fucking theater and it's all these teenagers, what are they going to go watch? The Michael Bay TMNT movie or fucking Annie? Nobody's going to watch that. So they're trying to, like, recycle it. Like, oh, hey, shit, we'll make it... Everybody's black, right? There's no white people. It's a black Annie. And then we'll get all this news fucking publicity, and BET will run advertisements all day, and nobody will go see Michael Bay's movie. They'll all go see Annie. Who wants to watch a fucking 6-year-old tap dance and sing fucking songs? Talk about the most boring shit on earth. Do you watch Kill la Kill? No, I haven't watched it. Sorry, I haven't watched it. Do I even lift? Yes, I fucking lift. I go to the gym 3 days a week. Do you work out? Yeah, I work out. Not being a 6,000-pound neckbeard. I don't know. I suppose I could if I just ate junk food all day and sat on my ass and did nothing. I could get there. It would be a struggle to lift myself up to that weight which is, kind of ironic, because if I weighed that much, I'd probably not be able to lift myself up at all. I'd need a fucking crane and a wall cut out of my house to be able to go and get more McDonald's or whatever the fuck it is obese people that weigh 1,000 fucking tons eat every day. Jestrom John, how big is your dick? I get that question, and then I get, how old are you? How big is your dick? How old are you? Use your imagination. Look at that handsome gentleman in the icon picture, and imagine how old he is and how big his dick is. View on Obama. I dislike Obama a lot. I also I dislike George Bush too. Don't get me wrong. I don't like what either of them set up as policies. When you hear a lot of these like conspiracy nuts talk, right? They always get shot down because people are like, "Oh, you're just wearing tinfoil. You're fucking crazy." But you've got to look at, like, you've got George Bush, a cowboy conservative, and Obama, an educated liberal, and both of them have the exact same policies in place. How the fuck does that happen? How do these two completely different people have the same policies related to security and the Constitution in play? It makes no sense. Obama came into office with like all this hype, right? Everybody's like, holy shit, he's going to change the game. He could go into Washington, and I believe this, he could have gone into Washington and really done whatever the fuck he wanted. He had carte blanche to do anything he wanted, and people would have eaten it up, right? They would have loved it. And he did nothing. Fucking nothing. And now you look at stuff like the PRISM program, you look at just the different policies that his administration has put into place. What the fuck is he doing? But back to the conspiracy thing. So you've got Bush and you've got Obama, and they're supposed to be completely different. I mean, that should show you how fucked up the party system in the United States is. There's no difference. They're doing the same thing. It would make you should look at shit like the people that are in positions that don't get elected or that they're appointed to and they don't get removed from, because it's obviously people like that that are influencing policy more than either of these idiots. Jim, don't you think cultural Marxism, that went by way too quick. Something about the Frankfurt School? If you can re-ask that, I guess, and I'll see if I can catch it before it fucking shoots by at 1,000 miles an hour. Thoughts on MPAA and RIAA? Are you talking about the music company and the movie company? They're corporations trying to protect their intellectual interests by making everybody miserable. It's this old boardroom mentality. They don't understand how new media works or how to promote their wares better. And so they're going about it the wrong way. I think maybe in 10 or 20 years they're not going to be huge dicks like they are right now, because the people setting policies will be dead and out of the company. That's the best I got on that. Let's see. Are you prepared for Hillary Clinton in 2016? God help your country, man. I'm not going to be here. That's up to you guys. I don't know what you're going to do with that. I'm going overseas. So, enjoy the sinking ship, because I'm getting the fuck out of Dodge. Do I have a nice body? I would say I'm physically fit. Average-looking white guy. There's nothing really spectacular about me. If you saw me on the street, you would think I'm just an average-looking guy. Holy shit. Worst gaming journalism outlet? That's probably the hardest question yet. How can you fucking choose on that? I mean, you've got stuff like Gawker-owned medias, right? So you've got like Kotaku, which is just shit. I mean, look at, you've got, who's on Kotaku? Patricia Hernandez, Jason Schreier, or however you pronounce his retarded name, Stephen Totillo, and they just keep pushing this crap that isn't related to gaming, and it's all like buzzword-laden sociology shit, with an endpoint of, I played Animal Crossing, now let me tell you about privilege. Or you've got like Rock, Paper, Shotgun with, what's the guy's name on that one that's always doing the same fucking article, or Giant Bomb with Patrick. Fuck them all. I guess Kotaku would be the worst. But I think, and I know, like, with the Anita Sarkeesian thing, V, for a long time, it said, oh, if we never talked about her, it never would have gotten big, right? We don't have any influence. We should just disappear because not doing anything is better than doing something. But I think if you look at Kotaku, I think, I'm going to say it, I think V itself embarrassed them so much with all their parody pictures and constantly talking about how horrible they were, that it actually embarrassed them enough to put like a muzzle on Patricia Hernandez. Because like, she's cooled down. She can't fucking go out and do her shit anymore. Like, there's one article of Patricia talking about, like, a YouTube video. Like, Tina Amini does that, too. I think they're embarrassed to the point where they're going to start cycling back on it. I don't know about the other guys, though. Like, Polygon, holy shit. Was Hitler an all-right guy? Oh, sure, he was a blast at parties. My vampire rape? Yeah. Yeah, that was a fucking great story. Did she disappear under a rock? Whatever happened to her? Right after that whole, oh my god, Castlevania is so triggering, it's a rape scene. And then the game comes out and everybody sees the scene she's talking about. Did she apologize? Did she quit her job like an honorable person would have done? Who has just the tiniest shred of professional dignity and said, hey, you know what, I'm an asshole and I got called out on it and I'm going to disappear? I'm sure she's still writing the same shit. I guarantee you she's still writing the same crap. Mass Effect 3, fuck no. I don't want to talk about Mass Effect 3 with my skittle-colored endings. Thoughts on Muslim riots? Should Sweden check its privilege? Well, there really won't be any more riots once they get rid of the Swedes. I mean, like, what's the population in Sweden now of actually Swedish people? Like 2%? 3%? You know, if Norway and Finland have any common sense, they will build a fucking wall to block out all the Swedes that are going to leave that country when it goes and turns into a shithole. Because they're going to be going there. And if I were the neighboring countries of Sweden, I wouldn't want any of those fucking people in my country. Why do you hate Jim Sterling? I'll tell you why I dislike Jim Sterling. This has to do with Movie Bob. All right. I'd say this was like 8-9 months ago. Patricia Hernandez wrote an article on Kotaku talking about this kid who would go into Twitch streams, and he would, you know, harass gamer girls, and he'd basically annoy them till they stopped streaming. These were like cam whores, you know, like, oh, thank you for the $40 donation, look at my tits, and here I go play WoW. So he'd go in and he'd fuck with them. And it was funny videos, but, okay, she wrote this article about him, right? And at the time he had like 50 subscribers. He was just doing it because he thought it was funny. So how she found that video or why she decided he was enough of a problem to write about, I don't know. So she releases the article, and you get all the other gaming journalists talking about it because it's like a giant game of telephone on Twitter with these assholes where if one talks about it, everybody has to. So Movie Bob writes an article about Patricia Hernandez's article, and he says, oh, this kid is terrible, what a sexist pig, right? And I just happened to be, you know, somebody linked me to it and I read it, and then they're like, oh, you should check out his Twitter, he's ranting about this. So I went on his Twitter, and he was talking to Jim Sterling, and those two were talking together about getting this kid arrested. See, he lived in the UK, and so Movie Bob was explaining to Sterling, hey, we could report him to the police and get him arrested for hate speech. So Movie Bob and Jim Sterling were talking about getting a teenage boy arrested for fucking with somebody in a video game. I have no no, it wasn't Stiggs. I have no respect for those two. Like, that's trash, man. That's fucking just trash. I have no respect for him. If you look it up, you can find it. If you, like, Google it, you'll find his name. I can't remember what his name is offhand. Let's see. What do you think about piracy? I don't give a shit about piracy. I don't have a company. Piracy doesn't affect me. Pirate all you want. Doesn't bother me. How many women have you raped? This is important. Well, I don't know. The current definition of rape by feminists is looking at people, right? So, I don't know, 10, 20,000? It's hard to avoid eye contact. I know it's triggering. But every time I look down, I walk into shit. I can't help it. I'm a rape machine. Will you upload the live stream somewhere? I think it records it. I don't know. I'm retarded and technically inept. I don't know what it does. I couldn't tell you. Crush a can for J. Owen. I would. If I had a camera, I would crush a can. I don't know if this would, you know, I'm not an insensitive shit. That poor little boy with cancer. I have a pop can somewhere. Let me see if I find an empty one. I don't even know if you'll hear it, though. That's as good as I can do, man. Fuck, that hurts. If I had a camera, you would have seen that, but... See, it's not that hard. I don't know what that chick's problem was. What country are you going to? I'm going to glorious Taiwan, which will probably get taken over by China in like a day. I'm trying to keep up with the. I'm sorry to go silent and shit. I'm trying to keep up with the comments. Why don't I have a Twitter account? I don't use social media. There's no use for it. If I want to talk to people, I'll go on Skype or I'll play games on Steam. Or I'll go bullshit around on 4chan. I'm satisfied with that. Why do I need to have my entire life on a fucking website for other people to look at? Like, who gives a shit? Who cares if I had a fucking taco for lunch? Or, oh, hey, shit, I hit a pothole at 6 p.m. Got better tweet about that. Like, nobody fucking cares. It's just useless information. It's like that scene in Metal Gear Solid 2, right? Where they're talking to Raiden and they're explaining that the internet is flush full of shit nobody cares about, and they just want to get rid of it to help evolution or something. It was pretty good. Opinions on DSP? That is some of the funniest shit to watch. Not him himself, but like the Kojima World Order stuff, right? Where this is how you don't play series. That shit's fucking great. He is just such a buffoon. Just online lag. This wouldn't happen if I were I can't do his voice, but just a fucking retarded guy. And I love watching him just stumble his way through things that any ordinary person could do easily. Why Taiwan? Because I wanted to go to Asia, because that's what I think is going to be one of the big emerging economic centers. It originally wasn't Taiwan. It was going to be something like Korea or Japan, but the cost of living in Japan is ridiculous, and South Korea I probably won't go until after I do Taiwan. They have like a program in South Korea where if you teach, you can get like free master's and PhD level courses at one of their universities. So I might do that later on. But it's good pay. I've got to work out like I said, man, that college debt is fucking crazy. So it's a lot to work off. I got to get a job that pays decent. When do you think this social justice shit will stop? It's not going to, unless people start mocking them. Listen, these people exist because they can get sympathy. And they get sympathy by creating boogeymen, right? They create imaginary oppressors. And so nobody can ever call them out, right? They can always say, oh, God, I'm so oppressed. Look how terrible I am. But it's all bullshit. They've never been oppressed. They've never actually met resistance. And if people were to stand up to them and mock them for the idiots that they are and blast them out of the water for the stupid shit they do, they would know what real oppression is. They would know what an actual counterpoint is. They wouldn't be able to bullshit their way around it. It's no longer an imaginary oppressor. Here's the guy right here saying you're a fucking idiot. I mean, look at the fucking Colbert, CancelColbert thing. Did you see her in that Huffington Post interview where she was trying to tell people they need to shut up because they're white? Or, any of the articles that have been put up, like those Jezebel articles or XO Jane articles, and it's just ridiculous. These people are retarded. And it's only going to end when these different groups say enough. When gamers say get the fuck out of here. When atheists say go away. When LGBT say you've got to fucking shut up. And liberals say it and conservatives say it. If everybody tells them shut up, eventually they're going to listen. Answer my question from 10 minutes ago? Best ableist slur? Retard seems to really piss them off. Retard, I would go with. I think the R word is the one that they get all huffy about. Sway Park, yeah, that shit. Oh, she's saying CancelColbert was satire. Bullshit it was. Are you kidding me? No, it wasn't satire. That's cover your own ass language for I made myself look like a fucking moron in front of the entire world, and now I've got to go crawl back in my hole and hope nobody remembers this in a week. She got her ass handed to her by almost everybody, which I'm glad about. I was really impressed. Nobody bought into it. That was amazing. Like, everybody essentially picked up on what an opportunistic shit she is. How bad would that suck, right? If you're like some Asian person and you really think you're being oppressed by something, you're not like a social justice warrior. You're just a typical Asian person, and you've got some gripe, right? And you've been fighting that gripe forever, and you've been really reasonable, right? And everybody likes you, and they may disagree, but they respect you. And then here comes Soy Park, and she says she speaks for you, and she's going to tell everybody, what the fucking reality is. Like, how bad would that feel? Because now everybody's going to think you're crazy too, because they're going to associate her with you. That's why it's so important for these different groups, like I was saying, to fucking stand up and say, get the fuck out of here, shut the fuck up. Don't let these people represent you. It's ridiculous. Don't let them be the mouthpiece for you. It's the person that represents a cause that kills it, the most often they will destroy it themselves. The loudest guy out there saying, I am this, the loudest woman out there saying, I am this, is the person that's going to fucking ruin you. You have to shut these people down. You can't give them an inch because nothing is ever good enough. You can never apologize. You can never make it right. You can never set up a program that will appeal to them enough. Like there was a picture going around of like 2 different bathrooms, and they're like, how can we make these so they're not gender specific? And one just said has a urinal, the other said doesn't have a urinal. And somebody bitched and said that's not good enough because blind people can't figure. All right, well, hopefully this is working. If not, shit. Well, let's see if I can get this up and running. Okay, looks like I've just got to wait for it to catch up to YouTube. Why is this not starting? Oh shit, it's live. Alright, oh, never mind, I'm fucking retarded. I'd thought it was not streaming. Apparently, apparently it is. I am a fucking moron. Welcome to the second live stream. Hopefully this one will go better than the first, which was just fucking terrible, because that chat went by a little too fast. So I set it up with Twitter. If you want to ask something, the chances of getting it answered are better on Twitter than they're going to be in the chat stream. That's just my guess. I don't know if you want to ask something or not. Totally up to you. But hopefully this one will go better. All right, let's see. Oh shit, is this even coming through? Okay, fuck, awesome. All right, it is going through. Okay. Fucking get this address here. Oh shit, how am I gonna do this? It won't let me fucking play it, will it? I'm gonna try to post the Twitter link, I guess. And that's gonna just shoot right by, I'm sure. Fuck. Sorry, it's gonna take me a second to get everything set up so it's not complete shit. Alright, cool, here we go. I think we're good now. So I'm just gonna read through the shit people have been asking, and we'll talk about some stuff. You guys can pick. We'll check that fucking collective privilege together. So let's see what we got. A lot of people asking where it's going to be. Hopefully they figured that out. Otherwise, that's going to suck. It's not on Ustream. I could not get Ustream to work. I tried UProducer for like an hour. Could not get the audio to come through. Could barely get the video to play. The frame rate was fucking abysmal. It was a disaster. Wanted to try Twitch. That's not going to fucking happen either. Because, god damn, is that a pain in the ass. And I don't feel like shelling out $40 for some device that's going to let me show my tits and play World of Warcraft and hope for donations from men named Ahmad, because that's kind of what Twitch is for. All right, we got one here from Joseph A. or Bloodmuffin643, I guess. Will you ever do a Tumblrisms video on Otherkin? Yeah, I actually kind of plan to do that. Back after the fourth one, when I put up the little the poll for people to vote in to decide whatever they wanted next, I guess. I was going to, I'd originally planned to do Otherkin, but then I opened it up. But yeah, it's in the planning stage, I guess. But it's something I'll probably end up doing. Somebody's linking to something. What is this? Oh, the Fatitude documentary? Yeah, that's great. How much did they collect altogether? $41,000. How fucking ridiculous. 7 days to go. She got $41,000 to make a video about being a fat fuck and eating McDonald's and driving a rascal scooter and probably clapping because she's American, because God knows our women are fat. $41,000, fucking unbelievable. That's great. Good going, Kickstarter community. Always backing the winners, aren't you? Everything you put your money towards really turns into fucking diamonds, doesn't it? Oh, let's see. What do we got? These live streams suck. Oh, thank you. Positive reinforcement's very good. That works wonderfully. It's good stuff. Where's the stream happening again? Senpai noticed me? I notice you. Deftree? D-E-F-E-T-R-Y? I have no fucking idea. Favorite video game of all time? I don't know, man. You can't ask somebody something like that because you're putting me on the spot. I'm going to forget every other good game. I'm going to focus on one and then feel like an asshole 10 minutes from now when I answer. And it comes back to me that, holy shit, what am I talking about? I didn't list my favorite game. I don't know. There are a lot of good ones out there, mostly PS1 and PS2 era for me. Some good Saturn games. Every system's had good games. It's hard to pick a fucking favorite. I can't even imagine narrowing it down. I'm sorry, man. I probably answered something on Ask FM. Somebody asked, and I probably gave them an answer. And I think I answered on the last live stream too. But for the life of me, I cannot just pick a favorite. I just can't do it, I guess. Do you think that medium providers, ISPs, telephone, cable, etc., should be allowed to have media assets? I don't even know how to answer that. That's Eric Lorenzo or Morality124. I have no answer. I'm fucking blanking. I'm sorry. It's a favorite video game question. I'm stuck on that now. I can't get over it. Thank you, CJ Aristocrat, for fucking me with that question. It was good. It's good. What do you think of the idea of hate speech from Based God Puff? I think it's fucking ridiculous. What you classify as hate speech is so completely subjective. If you have the idea that everybody has free speech, that's going to include offensive speech, which some people would view as hate speech. But this idea that we're going to classify certain words or attitudes or beliefs or ideas and say that you can't do that, that's a step too far. It's offensive to me, right? Because I see it as an assault on free speech. I don't like it. I think it's a lot of people just getting emotionally upset about shit and looking to lash out at it by classifying it as something and making it into like a boogeyman. Like you can't say hate speech 3 times or something's going to pop out of the bathroom mirror and strangle your ass. So that's what I think of that. Do you believe that some form of modern and/or third-wave feminism can be used to do some sort of good in society? Not in America. Like the Western world, what are they going to accomplish? You've got this idea of feminism of equality, and we don't want women to be abused or mistreated, and we want them to be equal under the law and everything else. I think in the Western world that's accomplished. I don't think that's something that you would have to it would have to be in the Middle East. It would have to be in Africa or somewhere like that. Feminism doesn't have a place in modern Western society. Everything they initially claimed to want to accomplish is fucking done with. So I'm not sure what to say in regards to that. Let's see. Please comment on this video regarding you being called out for harassment. All right, let's see what video this is. Oh, this is that one from Jerry Pete, harassment, stalking, and cyberbullying. I mean, yeah, I saw it actually. Somebody linked it before, but I don't really have anything to say. I mean, that's his opinion. He can say whatever the fuck he wants. He was wrong, though. I think, was this the one who said it? Yeah, this was the one that said I made ad revenue from playing like advertisements on my videos and shit like that. But I don't. I don't have any ads. I don't monetize anything. I don't have a donate button. So I don't know where he got that from. But I think he added something in the description saying he was wrong about that. But yeah, I don't really care. I saw it. It didn't really have an impact. Let's see. Okay, it'd be nice if you could tweet one, which is, sorry. I tried tweeting saying this was where it was going to be, but whatever. We ever do a Tumblr? Wait, am I going backwards? Holy shit. Oh, here's a good one. How well does the JIDF pay? They pay fucking fantastic. They pay in gold. Lots of gold teeth. I don't understand where that came from. They had a vault full of them. Something about Germany in the 40s, I don't know. But no, they pay fantastic. Yeah, I've bought a new yacht, and I've got a Ferrari. Lots of money. Lots of good stuff. They pay good. A favorite RPG of all time? Again, that's how the fuck am I going to answer that? I like a lot of different RPGs. I can't really narrow it down. Stuff like Xenogears or... Yeah, God, there's so many. I can't narrow it down. So if it's a male culture, or if it's men's culture to oppress women isn't feminism culturally or cultural appropriation? Oh, why? Because they want to oppress men? Yeah, I guess that's true. That fucking cultural appropriation. What are you going to do? Let's see. Is it wrong to cry about free content? Is Rockstar sexist? Are clothes serious business? The fuck is this link go to? Let's see. What do we have here? Escapist forums. Rockstar totally ignores female gamers. And GTAO High Life update. And it's a lot of fucking words in this post. It's a High Life update to GTAO. I'm officially done with it until they start to acknowledge that women play games. Until they... Alright, what the fuck is she upset about? Panties and stockings. Release new clothing. So wait, I'm sorry, is this person upset because of a fucking cosmetic DLC? She's upset because chicks got slutty clothing and... What the fuck is she upset about? Favorite sex? I have no idea. I have no idea. What was the fucking original question? Is it wrong to cry about free... It was free, too? The DLC was free that she's bitching about? There's no way. Yeah, Kitten God. I'm checking the chat, too. I'm just reading through the tweets and got lost on the fucking escapist forums, apparently. Alright. The fuck was I? Thoughts on the Far Cry 4 controversy? Is that the one where it's got like the flamboyantly gay dude that looks like Anderson Cooper sitting on like a native, like his little Vietnamese man sitting by his feet or something? He's looking like a badass antagonist. I'm pretty sure that was what it was. Let me fucking look up a picture of Far Cry 4. I'm almost certain it was the Anderson Cooper lookalike cover. Oh, let's see. Yeah, it completely fucking looks like him. If that hair part didn't go to the right, if it went to the left, that's fucking Anderson Cooper. Subjugating some poor little Vietnamese man. So I'm guessing, what is a controversy? Are they upset because it's a native on their knees? Or are they upset because they don't want Anderson Cooper as a bad guy in a video game? Like, what bothers them in particular about this? What's got their ass chapped? Because I don't see a problem with it. I think he looks like he'll be a badass antagonist. Who wouldn't want to run around some tropical hellhole with a CNN host trying to kill you at every turn? How could that not be fucking great? Let's see. Thoughts on Nintendo's loss of with the Wii U sales? You're talking about Nintendo's downward decline? I don't know. It seems like every other thread on V that devolves into shit posting between any particular console, inevitably Nintendo gets brought up and people talk about how their sales are in the shitter, or how they're doing terrible, or needing to sell off assets. I don't actually know. Like I don't know the exact numbers that they have. I don't know how bad their sales are, or what kind of loss they're on, or where it's at. I just haven't really been paying attention. I kind of tune it out. There's only so much shit flinging you can kind of not filter out before you're like, fuck it. Let's see. Do I support the consumption of fetuses? Probably not. I'd probably say that's not going to be something I'm going to fucking support. Yeah, hence that's not something I'm going to go with. What else we got here? Now, what do you think will happen if a Tumblr feminist gets political power? I'm going to think they did exactly what happened in Sweden. Don't they have some new law that they got on the books, or I've seen it be posted about repeatedly, saying that you can't criticize immigrants now? Like, Sweden has this super left-wingish political party that's like everything, like social justice warrior and feminist, and it's all like rolled up into one. And that's what you would get. That's what would happen if a Tumblr feminist got political power. Exactly what you see in Sweden. Really crazy fucking laws that don't make a lot of sense. Have you heard of the new Tumblr post-traumatic stress disorder fad? Yeah, I saw a video from Thunderfoot about that. I'm almost certain that was him that did a video about that chick on Twitter, the feminist on Twitter, that was claiming that she had post-traumatic stress from the internet. If that's what you're talking about. Dory4, or at Dory4, if that's what you're bringing up. But yeah, I saw it. I thought it's as dumb as all the other shit they get into. Let's see. Will you ever do a Tumblr video about transphobia or trans-related stuff? I did. I did a video about the trans community, or a portion of them from Tumblr in particular. That was the third Tumblrisms video. That was about terrible heterosexual cis scum and why we're such privileged pieces of shit. But yeah, that was the third video I did. You can find a mirror of it up on YouTube. It got pulled because of the opening, apparently, is what I was told, or what I came to find out. But it's out there. But yeah, it talks about that. More Tumblrisms. Yeah, there's a new one coming up in a couple of days, actually. I just finished up doing the cultural appropriation one, so I'll be posting that. Looking forward to anything at E3 this year. I don't know. The most embarrassing moments, because you know that one of them is going to make an ass out of themselves. I mean, fuck. Every E3 has one company that just brings the stupidest fucking shit to the stage, and it makes it worth watching. Like, almost any year you can think of E3, and one particular company will jump to mind. You know, Sony with the Ridge Racer shit, or, you know, attack its weak point for massive damage, shit like that. Or one Muron troops, that kind of stuff. So hopefully that will happen. They will embarrass the shit out of themselves with really cheesy crap, because that's always entertaining. From Thelzomo, I guess. Why don't you want to make money off your videos? Why would I? You know, again, they're just they're YouTube videos. It's just a stupid little hobby that I like. Why would I monetize that? Like, I'm not shitting on somebody. If they want to put videos out and they want to throw money on it, whatever. That's your fucking decision. But I like doing videos, and I don't see a reason to try to make money off it. I get by just fine without the nickel or 10 cents, if I was lucky, that YouTube monetization, whatever the fuck, would bring me. Your thoughts on Harvard forcing a privilege course for new student orientation? Are they actually doing that? That sounds that's hard to believe. I mean, it sounds fucking crazy, but at this point, I suppose that probably would happen. Harvard, really? A privilege course for new student orientation. It reminds me of that story that was on, what is it, Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, that fire.org or whatever it is, had some run-in with a college that for their student orientation, when they'd have the new students that were coming in meet like their dorm leader or whatever the fuck they call them, they had all these weird, you know, fucking sessions dedicated to talking about sexual orientation and sexual this and sexual that, and, you know, talking about race and just all this social justice shit. That was really, really weird. So I wonder if Harvard's going in that direction, if they're going to start to just do crazy fucking shit related to social justice for all the new students that show up. Let's see. You get a power listing, what would you do with it? All right, let's see what he's linking to. The power to resurrect oneself from death? What would I do with it? Probably nothing. My life is fucking boring. It's not like I'm a skydiver or a firefighter or some shit where I'm going to get bumped off every day. So that power would probably do nothing for me. I'm so fucking boring, it would do nothing. Have you had any type of contact with social justice warriors in real life? Yeah, on occasion. Nothing as fucking crazy as Tumblr is, though. And the stuff that I encountered was a couple years ago. I mean, it wasn't recent, but I don't know. I get this feeling that this Tumblr and the social justice crowd and all these fucking people, like, encountering them in real life would be so unpleasant. Like, I've seen those little cards, the privilege checking cards that says it's not my a job to educate you, and then it like gives you a Google link to something. Like, those people just seem like they would be fucking horrible to have to deal with. Let's see. What will the Southwest American states do when Lake Mead runs dry? I don't know. It's not going to be pleasant. Get really dehydrated? Have all the crops die? Like what? I don't know what answer to give you. I'm sorry. What do you think if a Tumblr social justice warrior gets political power? I'm pretty sure that, God, I probably already answered that. I fucking suck at using Twitter. What is this? I've never seen or heard anyone talk like they do on Tumblr. Is it just an internet thing, or does it not happen to me in real life? Well, shit. What is it? Progressives Today, which I think is like some YouTube channel that uploads crazy social justice warrior shit and politics, I guess, from real life. Did the thing where they went to the white privilege conference in Wisconsin. I mean, that's been going on for 15 years. And I mean, that's the same shit that these Tumblrettes are saying. I mean, these people, like these academic people, get together and talk about white privilege and all the other buzzwords that you hear on Tumblr, and that's a big component of it. Or, you know, you've got all these like PhDs, all these sociologists going there to talk about how terrible white people are, and like playing clips from teaching children in the classroom, this crazy shit. But yeah, that channel uploaded like a whole series of videos about it. But yeah, they're out there, and they talk like it and act like it, especially when they're together in a group and they don't think other people are watching. Can you talk about the not all men Tumblr feminist meme? Meme, whatever, I don't know. Not all men. I'm not even familiar with it. Who was this? Belly button lint. You belly lint. If you can link me to it, or show me what you're talking about, because I guess I'm not familiar with it. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm fucking crawling through the questions. Will you ever do more mockery videos on YouTubers rather than socio-political commentary? That was mostly fuck around stuff, and that was like, it was a long fucking time ago. I mean, it was fun to do it at the time, but like the stuff that interests me now is just the Tumblrism stuff. You know, sticking with that. So no, I don't like the mockery stuff. Probably not. I'm just gonna kind of stick to doing what I'm doing. Have you heard of the trans ethnic community on Tumblr? If so, thoughts? I have a hard time believing that that any community like that exists that's not completely comprised of trolls fucking with other Tumblrettes. Like, I don't even know if they're that dumb to reach the point of doing like trans ethnic shit. That would be stunning if that were the case. That would be absolutely fucking stunning. Jesus Christ. Let's see. Thoughts on homosexual stereotypes being used as antags in media often, like game theory video on being anti-LGBT. Yeah, people linked me to this game theory video, but I didn't watch it. I didn't get a chance to. Like, I didn't sit down to see it. He was his antagonist. Like, I can't. Can you think of an example of that happening though? Like a homosexual antagonist with like all these stereotypical behaviors. I can't think of that in a video game. The only thing that comes to mind is that fucking new Far Cry 4 cover. So is that what they're upset about? Because of that one thing? They think there's like a trend? Are you talking about in media in general? Maybe I'm being retarded. I don't know. Am I excited for Smash Brothers from Dayla Johnston? I mean, it's cool that it's coming out, but I don't own a Wii U. I haven't bought a Wii U, a PS4, or a Xbox One. I'm not putting money down for any of them. So it's not like I'm going to get a chance to play it, I guess. But again, it's cool that it's coming out. I mean, the people that have got a Wii U will be able to play it and like it. What will the next Hugbox Chronicles be about? I have no idea. I had something planned, but it kind of fell through, so I just moved on. I don't know at the time, I guess. I've got a Tumblrisms and then the new video game thing I'm doing. But aside from that, I couldn't tell you. Have you ever been accused of being a rapist by a feminist? No, because I wouldn't date a feminist. That just sounds like a horrible idea. Why would you willingly get into that situation? I'm not saying a feminist can't be a nice person, but it just, I wouldn't want to even put myself in the situation where if we break up and they get upset, they declare that, you know, every sex act was rape after that point, because now they're emotionally upset about it, or maybe I'm just thinking of like the crazy Tumblrette, but I wouldn't get accused of it because I wouldn't date them, is what I'm saying. So no, I've steered clear of that. Holy shit. Do you think all trans people act like the ones featured in your video? No, probably not. No, I wouldn't think that they all do. I would think that the ones I pointed out on Tumblr sure as shit do. That main group that are very vocal, even the social justice warrior, special snowflake kind of personality type, definitely. Let's see. Thoughts on Vito Russo? I have no thoughts. You'd have to link me to what you're referring to. I'm out of the loop, I guess. We do Tumblrisms on furries or anything like a furry. I don't really have plans for that. Like I said, I was going to do the Otherkin thing, but I probably would have touched on furries just to, I guess, make a distinction between the two. But no, I don't have any videos planned for furries. Should everyone be allowed to voice their opinion in reference to social justice warriors, feminist, Tumblrina fucktards? Yeah. Again, I'm completely for free speech. If those people want to say the shit that they say, I'm not going to get in their face about it. But, the reverse of that is I don't like this whole, when they try to say it's hate speech or harassment, or they just don't like it and try to get it taken down. But no, I'm for everyone having the ability to voice their opinion. I think that's fundamentally important. In my country, at least. Also, what do you think about that indie game company thing, only hiring women? I don't even know what indie game company is doing that. Like, the only thing that pops to mind related to that of a company that only hires women is, I think it was some British newspaper did a story about some woman starting up a development company in Hollywood that only hired women, and it ended up going like bankrupt in 3 months, and it was a fucking complete disaster. But I haven't heard of the indie company doing that. What happened to your old YouTube accounts? A handful of them are just gone. Other ones I just used for, I don't know, doing something, and then deleted them because they didn't have a purpose. I mean, YouTube accounts, or old YouTube accounts, were just like old email accounts. Fuck, for a long time you didn't have to jump through this registration hoop to get multiple accounts. Now every fucking site wants, biometric data for you to sign up for some fucking free service. What are your thoughts on people with headmates? I don't think headmates exist. That's a complete Tumblr mindfuck kind of thing. I think they're schizophrenic people. I think they're people with multiple personality disorder. But this fantasy that Tumblr's constructed of having, some kind of a sitcom centered in your fucking head with 92 different voices, and I've got one that's a galaxy, and here's Thor, and there's Jesus, and John Wayne Gacy's in there too. It just seems fucking stupid. It seems like adults that want to have imaginary friends, and have an excuse to do it, or a desperate, cry for attention in the Oppression Olympics. It just seems like utter shit. Let's see, fag balls. What do you got here? Playing with privilege, the invisible benefits of gaming while male. Oh, John McIntosh. That's Anita's boyfriend, isn't it? That's the guy that was in on the scam with her ass. Over the course of the past 2 years, I've had the opportunity to serve as producer on... Yeah, I'm sure this is the guy. I'm fairly certain this is the same fucking guy. God, look at the length of this. Going on and on and on. What website was this for? Wait, does this go talk? No, it's... Oh, Polygon. All right. Let's see. Snazzy Pierre, do I eat poo-poo? Nope. No, I do not eat shit. Contrary to other statements, I do not eat shit. How could you possibly be having a stream when there's racism, sexism, and homophobia in video games? I know, it's terrible. How could I function with all those blights out in society? I'll have to write a Kotaku article detailing all the times I was almost raped and how Animal Crossing triggers me. That's the only way to fight racism, sexism, and homophobia in video games. What do you think of steampunk and people that try to do it in meat space? Who's your favorite thinker or writer? I'm sorry, meat space? It's got to be something I have no idea what that references to. I have no problem with steampunk. I guess it's worked in fictional, like a fictional setting. That's fine by me. Are we talking about people who like dress the part and act like they're in a steampunk world? Or are we talking about like cosplayers that have lost their shit and can't distinguish between reality and imagination? And your favorite thinker or writer? Fuck, I don't. Marcus Aurelius. I like the Meditations. I think it was a honest recollection by somebody about their life and what impacted them. So that's what I'd go with. I got somebody asking a question on Steam. What the fuck was it? Oh, never mind. Just saying that Watch Dogs is the blunder of the century, apparently. It's good to know. FMK, a Tumblr or feminist, a trans but not trans Tumblr user, or a hobo down the street? Fuck, marry, kill? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'd kill myself, then I don't have to fuck or marry either of them. That's my solution to your riddle. I got a summer job at the local tax office, and the upper management is almost entirely a social justice warrior girl club. What do I do? Ugh. Segregate yourself in the basement and just try not to ever interact with them. And hope they don't tell everybody that you raped them, or rape-stared them, or there's some microaggression that you committed because you asked for some cream in your coffee, and obviously that means you hate black people because you're whitening it up, or some crazy shit like that. I would stay in the basement, or in a broom closet, and just fucking pray that they don't bother you. That would be the solution. Oh, another question through Steam here. How do you think the social justice community will end? Do you think it will end? Yep. Obviously, I don't think it can go on. It's fucking crazy. It's a snake that's eating its own tail. Like, these people devour themselves, and that wouldn't be a problem if they only fucked with themselves, but they shit up everything else in the process. But yeah, the group will eventually implode. There's no way it can't implode. They're always attacking each other. It's always who's the most oppressed, who's got it the worst, who can, whine about the most oppression and imagine the most slights that have been taken out against them by society. So they hate each other. Nobody in that group can stand each other. They just kind of stick together because they feed off each other. They're like liches. Yeah, D&D, right? Like a lich. Like they literally eat negative emotions and shit. That's what a social justice warrior is at heart. It's a fucking freak of nature. What do you think about the FCC approving the internet fast and slow lanes? You're talking about the net neutrality thing where they said they could show favoritism to certain companies by making the connection better than with other companies. I think it's a fucking horrible idea. It's obviously going to be used to target things that aren't liked. You're telling me these major corporations that are like gatekeepers to the internet, these ISPs, these companies that decide who can go where or if they can go at all, like you're going to give them control over this company or that company, and they're going to form, back alley relationships with each other, where it's like, hey, shit, any up and coming new company that challenges you, well, we've got a deal. I'm going to give you faster service, and you'll pay me a little more, and I'll knock them off the road. So it's a terrible idea. It's a horrible idea, and you'll see it play out. Yeah, it'll start with just, like they say it's going to be like, oh, we're just gonna, if you pay extra, this will happen. We're not gonna fuck with anything else. But you'll start to see certain sites get slow, and yeah, it's not gonna end well. Let's see what we got here. To what do you accredit your rapid popularity? Not many channels have 25,000 subs with 20-ish videos. I wouldn't say it's popularity. I think what happened is I did the Dina video, and for some reason that got spread a lot, and so people showed up. I mean, before that I had like 1,000 or 2,000 subs that were watching like the Tumblr stuff or the Dina videos or whatever. Or not the Dina videos, but the other stuff, the Anita videos. But once the Dina thing came out and more people showed up, and then I guess they spread it. So I don't know. I wouldn't say it's rapid popularity. I just think people were, linked to the video, they watched it, they thought, oh, okay, maybe it's appealing or whatever, and subscribed, and then probably fucking forgot about it. I think the majority of the 25,000 subs are people that use subscribe like a favoriting system or a bookmark, and then just forgot. And one day, months from now, they'll be like, who the fuck is this, and unsubscribe. So that's what I'd accredit it to. people accidentally clicking a button. Can you talk about the source of all the liberal bullshit? Yeah, I had said, I plan on doing a video on it, but not at the moment. I'm not going to talk about it. I wanted to put it together in something decent. Hopefully I'll have it out by the end of the summer, but it's a lot of work, and I'm just a horribly lazy and unpunctual son of a bitch. Which Tumblrisms, Hugbox, Chronicle, etc. video was the most fun to funny to research? Fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ, I don't know. I mean, the truth is they're all fucking crazy. The cultural appropriation one that I'm doing now has a lot of really angry people that are just upset about really stupid shit. So I'd say that was the most funny, because some of the stuff I've read is just fucking crazy. And you'll see what I'm talking about when the video comes out. Again, it'll be soon. What do you think is at the root of the SJW snowflake bullshit? I know it's not genuine altruism. Nope, it's not altruism. Again, like, I'll do a video on it and talk about it. It's just a theory. I'm probably wrong, but that's what I'm gonna do. Here's an article from someone defending said not all men. All right, let's see. All right, I'm reading through this shit. All right. Well, it just, okay, so I'm reading through this. It seems like just a stupid fucking trend. And this is on Tumblr. This is like some feminist meme or something, or meme, or whatever the fuck you say it is. What site is this? Oh, here we go. Yeah, it just seems like stupid shit, I guess, would be my opinion on that. Did you ever watch True Capitalist Radio when it was a thing on Poll? Not really. Like, somebody asked this during the last live stream, but I didn't make the connection. I've seen videos of True Capitalist Radio, but it wasn't something I was following at the time. Please talk about the value of a degree in modern society. If someone has practical skills but no degree, are they screwed? No, I think it's the opposite. I think the market's flooded with too many people with degrees that don't do them any good. I mean, obviously, getting a higher education to get into certain fields, it's going to give you an advantage, but this idea that people that work with their hands, or, you know, skilled laborers, or somebody with a trade that, you know, was a journeyman and an adept, and, you know, that had a mentor basically taking them through this and going on this journey, like, those skills are useful. You can build shit, you can do stuff. There's always going to be jobs for plumbers and electricians and people in construction. That's always going to be needed. But somebody with, say, a liberal arts degree, or a women's study degree, or some, you know, some 1600s Gaelic language degree, you know, like crazy shit like that, they're fucked. But the guy with a skill who doesn't have a degree, he's going to have a job. So I don't know. I don't know why that came about. I don't know where people got the idea that if you work with your hands, or if you have a trade skill, that you're scum, or that you're not good, or that you need to get a degree to be to somebody. I think it's just they fuck themselves by creating that idea, and now nobody can find a job because they have degrees that don't do anything. Is our generation turning into an oversensitive, wimpy, sissy? Yes. Yeah. I think that Generation Y, the millennials, you kind of see that. I think the generation after them is going to be really fucking wretched. Just really terrible. Imagine Tumblr raised from the cradle up until their teenage years. Imagine how fucking horrible that's going to be. Yeah, I think people are oversensitive nowadays, but like I said, I think it's going to be really bad the next generation, when it really has a chance to kind of fester. Let's see. Take a look at the chat here, see if there are any any questions. Are you even reading the chat here from the troll? Yes, I am. Like I said, I'm working my way back and forth, and I think the chat froze on me too, which probably sucked. Because the last thing I'm saying is, by the way, Anita Sarkeesian has some choice words about Street Racing Syndicate and how it's the Duke Nukem of racing games. Everything about that sounds fucking crazy. Did she write an article about that? Is there a video of her doing that? That can't be. It's like you made up a fucking sentence with random words. Because I can't imagine somebody, I'm trying to picture this. You have to link that. What do I think about Operation American Spring from Aaron Carey in the chat? Was that the one where they said 38 million people were going to show up in Washington and overthrow the government, and like 10 guys showed up, and like a chick with a cooler full of beer and shit? I'm sure I saw a fucking video of some guy going crazy and yelling at the camera, and then some woman talking about FEMA camps. So I think that was the Operation American Spring. And I'm pretty sure I saw in like pull threads too. It was linked to some guy that does a lot of advertising with this shit. That I cannot for the life of me remember off the top of my head. But yeah, I think it was, I don't know, a honeypot or stupid or just a publicity stunt, but they were way short of 30 million fucking people. Way fucking short of it. Let's see some other questions here. Opinion on media response to the National Socialist taxi driver? I vaguely saw this. Was that was he like Filipino or something? It was like some guy. I'm almost certain he wasn't white, but he was like a National Socialist. He had like was it a Nazi armband or something like that? And the media was up his ass, and they were saying like he couldn't collect fares. Is it? If I'm thinking of the right fucking story, this is from Siegfall, but I'm pretty sure that was it. And like I said, I only saw a little bit of it, so I don't know like the whole story around it. I just thought it was funny. And then he had said something in response to like, yeah, I'll have to look it up to see, I guess. What are some good open world games I can get for cheap? Fuck, I don't know. My game recommendations are shit. People have asked me on Ask FM, and every game I recommend is crap. So I'm probably the worst person to ask. Would be my response to that. Let's see here. What do people find wrong about cute, sexy girls kicking ass in a video game? I have no fucking clue. Like, I don't get it. The majority, like especially in fighting games, the casts are usually pretty varied. I mean, you get a good amount of women and men in most fighting games, or at least a decent amount. I don't know. Like I've never thought of it being a problem when I'm playing a fighting game or the character I'm choosing. Like I think they're reading too much into it. But again, this is the same type of person that finds shit wrong with everything, I guess. It's Florida. We aren't allowed to have basements. Well, it's a fun fact to know. It's good to know. If you could kill Mary Had a Little Lamb, would you do it? And would you enjoy it? I don't know. I'd probably not murder Mary Had a Little Lamb. That would be my response. Will GTA 5 ever be released on PC? Of course it will. They always release their GTA games on PC. It's like an 8-month window or something from the console release to PC release. It'll come. There's no way it wouldn't. Have you ever heard any legitimate points from a social justice warrior? Not off the top of my head, no. They're always reciting like broken science or bad shit or really terrible arguments that they've heard regurgitated. So it's always like the same bulletin points. It's always the same talking points. So no, I've yet to encounter good points from a social justice warrior that didn't just seem retarded. Do you think Half-Life 3 will ever happen, and what do you think about Star Wars Episode 7? Half-Life 3 will eventually happen, in another 10, 11, 12 years. It'll get out there. Star Wars Episode 7, I have no idea. It could be a fucking disaster, or it could be okay. With Lucas off it, it might have a chance. What do you think of people who identify as non-binary and MOGII? What the fuck does that mean? Marginalized orientations, gender identity, and intersex. What in the fuck does that even mean, though? Non-binary and MOGIs. Marginalized orientation, gender identity, intersex. Like it just, I don't. Is this like is this a new option on Facebook that you can put with 400 other pronoun choices and other crazy shit? People who identify as that, I have no idea. Non-binary. So are we talking about hermaphrodites? Like they're physically two sexes? Like I don't know. I have no response to that, I guess. Will you ever do a video on the real force behind all the social justice warrior bullshit? Yes, I will. In one of your videos, you mentioned quitting YouTube because of stupid takedowns. What convinced you to make further vids? Oh, what the fuck was his name? I think that's in reference, or what you're talking about is Kanjopi, was it? Was a guy that found a way to work the YouTube system, right? Where he could go in and, God, he wreaked havoc everywhere for quite some time with that shit. He could go in and basically fill out a form really quickly and get it responded to almost immediately. So he was going around taking down everything. I think he went after people like, was it Nintendo Capri Sun and like other LPers that had like 100,000, 200,000 subs. If that's what you're talking about, I don't know if I made a video in relation to it. I remember it happening to a lot of people. Yeah, I remember that going on. That went on for like 6 or 7 months. I don't know what the end result was. He stopped doing it for some reason, but I don't know the end of the story on that. Will the free market fix it? If not, why do you hate Ron Paul and Thomas Sowell? The free market will, of course, fix it, obviously. Why would it not? It fixes everything. You need to have faith. What do you think is the root of this? Yeah, again. Oh, wait, I've already read this one. Shit, I am going backwards. Do I play Dota or Dota 2? No, I don't. I'm terrible at Asphagots. I'm not. It's not a game type you don't want me to play. I'm fucking horrible at it. And not that it's not fun to fuck around in, but I'm god awful at that particular type of game. You never told us what ethnicity you are. Are you Greek master race? No, I'm not. I told you I was part Irish. I had a little bit of Mick in me, but I never answered what the majority was because I don't think anybody guessed it during the live stream. So I'll leave that out as a mystery. I could be a black Jewish Swedish man, and you never know. It could be my horrible secret that you never would have guessed. Thoughts on the latest trend of pedophiles saying that if LGBT plus is natural, then their pedophilia is natural as well. I have not heard that trend yet, or seen a story about that yet. But that would be funny. That would be funny if they did it. Pedophile? Are we talking like groups like NAMBLA are saying this, or I guess I would ask. This is Jay Barber. If you could like expand on that. Give me a little more details, man, as to what we're talking about. I'm gonna go back to the chat room here, see what we got. Will you do a male privilege Tumblrisms video? No, I will not. What do you think of the Ukraine crisis? I already told you, or I mentioned in the last stream. I thought Putin was pretty badass. Not saying more than that, but I don't know. The region has a huge history to it. You've got shit going on both sides. I look at the psychology of a man like Putin, and I think, here's a guy that was, KGB. He grew up, he took out the oligarchs, and positioned himself as this powerful guy. He's got these, ideas about how grand the USSR, the Soviet Union, was. He seems like a guy that would want to push into that region and take it. He seems like a guy that wants Russia to be more than Russia. So, I think the crisis will continue. I just don't know how it'll turn out. It'll be interesting. Ghostbusters 1 or 2? Ghostbusters 1 would be my answer. Why does autism and Sonic always come together? I don't know. That is a fucking academic question. If you could answer that, you would be very rich. That's like some fucking high-level chemistry type shit that you'd have to explore to figure that out. Thoughts on the controversy over Samus's heels in the new Smash Brothers? So were people upset about that because she was wearing heels and that's like some sexual thing, or were they upset about that because this somehow ties into like other M and they didn't like that? What group are we talking about being pissed off? Nazis dress better than social justice warriors, at least. Well, of course they do. They had Hugo Boss design their outfits. Man had a fucking spectacular sense of style. Another question: why are Sonic and My Little Pony so closely tied to autism? I don't know. It's like a Bermuda Triangle of fucking insanity. So I'm not sure on that. Do you like tabletop gaming, card games, RPGs, D&D? I've played them before. I have a group of friends that I know that are like big into like this geeky shit of like miniatures and Warhammer. They like D&D and stuff like that. And so, you know, occasionally, like if they're doing something on a Saturday, I'll pop by and kind of take part in it. But I never got like huge into it. But yeah, my friends are big into that shit. What do you think of the militarization of government departments? And then I'm sure this links to a blog talking about it. I don't know. I think the government's been pretty open about the direction they're going with shit. I think it's been pretty apparent for a while. It's not a good sign. You can't live in a country where you see your rights constantly getting infringed upon and all these crazy laws being passed about how they can surveil you and centralize power and do all these things that the federal government should not be able to do, and develop these new departments for the state and Homeland Defense and different things like that, and then arm them to the teeth, and then take existing agencies and arm them to the teeth. There's a reason to do that, and it's not a positive one, but it's not my problem. That's your problem. I'm going to be in lovely Taiwan with glorious China watching my back, potentially to invade, so I might be fucked in that sense, but at the very least, I won't be here when everything implodes. And you have all those people in Boston clapping as fucking Black Hawk helicopters level half of their downtown during the uprising. Were you planning on doing anything not related to social justice warriors, Tumblr, tards in the future? From Captain Morgan, too. Yes, but it's related to them anyway. It's about video game journalism. I'm actually doing a series about that that'll focus on a different journalist each video. And the first one's going to be Patricia Hernandez. And so it goes over these people and their lack of journalistic integrity. It shows their educational past to show you if they're qualified or not, talks about where they've worked, and then shows you the articles and the quality of comments they make, and then their social media and how it relates to that. But that's kind of the other thing I'm doing. But again, it's related. Again, we're talking Patricia Hernandez, so you can imagine that's pretty closely related to social justice shit. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Is Sonichu my waifu? God, no. Jesus Christ, no. I'm a liberal, support socialist systems like healthcare, but hate social justice warriors and feminism. Thoughts of me based on that? I think you're a liberal that supports social systems like healthcare. That's my thoughts on that after that. I agree with you. I can't stand social justice warriors or feminism. I have no problem with people having different political views, and I think politics and debate and discourse in the country would be better with those, social justice warriors, these extremists, removed from the conversation, regardless of what the topic is. I think that it leads to better conversations. Again, I can disagree with somebody and have a completely different political belief structure than them and have no problem with them. Yeah, so I have no issue with you being a liberal or supporting those systems. I might disagree with you, but it doesn't bother me. And I'm glad you hate those people because they're horrible. Social justice warriors are horrible. Thoughts on the war on drugs? That's a lost war. It's a stupid war. I'm not saying I think you should legalize drugs. I'm just saying that the amount of money being spent on it sure isn't accomplishing much. And with shit like the Fast and Furious, what are we doing? We're arming fucking cartels. It's crazy. It's a waste of money. It's fucking ridiculous. When are you leaving for Taiwan, and will we continue to upload videos? Yes, I will continue to upload videos, and I'm going to be leaving for Taiwan by July of next year. I'll be out of here. What's next for the channel? Again, it's just going to be normal videos. So Tumblrisms, and then the game journalism one's going to be coming up. And then hopefully I'll have the source video done by this July. So that's kind of where I'm planning on going. Let's pop back over to the chat here. Please respond from James Russell. I see you, James Russell. What are we responding to? Oh, do I go fast? Yes, I go fast. Obviously. Obviously. What's your Steam ID? Or do you mind if I add you? Yeah, I don't mind. It's in the About section on my YouTube profile. It's XenoJim. Feel free to send a contact request and play some multiplayer games. Kick my ass. Have I ever seen a 6-foot-tall walking on 2 legs lizard? I might know a gentleman who has. I'll see if I can find him and bring him into this little live stream here in a few minutes. You need to do one on Jim Sterling. Yeah, Jim Sterling. Are you talking about the video game journalist videos? Yeah, Sterling's one of them. Sterling is definitely one of them. Movie Bob is another. Patricia Hernandez. And there are certain people from Polygon. There's a certain individual from Giant Bomb especially. And just, yeah, it's going to be like, I've got 10 people in mind, so at the very least it would be 10 videos. Let's see. Who the hell is that in the picture you always use as your avatar? It's just a very elegant gentleman in a nice white wig. I have no idea who that is. That's exactly who just popped up when I did a search for Aristocrat. That's what I got. And I thought he looked like a winner, so I went with that. Let's see what else we got here. Have I ever been to the Sonic Fanon wiki? Did you misspell fandom, or is there actually like one called Sonic Fanon wiki? No, I've never been there. I wouldn't know what that is. Let's see. Who's your favorite JoJo? Jim is Asian. You might have been asked this already. I'm just going through here. Preferred news sources. Listen, you're going to get fucked on news sources. That's just the reality of it. You're always going to find a bias that's going to lean one way or the other. It's going to be really hard to find anything that's not utter shit. The best thing you can do is try to get multiple sources and then try to find the common facts between them. That's the best you can hope for. You just have to have a really discerning eye regardless of what you read. I feel for you. I mean, again, it's just you've got to do that. You have to go through multiple articles about one issue or one story or topic or whatever, and then find the common threads, because usually that'll be the true parts. What do you think of the gay agenda in comic books? I've seen all these weird, like all this weird shit that's going on in comics right now, where they're either making protagonists gay or LGBT of some variety, or they're swapping races or they're swapping genders. Like, again, I'm not a huge comic guy, so I don't understand this. So maybe somebody who's into comics can explain it, but why is that push going on? Like, it doesn't change the story to me if you switch the sex or the race. Like, what is the point of doing that? It seems to be this, like, big thing that's going on, and I have no idea why the fuck it's happening. Do you smoke? Yes, I smoke. I smoke cigarettes. I'm a horrible person. Let's see. Do you remember the 500 Grillion? Please, Warthog117, you're being a fucking bigot. It was 22,000 quadrillion. Not Grillion. Quadrillion. My God. You fucking Nazis. Always minimizing that number. Oh, that's hate speech, you bigot. Yes, it's just terrible. Opinions on apartheid system. Are you talking about the system that was used in Africa, like apartheid in like South Africa, that kind of stuff? Like, what would my opinion be on that? There's no apartheid anymore. It's gone. Now South Africa is a utopia where everybody lives in peace and there's nothing horrible that happens. Oh, let's see. Liberals should kill themselves. Well, that's a positive message to go on. Rose the Nose 88. Are you a big guy? No. I'm a really typical, normal, everyday, mundane white guy. Nothing is really unique or stands out about me. I'm just one of the space fillers in the background of a crowd scene. Why do you say faggot weirdly? Probably because I'm from Minnesota, and so we're going to say words weird. When I want a soda, I say I want a pop, which people in different calls I've been with find that interesting for some reason. Like nobody else says it. I mean, I know it's Wisconsin, Minnesota, that's about it, but we're weird. I don't know. We talk fucked up. And that's the state. I blame the region. It's not my fault, obviously. What's your opinion on technology and anarcho-primitivism and the Unabomber? I would love to act like I'm smart enough to know what anarcho-primitivism is. I have no fucking clue. It sounds really impressive, but I do not know. As for the Unabomber, man, if you read his manifesto, some of the shit he said is fucking striking, considering the current climate with politics and political correctness and other things. It's some weird shit, man. I've seen some postings from his rambling manifestos, and that was interesting. Why are you going to Taiwan? I'm going to Taiwan to teach, make money. I have a career outside the U.S., but you know, the biggest draw, I guess, is I think that particular region of the world is going to be, you know, an economic powerhouse in the coming couple of decades. So I want to be near that. I think that's a good place to be. You know, you'll be safe in that area. And you've got places like Seoul in South Korea, Tokyo, Hong Kong. You've got all these cities. It's so close. I mean, it's a couple 100 miles trip here, a couple 100 miles there, but Taiwan is kind of located in a region that is, I think, economically looking good in the future. At least that's my hope. Are social justice warriors guilty of the pretender syndrome? Yes and no. I mean, they're people that, again, yeah, I guess they pretend to be into something or give a shit, and then kind of infiltrate a group and spread their own malicious bullshit, I guess. I got a question on Steam too here. Nargog. The fuck was that? Take a look here. What are your thoughts on Dark Souls 2? You know, I went into it not, you know, like, I get it. People were upset about the graphical downgrade. I get that. I was pissed off about it too. And I was hoping the PC version would be different. And it wasn't, really. But regardless of that, I went in wanting to play like a Dark Souls game. I like those kind of games. I like Demon Souls. I like Dark Souls. So I was excited to play it. And it is very similar to Dark Souls 1, but the thing that I don't like, the thing that didn't appeal to me, was how disjointed it felt. Like in Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1, there felt like there was kind of like this cohesion to the world, right? Even in Demon Souls, where you're in this like Nexus hub and you've got these different locations you warp to, and then they're like, you know, contain miniature worlds, but they felt connected while you were in there, you know, moving from one section to the next. But in Dark Souls 2, it feels like everything's fucking broken apart. Like it's really, really weird. You're walking through a cave for 10 feet, and then you're in a, you know, a fucking port to take a ship to a castle, and it's weird. It's like they created play sections, and then they didn't know how to paste them all together in a kind of, you know, flowing way. And so, I don't know, that bothers me. It feels disjointed, and it doesn't feel as deep, I guess. And just a sense of exploration and kind of fucking about. Like, I'm replaying Demon Souls on the PS3, right? I haven't played it in forever. And it fucking bothers me that when I'm playing Demon Souls on my PS3, that it feels darker and there's more atmosphere in that than in Dark Souls 2, where the gimmick was using a fucking torch. And what does a torch do? It doesn't do fucking anything. It's always bright enough to see. Like, you rarely ever need it. And that just, it pisses me off, because it shows how, you know, important that kind of, like, when they're demoing it off and they're showing this brilliant, like, lighting system and the shadows and the darkness and the light and that contrast, it feels like if that had been intact, if it had really been like it was shown initially, the torch would have made sense. It would have been really good. But it just feels stripped out. It feels whitewashed. I don't know. I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm just saying, compared to Demon Souls and compared to Dark Souls 2, I think, is inferior. That's how I feel, I guess. Again, not a bad game, but just not what its predecessors were, I guess. What hair color do you have? I'm blonde. Got blonde hair and blue eyes. Can I make love to your voice? Knock yourself out. I'm sure it sounds like shit. These live streams generally have bad quality. My mic is terrible, and I'm sure I'm sound just ragged today, because I'm like that. Have you ever heard about or played Terraria or Starbound, and what do you think of them if you have played them? Yeah, I dumped a lot of hours in Terraria, and I played a lot of Starbound too. Like there's a certain type of game that appeals to me where I feel like I'm playing it, but I'm not really paying attention to it. And that's not like I'm not shitting on the games and saying they're like shallow or they don't have depth or they're not interesting. I'm just saying it's like almost background noise, but it's an activity. It's like a background activity. So I'll play like Terraria or Starbound or something like even Ace of Spades, and I don't realize, but I'll suddenly be like, oh shit, I played it for 10 hours. So it's like a time dump. So I've got to be really careful with those games because I'll lose half a day if I'm not fucking paying attention. How can I attain heaven? Well, that is a question for the ages. All you got to do is put a fedora on your head and shove a banana up your ass, and you're on your merry fucking way. Can you please stop talking for like 10 seconds while I turn my air conditioning off? Okay. Yes, that's 7 minutes ago, but I'll give you 10 seconds. All right, there were your wonderful, wonderful 10 seconds. Oh, here we go. Anarcho-primitivism is the Unabomber belief that technology is bad and we need to get rid of it. Now, what is your belief? I don't think technology is inherently bad. I don't think any development or technology is bad. I can see why he was scared. I mean, look at the situation we're kind of in. We've got these devices everywhere that can monitor us at all times. And it seems like they want to use it to do that. So it's scary shit. And then you see companies like, what was it, Boston Dynamics that are working on these, mobile drones, these, ground assault force kind of walking chassis of death, get bought by Google, and Google has this relationship with the NSA, and it's like all these technology companies, all these people working on hardware and software and doing all these interesting things have all these kind of back channel relationships with government entities that seem to want to use the technology for a nefarious or non-positive way. So I get it. I can get why you'd get scared of that. And again, he wrote this shit a long time ago. Could you imagine if he had iPads and Twitter when the shit was going on? He'd have lost his fucking mind. But no, I don't think technology is inherently bad. I wouldn't view it as that. All right. Let's see. I feel like I'm rambling. Like I'm rambling a lot. I feel like I'm losing people. So I thought this time I would do things slightly different and just bring in a few other people so I don't ramble about shit. So we can kind of like pick a topic and talk about a topic. It's maybe horrible, may just be a disastrous decision, or maybe great. I don't know. So give me 1 second. I'm going to mute myself. It'll be 1 minute while I set this up. All right, well, that ended disastrously, as I expected. It's fantastic. Well, fuck the interruption. Hopefully they can join the room. See how it goes. This one's Snazzy Pierre 5 minutes ago. Do you have a girlfriend, wife? Does she eat your... Oh, wait. What do we got here?
Someone's joined in.
Oh, look at that. So it actually works.
Yeah, it surprisingly does. Yay,
right.
Google knows who I am now.
Oh, fantastic. Let's see if the other two gentlemen can get in.
Alright, so what do we got here?
I don't know. We're just waiting on 2 people at the moment.
Yeah, well, you're having to set up an entire Google Plus account just to do this.
They tied it into YouTube?
Yeah, they tied Google Plus into YouTube. In order to get into Google Plus now, you actually have to sign up to Google Plus and have everyone join your circles. It's... Oh, okay.
Oh, sounds fascinating. Jesse, is that you? Apparently not.
Apparently his microphone muted, and he does not know it. Have you accepted Shrek as your Lord and Savior?
Obviously. It's
Obviously.
First thing you do after communion. Take them into your heart.
Shrek is Drek.
I'm not... Andrew, you're going to need to fix your mic, because you got nothing coming through.
Anyway, 2 stupid fucking goys. No. Oh, of course, because the V Radio logo is down there. Everyone's like, alright. Awesome.
Let's see what we got here. Thoughts on Gnome Women's Outreach Initiative that is bankrupting Gnome. Yeah, that was great. What did she spend on her outreach? Like 5 times the operating budget of every other department? Like 6 times the amount of money they were making. She wasted enormous amounts of money on that. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking.
Well, what exactly happened there?
Well, she got into a position in the company where she was able to use funds to do different things, and she thought the biggest issue confronting the company itself was that they didn't have enough outreach into the female, programmer community. And so she spent all this money, this ridiculous amount of money, doing these outreach programs to people that weren't interested. She fucking sunk the company.
Seriously? She thought that was an okay thing to do?
I have no idea what her rationale was, but I know she left, and I know that she's working in another company. I don't know exactly what they do, but it's probably going to be horrible once she gets her hands on their wallet.
Alright then, that's... Well, women are like that sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
As bad as that is to say. Well, not really. How Big is Jim's Dick? By Henry Cockblocker.
That's a very apt name.
Right?
Yeah. I'll leave that to your imaginations. When you figure out my ethnicity, because I know you've repeatedly asked on that, you can calculate it based on that.
Okay, I've worked out the autism, so I managed to finally get in.
Oh, did you finally fix your fucking mic?
I did, yeah.
No, that's good. That was good timing. What was your issue?
It kept switching to my other audio driver that I use for other things, my splitter or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah, that wonderful service. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Minimum Wage Meals has joined us. I'll welcome Minimum.
Yeah.
Oh, you finally got your shit working. Oh, that's nice.
Everybody.
I like the picture too. That's from the turkey. That's from the Thanksgiving show, right? Where he throws up 3 pounds of turkey.
just 3 pounds.
God, that was a good show. God.
Delicious too.
Yeah, who doesn't love watching a man puke into a bowl for 20 minutes as he sobs to himself eating turkey?
It's all about the food.
Welcome to Freezer Burns, where you watch a middle-aged man slowly kill himself with cholesterol.
And regret. You can't forget that.
Lots of tears involved. How does it feel having almost 1,000 people listening to your opinions? Where are they seeing a number?
Oh, you just have to refresh, and it'll say like 800. It's right above the thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yes,
you have 829 people right now.
Let me try refreshing. Oh, there is a view count. All right. Yeah, I didn't even see that. I saw the thumbs up, thumbs down. I thought there was 100 people here.
I love how everyone suddenly, as soon as they saw V, they're like, well, fuck. V is okay. on certain days.
I heard it was Tuesdays only.
Are these the guys who you play tabletop games with? Yes, all the time.
Well, Ian Kernoya, yeah, we're the princess of not something. We're princess of autism.
Definitely. All right, so I have a question. Tomodachi Life.
Yeah.
You know all about that shit that went again, right?
So goddamn much.
About what now? Tomodachi Life?
Yeah, Tomodachi Life. How there was the entire shit that was going on with the gay people in games, and they were fucking losing their shit. You know what I'm talking about, right?
If I remember right, somebody linked me to the beginning of that. Some guy had asked, am I thinking the right thing, where some guy had asked them to put in the option to have like gay marriage or something?
Yeah.
Well, the game is out, and they exclude sex relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, everyone's up in arms, and really Nintendo just decided to say, yeah, well, we'll think about it in the future, but probably not, right? And so now everyone are ending up giving or boycotting Nintendo products because that's going to do a whole fucking lot, right?
So they're, but who's boycotting them? It's the same people not buying them, right? I mean, these are just people who want to throw a piss fit and get attention, but
Exactly. It's really fucking retarded, but Nintendo's taking point of it. And, oh god, I think they're doing an E3 thing on it, which is going to be an entirely different ball game all the way.
Round I ask that the Hodgepaka be in Tomodachi Life.
Yeah, like I said, I was familiar with the beginning of it, but not much after that. I wasn't really paying attention to Tomodachi Life.
Yeah, it's like a thing where you can make relationships with our character, or you could, but there's no, and so it's like, well, why isn't this like? How come there's no like? You can't have like gay friends or gay settings, like it's like and the dev said, well, we're not like that we're not up trying to emulate social commentary or anything like that, and people were just pushing, oh, like, well, we're not included in this. It's like, but they didn't really set out to ostracize or alienate gay people. It's just that's not how they developed the game. It's a fucking kids game. What do you expect?
Mm-hmm. And
all Jin expects is just being able to marry little girls.
Oh, nice. That's very nice. That's lovely.
Yeah.
Let's get some chat topics going here. Let me skim through.
All right.
Oh, what do you think of the fat neckbeard known as the Amazing Atheist? I think he's a master of bananas. Because that video is great. They still have that CNN edit that's up on YouTube of him giving the interview where he's shoving. Or no, that's the one where he's burning his testicles with hot wax.
Oh god,
that one's fantastic.
He's got the tiniest dick ever. That's just
Is that what you were focused on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard not to notice. It's this tiny little pimple. I'm like, does he got a pimple on his dick? It's like, oh, that is his dick.
See, now doesn't that contradict itself? You're like, he's got the tiniest dick ever. It's hard not to notice. Well, how are you noticing the tiniest dick ever, Andrew?
He was comparing it to the banana, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he doing a size comparison, quick on the fly one.
Yeah. Well, we all know what he's about.
Opinions on Sweden? Anybody? Anybody got an opinion on Sweden?
Well, besides the fact that they're probably one of the most progressive countries out there, not really.
They got good chocolate, I guess.
Oh, Sweden's pretty cool. They've got a lot of good things going for them, but I think maybe they take it a bit too far with some of the... What were they doing?
Okay, I figured it out finally. Fucking Google Hangouts.
Didn't they end up... what was it? Didn't they end up letting you claim as a transgendered on your fucking... What's the word called? I've completely lost my mind right now.
Good thought. Good statement. Enlightening fucking conversation. Huh.
You can claim transgendered on your legal documents. You can say your own pronouns now. And they teach that in fucking schools right now. They say that you can be transgendered in school and they'll completely support that.
Wait.
Seriously, I read this ages ago, though. I don't know if it's...
Wait, they're teaching that in school? What grade?
I think as long as 3.
Jesus.
Yes, Alec156. Sweden, yes. Obviously the land of milk and honey.
And Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah, Sweden is a glorious country with what? It's got 9 million people and 1.3 of them are immigrants. I'm sure that's going to end smashingly, especially with the majority now coming from Iraq and, was it Nigeria?
Someone actually asked something that I've been wanting to touch on, the Haven incident on 4chan. What do you think of it?
You talking about the mod?
Yeah, the mod.
Yeah, I didn't get Moot's, like his posting on that. He said, oh, the guy was out of here well before the Ouya thing in the EA. He was like on the tail end of that. But then on his application, he listed currently up until like, what was it, December 2013?
Yeah.
That was really weird. Like, why would you say just 2 months? And I don't think it was because that fucking name, what is it, Haven Lukenbill?
Yeah, I mean, do you really think he was the mod that was doing all of that shit?
I don't know. I mean, Moots lied before about certain things, but it was always kind of like a lies of omission. I don't think he'd completely lie about it. I don't know. He wouldn't have a reason to. He could just be upfront. But I don't think it was Haven. No, I think it was somebody else.
Do you think we actually have some sort of SJW infestation, if you will?
There are probably a few mods like that. Yeah. I could think of boards that they'd be modding. That would fit, fucking suit them perfectly. But yeah, there are probably a few in there, and there's probably, cause for concern. But I don't think it was Haven that did it. I think Moot wrote a really weird post, but I don't think it was Haven that did it.
Yeah, I thought so too. When I saw the sticky on V like a week ago, I did notice that it was rather vague for him. He usually is upfront. That's what's made me think about it and wonder if he's covering.
Well, and the thing too is, I mean, remember what happened on Q with A? The Naruto mod, they were sure it was Rape Ape. They doxed him. They got, constantly spread it everywhere. It's Rape Ape. It's him. We know it's him. And then it really turned out to be somebody else.
All right. Well, Frank Drebin wants a recap on exactly what happened on all of the 4chan things.
Yeah, I would like that too, because I have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, basically, it was part of Tomodachi Life, wasn't it?
Yeah, those threads were getting shut down.
Every time someone would post about how there was the entire shit that was going on with Tomodachi Life, someone would delete all the posts, and eventually it ended up people were deleting just random posts in the thread, and it was getting really fucking annoying to the point where people were complaining and flooding the board.
Wait, let me just clarify. Tomodachi Life, that game coming out for the 3DS?
Yeah. And so, well, because there's no gay sex in it, or anything of same-sex anything.
What a strange argument, man. That sounds weird now that you say it like that, but there's no gay sex in this game.
Are they positive about that? Have they seen the fucking trailers for this game?
No gay sex for kids. Not allowed.
We've kind of questioned that.
No hardcore anal for little Timmy. He's out of luck.
Exactly. So because of that, everyone was up in arms about it because they were trying, like I said, to boycott the fucking game, and V was wanting to talk about it, and someone would not let them talk about it. The same shit happened with Animal Crossing, but that's an entirely different beast altogether.
Well, no, I mean, I saw that happening because they went to poll. I mean, people were posting on poll talking about it, saying that there was a V mod on a rampage.
Nintendo created technology for the Wii U controller so you can't draw penises of any kind. Like, it literally can detect the fucking shape or something, so you can't do it, period.
So what happens if you
They're
want to
gonna
just
do
really,
that, then
if you really want to paint bananas? Like, what are you going to do then?
You have to convince it that it's a banana.
So you can never draw a broom, because they'll think you're a black man with a very large erection.
Well, I mean, I don't know about you, but if you go on the Miiverse now, there's lots of dicks everywhere.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
God, could you imagine the parents?
The parents are probably the ones drawing it. Drunk at night playing fucking Mario.
The thing I love about it, though, is like random Miis will show up when you fire up the Wii U, and you'll see that shit sometimes completely at random. They don't have to be your friends. They just show up completely out of nowhere. And you're like, what the fuck? It was like 2 a.m. and I was going to play Mario for like half an hour. And fucking there it was, and I was like, what the hell?
Well, fucking, basically Nintendo, it's all a cultural thing, because here in America, people go up in arms with gay people. They have to be treated special. They can't be treated like the rest of us, because that's all they really fucking want, is to be treated special. They wanted to be treated like regular human beings. Well, they've already fucking got that. It's not like it's as much of a, what's the word I'm looking for? Done again.
Couch?
No, neither of those. It's not
Scuba gear or
Yes, it's not a scuba gear. No, it's not much of a social problem to be gay so much anymore. People will just.
Well,
be
speaking
gay.
of gay, not ordinary in games asks, what are your opinions on Co?
Well, Co. Well, they started My Little Pony, that's for sure.
Now, I know, Marco, I know you're a big fan of Co. What attracts you to the board the most?
Because, you know, I was gay.
You know, just that once.
Speaking of Marcus, apparently a few fans in the chat have said, "Is that Armake?" And yes.
Oh god, I hate that fucking name.
He is formerly Armake. He is
haunted by that shit.
The artist formerly known as Armake.
He uses a little prince symbol as his name. Yeah.
Well,
my favorite thing from the Armake days is the avatar I'm using right now. I forget who drew that, but that never fails to crack me up.
Mr.
So I thought that was a
Figment,
spy. Oh my God.
why is Co so horrible? I would
have no
leave
idea
that,
what Co
I
is.
would leave that to its board culture and modding efforts that have taken place on Co. It's not as bad. Don't get me wrong. It's not as bad as Lit. Nothing will be as bad as Lit.
I have never been to Lit, and I don't think I ever will because of all the elitism
You
there.
should probably go one time, just so you can see what it is, and then leave as fast as you came in.
That's what people said about R9K. I'm never doing that again.
Well, no, I thought
fair
that was
enough.
going to be good when it started up. I was on the board a lot, but man, it went down south real quick.
Wait, R9K?
No, Lit.
Oh. Well, yeah, but you know, the only board I've actually ever seen, and even this by 4chan standards is good, so you have to take this with a grain of salt, but VP is still decent as far as the actual information that go through that shit.
But
See,
alright,
I've never once been on that board. VG.
all right, I'll bite though. What the hell is Co?
Comics and cartoons.
Oh, okay. I could not fucking remember.
I see a lot of people bringing up TG in the chat. I fucking love humanity fuck yeah stories. Like I know that's like TG's thing, or at least that's where I've seen a lot of the stories come from. I fucking love those stories. Those are great.
I don't know, I reference the old threads, like the Mr. Bones Wild Ride one. That shit will forever crack me up.
That was amazing.
That was just beyond awesome.
DFG. I don't think is DFG even a board? What is DFG?
I don't even know. I've never even heard of it.
I stick mainly to the boards I'm on. I don't know if he's fucking with me or if that's actually something.
The hell could DFG be an acronym for?
With all the shit that gets added onto this website on a daily
clearly
basis.
DFG is don't fuck gays.
Is that the new board they threw up? Yeah.
I guess so. Mood's trying to make a really strong point.
Well, like the last new board I was at was Biz, and that was a majority of fucking threads about Bitcoin.
Oh, I thought it was /bit. Oh my god.
No, the whole front page when I was on Biz, it was like Bitcoin after Bitcoin after Bitcoin thread. Either people making fun of Bitcoins, or people defending them, or talking about where the stock was, or what the value was, or if it was a commodity, or like it never stopped. So
Mount Gox was the bankruptcy was a false flag.
Oh Christ.
That's right.
I remember
That
when I
was
read
a false flag. Yeah.
I remember when I finally got off my ass and read about Bitcoins, and I was just sitting there and I was like, what the fuck did I just read?
Did you read was it the Newsweek article that chick wrote about?
Yeah, I was bouncing from article to article, and then I got to that, and I was like, what am I doing? What am I reading about? Why am I doing this?
Sudden moment of clarity.
Exactly. Had an epiphany, and I was like, okay, you know what? Fuck this, I'm going out.
Okay, Jim, someone has been asking this question since you've started the stream. Do you have a girlfriend and wife, and does she eat the poo-poo?
No, she does not. She does not eat the shit. No, I'm not married, and I'm not dating at the moment. And my last girlfriend was not a shit eater. At least as far as I know. We had reasons for breaking up. Dunking her head in the toilet wasn't one of them.
Always confused when you heard lapping sounds, like, I don't have a dog.
That's
I also like to bring up douche coins. Like, well, again, I would never put my money into Bitcoin or any of the other currencies that are out there, Litecoin, any of them. It just doesn't feel secure. I want to be able to either take my money out at a moment's notice and use it to buy something, I don't feel like I can do that with Bitcoins. I get it. People are like, oh, put your money in, it's going to raise up in value, and then you can use it, and more businesses will adopt it. But there's like what? One fucking ATM in Canada and a fucking coffee shop that'll let you use Bitcoin credits. Seriously.
I bet you Jules uses that ATM.
He probably does, but it's that, and there are like a few sites that'll sell high-end cars or properties, but it's so limited. And when you have all this negative press coming out talking about how Mount Gox went under and federal investigations and money laundering and just all this other nefarious shit, like it's just, why would I ever put my money into that? I'm fucking dumb when it comes to stocks and bonds, man. Yeah, that's like Bitcoin's a level above that. I'm not fucking with it.
Yeah.
Good thing I never once put my money into that shit then, because I almost did.
I'm sorry, is this true from John Peterson? Douchecoin has sponsored NASCAR for all you hillbilly that would be fantastic.
Oh, random note here. Did anyone see the live stream snippet of Watch Dogs that just recently got leaked?
Was that the one that's up on Vimeo?
Yeah, it was, but it got taken down.
Yeah, it was like 54 seconds though, but it looked all. It was like a fucking pre-rendered cutscene.
Yeah.
No. There was actually a full-on like hour-half video that was up on fucking Vimeo.
They ganked that fucking video, or they tried to, but it was
all I saw was 60 seconds. It was like a 60-second trailer, but it was up on Vimeo. So I thought that was what everybody was talking about.
That game looks like shit compared to what they originally showed.
Yeah, it's just fucking GTA basically with some hacking.
I would say definitely
I'd have to say
Assassin's
GTA
Creed.
5 looks better than that.
Definite Assassin's Creed.
I just want to know if they still have the HIV scanner in there.
No, that's gone.
No? Oh, well then what's the point?
Really?
All your dreams gone.
It goes right into Shadowhawk after that. Yeah.
So have you guys seen the new clips of the new Wolfenstein game?
Have you seen how the AI is dumber than alien colonial marines?
No, I saw that. There was a WebM.
How is that even fucking possible?
There was a WebM in one of the threads, and it showed he went through a window in like I don't know where it was. It was some office building or like a precinct or something, and then he like used a torch that you're supposed to use to cut through walls to hit the guy in the face, but it didn't kill him. So he just kept torching him in the face, and then when the enemy went to stab him, he stabbed him 3 times, and then torched 2 other guys in the face.
So what is this like that fucking game where I beat the tank to death with like melee combat or some shit? Oh,
yeah, it's gonna bomb.
Worst fucking AI I've seen. It was a toss-up between Aliens, Colonial Marines, Thief, and what's that other fuck? Call of Duty on the Vita. Those are the 3 I've seen that have the absolute worst AI.
The fact that there was a Call of Duty on the Vita is horrible.
Oh, by the way,
Killzone on the Vita has some of the best AI I've ever seen. Is sad too.
Yeah, Snazzy Pierre. I am a horrible Nazi Jew, and that makes me a terrible bigot. Obviously, I want to kill myself.
But are you gonna fuck any chinks when you're over in Thai World?
James Russell demands.
Well, Asian women are the superior choice. Obviously, I'm going to have hot sex with lots of Asian women. That's my game plan.
Well, you got to be careful over there because they're kind of like Native Americans from like hundreds of years ago. Because like
where the fuck do you think I'm moving?
I say it because like people usually didn't live past 30, and so when chicks were 15, they looked like they were, I don't know, like in their 20s, 30s. But you got to watch out because Thailand, you never know.
What was the last game that was?
No, but how does that make them like Native Americans from 200 years ago? What the fuck are you talking about?
They're like coins. You gotta think of them like that.
Well, it's an age thing. You can never really tell, like, what kind of girls are legal and not legal. Because if you're like, what was it, Thailand you're going to? I wouldn't want to wind up in one of those prisons.
You understand those are like?
Sounds like it's an attraction at Disney World or something.
It's like 1,000 miles apart, man. What the
this
fuck?
is a small world here.
It's the same fucking thing.
It's like the United States, Ukraine, same fucking thing. You're looking at use at the beginning.
Alright, I have a serious topic. Just because someone asked me ages ago, someone rather asked the stream ages ago, and I was just trying to figure it out. What do you guys think about them trying to cap e-cigarettes? Making them illegal in buildings and stuff.
They want to make them fucking illegal so they could sell more cigarettes, because if they lose the tax money they make off cigarettes, they're fucked.
Well, and for Marco, it's actually because they explode all the time.
Well, that's just because he has
great
bad luck.
fear for him.
Yeah, I have really bad luck.
No, I think it's stupid. I think e-cigarettes, they don't. There's no what's a health risk. It's a person inhaling nicotine and exhaling.
I actually
vapor.
quit
Vapors are dangerous for people. Okay.
Yeah, but there's no smoke. You're not burning anything that's carcinogenic. It's completely fine.
It's fucking water vapor, and they made up all these bullshit stories about how we don't know what's in the chemicals. You mix it yourself.
Which fit the chemical shit where everyone is talking about antifreeze and shit like that, and it's like, no, it just has components of that. It doesn't mean it's that shit. What are you getting on about? Fuck.
It's like it's like half the crap we eat and drink. If you analyze what's actually in it, I'm pretty sure you'd find the same shit anyway.
No, the only interesting thing I find about e-cigarettes is it's going to move the discussion when you're talking about a commercially available addictive substance. Now you have nicotine, which you can smoke just like a cigarette. There are no bad chemicals in there with it. So is it okay to make it legal even though you know it's completely addictive, but there are no negative health connotations to using it? Yeah. So it's a completely different conversation. I don't think people want to have that. I think that's what the issue is.
You know what was even better than that when I saw it and I couldn't believe it? Fucking powdered alcohol. Just literally add it to food or
just snort it
in a drink.
That was
snort it and get drunk. You could snort it. You literally apparently will get drunk 5 minutes or less after doing so. And they want to make that.
Or you could just vaporize it.
It literally looks like, you know, when people buy like Kool-Aid packs and shit and they just pour it in a drink. It looks just like that. They had to They had to bring it back to the wherever the fuck they're making it because they have to change the packaging because it looks too friendly for kids apparently.
Now, why do people keep asking in the chat stream, what about secondhand smoke? I mean, if you understood how the nicotine's vaporized, like there's no secondhand smoke.
It's not. Yeah, when you use an electronic cigarette, it's literally water vapor. It's if you ever stand out in the rain, it's the same shit basically.
Well, yeah, not even that.
E-cigs don't smell. There's nothing. It's just the person gets their nicotine and nobody else has any effect whatsoever.
That's right, Max Volter. I'm shilling e-cigs.
Well, here's the thing, and this is what blows me away. You know that you can be 10 years old to buy an e-cig.
You know what? You know where the problem with e-cigs came from? The fact that there were so many different flavors, and the politicians jumped on it like, oh, it's flavored. Now 5-year-olds are going to want to smoke this fucking thing. That's bullshit. It was bullshit with cigarettes, flavored cigars, and other things.
Well, that depends. Are there any flavors like Scooby-Doo grape? Flintstones orange?
Well, considering...
No.
Just like fucking vitamins.
Wasn't there, ages ago, weren't there kids who were like ODing on the fucking Flintstones vitamins or some shit?
Oh yeah, if you eat a pill bottle full of fucking vitamins, yeah, you're gonna have a bit of a problem.
That's impossible, Jim. That's no.
It's just
what the fuck, man?
I don't know. I quit.
It's very, very problematic.
Actually,
hey, I just asked this question, but I'll go ahead and ask it again because it's a good topic for discussion. What do you cool guys think about Reddit's Red Pill board and the manosphere in general? Well, Andrew, since you're the head of the manosphere, why don't you answer it?
You know, I think I saw that in Magic the Gathering, but I'm not enough of a fag anymore to really remember. Let me think about it.
I'll say this, I can't even get on Reddit. I tried just to check it out to see how bad it was. That fucking user interface is probably the worst thing I've ever seen.
Well, it's a Dig 2.0. That's all it is.
I myself, I just don't use a site, so I don't know what the Red Pill board is like. From what I heard, isn't it mostly in relation to like dating and shit? It's not the same kind of red pill information that you think you get from like a poll or something.
Well, Jim, come on, you have to consider the blue pill board as well.
And then as for like the manosphere, I'm guessing you're talking about like the MRA blogs and shit like that. Again, that's not it's not something I'm familiar with, so I don't know. That's the honest answer. Good night, Live Rare. Have a good night.
All right, Teal has been asking this like constantly.
Yeah, I just saw it pop up like 3 times.
Oh, Jim, they hate us so much.
Therefore.
The chat is amazing. The amount of like, get these fuckers out of here is mind blowing.
Oh, fantastic! It's good to know that you guys are going over well. All right, are Christian morals for the best moral, or are Christian morals the best morals? Are Christian morals the best morals? Are Christian? Okay, I think I get the fucking question.
I like the one with Marcus's name right in between it, the swastikas.
Yeah, where is that? I just saw it.
I just saw it.
Yeah, Dolan wrote that.
So, answer. What do you guys think? Are Christian morals the best morals to have?
No. Well, clearly, you should be able to sell anyone for animals, pretty much. Your own kids, if you have to.
Christian morals ain't the best.
Yeah. L. Hurley keeps saying "Gone Home, best game ever." I don't. I I hated it for the wrong reasons. I thought there was going to be a Shyamalan twist where you were dead the whole time and you were a ghost. I was fascinated. There's a conspiracy book flying around the fucking house about JFK, and I'm a big conspiracy nut. And it turns out, oh, your sister's gay and ran off because your parents are fucking cunts and they don't agree with gay life. And I'm like, oh, okay, whatever.
Hey, do you want to spoiler that? Okay, maybe there's some people out there that want to
ruin it all.
You ruined it.
You're gonna also say that
Thanks,
Cortana
Black
dies.
Derby.
Way to go there.
There, I saved you $20 or $11, depending on.
If you bought it on sale or not.
God, you're yawning even giving us the summary of the fucking story.
That's how boring it is.
I don't like how they advertised it because they made it seem like it was going to be before all the press came
Like
out about it.
something like horror themed or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, they kept
No.
trying that too. Because I played it because I thought it was a horror game, and I got all the way through it, and I was like having fun piecing together the fucking story. And I got into the basement, and I took the cross off the wall, and all the fucking lights went off, and it was all spook and shit. And then all of a sudden, it's just like, oh, hey, by the way, your sister's gay and immature, and
Wait,
also a bitch, which
You take
no
the
one
cross
seemed
off
to
the wall?
notice. Yeah, if you take
I
the
don't
cross off
fucking
the
remember anymore.
yeah, you fucking.
Let's see. I'm sorry. We got all these fucking questions running through. Rose the Nose. Are you no guns? No, actually, I was at the range today taking taking pistol lessons to become a better shooter. So I'm not no guns. Andrew, on the other hand, is a filthy fucking New York liberal. So he probably mere mention of the word guns probably makes him fucking piss himself.
I don't know. Keep your guns out of public. The only
And
cops
just-
should have guns.
Just so the chat knows, his full name is Andrew Sheckelstein. So take it with a grain of salt when he talks politics with you.
Oh God. Oh yeah. Someone keeps asking, and we keep ignoring it. Are you ever going to continue the Insanity series on YouTube?
Yeah, I wanted to do other videos like that, but I'm so far behind on everything. It'll just piss people off if I say I'm working on it and then I don't get it out in like a week. But
Well,
yeah,
remember-
I want to do more.
I remember you expressed interest on like Game Dude's recent psychotic break.
Well, yeah, because the guy takes 2 hours to play with fucking dinosaurs in a park in Canada because his girlfriend dumped him, and like he's putting up suicide notes and shit. Like I'm convinced that he has killed people at this point, and that he's on the run.
To be honest, that was a great fucking 2-hour video, because I remember I came home from The Amazing Spider-Man 2. That movie fucking sucked, and then I see this video, and I'm like, oh, this was way... And I'm like, holy shit, this dinosaur video actually made up for, like, you know, the 2 hours I wasted in the theater.
It's like a Christmas present, pretty much.
Where do I get a
mean?
link to this video so I can watch this epic?
Andrew, do you have a link to it in case people in the chat want to see it? Do you want to post it in the chat?
Oh, yeah, I put it on my channel. I called it The Land Before Time Part 17.
Hold the fuck on. Someone said Spider-Man 2 sucked.
Yeah, that would be Sheckelstein over here.
Whoa, before we ruin it for everybody, let's just move on.
We're gonna have to discuss that later.
Spoiler,
Spider-Man dies.
Gwen Stacy, she's a lesbian and runs off with Mary Jane at the end.
And she dies, I heard, but that's
No,
totally
no. Does Gwen's sister find a diary of her sister? Gwen's talking about at the end of a 2-hour fucking journey.
I have to listen to shitty ass improv music.
Oh god, there's a fucking code in that game where it replaces all the dialogue in the level with a cat's meow. It's honestly a fucking improvement.
You know what?
But
I
then
will
you think
replay
about
it. I will replay it just for that.
Yeah, but if you think about it, you're just replacing the entire game with pussy.
Oh, that's great.
fine.
I can't put the
I
link
can
to
live with
the Dino movie. That's
No. Just link it in the comment section. It should let you do that on the actual video that's live streaming right now.
Yeah.
okay. There we go.
Why is everyone saying Jello versus pudding? Obviously, pudding is the best.
See, that's what I'd expect a communist to say. Clearly, fucking Jello.
Yeah, I don't think you mix, alcohol with pudding too well. It'd probably be weird.
It would be.
Okay.
It would be a bad
You know
decision.
what? I'm gonna take the high road here. I'm gonna say Nutella. Fuck both of them.
Wow, you eat that shit? That's like spackle for poor people's
No, I
houses.
don't eat that shit. No, I don't eat that shit. Oh my god.
It's just all over the fucking walls.
That's how they glue together mud huts in Africa. What the fuck are you doing?
Just Nutella.
I couldn't think of anything else. I was trying to think, what the fuck else could he throw out?
Fucking Nutella, really?
That was the first
Isn't
thing
that what that? What was that guy with the glasses guy who ate like 2 buckets of that shit a day?
Oh,
Sean
that's
Somebody ate 2 buckets of that a day?
He ate like 2 buckets of fucking Nutella.
How
Yeah,
is
Sean Faust.
How is that even possible?
Have you seen how big he is?
No. No, I have
Wait,
not.
wait, wait.
I don't want to. That's horrible. I was kidding
You're
around.
talking about how people can eat shit. I'm fucking minimum wage meals, dude.
That's right.
Not
Yeah,
a
but
fucking
you eat
barrel of Nutella.
right. You eat normal human food, not fucking construction spackle.
I guess that's my next video then.
Good God, man. But yeah, Sean Foss, is he dead now, or is he still alive?
He's still alive. He's, I think he's 23 or 24.
No, I need him in metric tons, not age.
How many heart attacks has he had at this point in time?
I don't know. I still like me and some buds. We have a bet going. He'll be dead by 30. I mean, like he bought like a week's worth of KFC food one night. He's like, I'm gonna consume this all. No regrets.
I seriously thought you were kidding around about the Game Dude video, but oh my god.
No, it's true. He put up a shit ton of. He put up like a vid where Alana was being she was having a police interview done, and yeah, and he's posted stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, like where he's on the beach with he was on the beach with a Mai Tai and a Playboy energy drink, and he was,
fuck.
See,
He
why
was
would
watching
you focus?
surveillance videos.
Right. Why would you focus on those videos? He's got videos of him chasing around wildlife.
yeah, like
I haven't seen anything from
raccoons
this
and
dude forever, so it's like.
he's talking about how sexy the geese were. He goes, sexy, sexy goose. And
Well, we know how
He's
it is
going
with
to
sheep.
kill somebody. I mean, he's going to be a spree killer. You know that's going to fucking happen.
absolutely.
Halfway there.
I even asked him straight up, "You're not gonna kill her, are you?" And he's like, "Lol, no."
It all starts with sheep, Andrew.
That's it.
I don't know what happened to the guy. How you go from being dumped to stalking a woman halfway across the country and planning her murder.
Oh, that's
He's
easy.
gone
You lose your-
crazy.
Yeah, you lose your fucking mind.
Yeah, he said he went to Vegas, he went to California. He said he's going to Mexico next, which I wouldn't advise, but hell, he'd go out with a bang.
Well, he probably already did. He's probably burying the body there. That's why he's going to fucking Mexico.
Why would you bury the body? Just throw it in the ocean.
I don't know. Her breast implants would make her float or something.
Does silicone even float?
I don't know. That's a question for a scientist. Marco?
I have no idea. I was just reading a comment. I was thinking me and Andrew should swap avatars, and then I could just give the illusion that you could pretend it's Ray Romano and Kermit the Frog, and one is strangling the other one to death.
God damn it.
Hey!
All right. Well, back to the questions. Admiral Nova
You
asked,
lost me entirely.
what are your thoughts on the rise of Islam and Sharia law in Europe?
The praise Allah, I think, is
the correct terminology there. Just
No, won't you get court-martialed for saying that? Isn't that like a capital punishment?
No, Obama doesn't know yet.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I forgot.
You gotta give him a week or two.
Say hi to the NSA agents for me.
I will. They said you need to cut down about your little child porn ring.
Oh, is that right? Yeah. What
Yeah.
about the drug smuggling and human slave trafficking? Is that okay?
Actually, apparently, in comparison, that's a lot better than, fucking little kids, I guess.
Yeah. Weird priorities. What are you going to do?
It's what the U.S. does.
So, any thoughts on Sharia law in Europe there, gentlemen?
No.
not really, not particularly. If I'm to be completely
I don't
honest.
give a fuck. It's faggot shit.
God, you are all so boring and liberal. Sharia law in Europe. You've got all this mass, migration of people from North Africa and the Middle East coming into European countries. I mean, look at France with Generation Identité or whatever the hell it is.
Are the Moors invading Sicily again?
Oh, I wasn't sure what you were talking about. Oh, okay.
And then you've got stuff like you've just got parties all over Europe that are responding to this, mass immigration and not liking it. You had the Labour Party lie to Britain and basically say, well, they're not coming to take your jobs, but let's import 4 million people and hopefully that'll fix the job market. You got Sweden with 1.3 million out of 9 million, which is like the percentage is just getting huge. It's fucking crazy, and they're all coming from the same region. So if these countries think that having an open door immigration policy is going to have a positive result in the end, not at all. They're gonna make the fucking Sweden caliphate. You know what I mean? They're, like the king of Islam is gonna be fucking dancing around there. Look what happened to the king of Sweden. They had an immigrant living with them, and the fucking guy is like 19, and they put him up. He steals the crown jewels, hucks a couple off the bridge, sells the rest for drugs.
I think I saw that. I think I fucking that was a show. I saw that show.
Yeah, that was Sesame Street. That was episode from 1982. Big Bird was running around with a sword, a curved one, screaming Allah Akbar. The Snuffleupagus shit
I'm pretty
himself
sure you
in
mean
fear.
scimitar.
Oh my god.
I don't use those cultural Marxist words like scimitar, alright? It's a
I'm
curved
sorry.
sword.
I'm sorry. Obama taught me well.
You'll say Snuffleupagus, but you won't say scimitar.
Couple.
That's his name. Yeah.
Snuffleupagus is.
I haven't heard that name in like, Jesus Christ, what, 20 years?
Till keeps going on about the Patriot Act. What
There's
about
a couple
the
people
Patriot
that
Act?
keep posting the same shit over and over again.
Well, I find it funny. What was it? Operation American Spring, right? Where they had like 2 people show up.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they're all angry about all the shit going on, but they couldn't really cohesively voice that before they sent out the party invites on Twitter. But like the Patriot Act should be making people angry. All these different acts that are going through
Yeah, no, definitely.
are ridiculous abuses of power. The fact that people aren't angry about it is stunning. It reminds me of class. Like I remember being a kid, and they'd always ask you this question back. You know, when you're little and you're learning about World War II, and they tell you how terrible the Holocaust was, and how could German citizens let things like that happen if they knew about it? Well, I mean, look at look at a real situation. We've got all these people in America. All these acts are getting passed. All these laws are getting passed.
Nobody gets.
And they're not doing anything. They're apathetic to it. It's gradual. It's slow. That's the trick. You fuck people slowly, and they don't feel the pressure.
Rick Shurkrick asks, "Hey Jim, why are you always offline on Steam? I can't invite you to play video games like that."
I should be online right now, aren't I?
Yeah, you are.
Yep.
Oh, oh shit! I should probably answer these. I didn't even notice I had friend requests come in.
So, what do you think, Jim? Is Adolf Hitler an overrated villain?
Yes, I think
yeah, he is.
He kind of is. I mean, Stalin and Mao. I mean, they should be front and center, but they're always living Hitler's shadow. It's not fair.
Well, I mean, the reported number on the Holocaust that you keep being told is 6 million, right? And they attribute that to Hitler.
Yeah.
But didn't 7.3 million starve to death in Ukraine during World War II?
That is true.
And that was like in a period of a year and a half.
I don't know if it's that exact number, but yeah, pretty much.
It was
They didn't have any Jews to eat. I mean, what else do you think they were going to eat?
No, but seriously, Stalin killed his own people.
Yeah.
He fucking, for no reason, for simply sneezing, he killed like 8 people.
Well, he shot him in the head like point blank. Many of them just fucking the hell of it.
And he had a lot of people photoshopped out of pictures in history books.
Yep.
I don't understand why Stalin was okay, but Hitler is the downfall.
Hitler was Mussolini's another piece of shit. Fucking.
It's just
They all get ignored. Hitler gets front page because it was the most what's the word I'm looking for?
We were
prominent.
He was trendy.
Not prominent.
He looked sharp in that Hugo Boss outfit.
But yeah, a lot of the other facts and information is just almost ignored at points.
Well, that's what bothers me, because he did have more of a rap. Stalin had more of a rap than what was Hitler. But we never went to war with Stalin. We had a Cold War for sure, but we never really had a huge war with him. So I'm always thinking, like, why did that happen? You know what I mean?
Well, the truth is, our the administration in Washington and the Kremlin, again, there were parts in history that aren't really talked about. I mean, they talk about the Cold War and how we're at each other's throats, but the fucking Russian premier contacted Nixon when he was in the White House. I mean, there's a Chinese officer came forward with this story. It was reported, like, I think 3 years ago, talking about how essentially the Kremlin had contacted Washington and said to Nixon, the Chinese have nuclear weapons, this is too dangerous, let's go in together on a preemptive strike against them, right? Because Russia and China weren't on good footing. But like this idea, like the Cold War and all of this shit, it wasn't that cold. And you're right, Stalin killed more people. More people died in other situations. Again, like the Ukraine starvings died in such a short period of time. I got to look this up because I know it was a fucking enormous number.
Yeah, no, it was a massive number. But they don't teach you this in school when they teach you this. Like when they taught me, World War II, Hitler, that's all they ever cover is Hitler. They ignore everything else pretty much.
Yeah, like fucking over in Japan, like Unit 731, arguably they did shit worse than fucking Mengele was doing.
Oh yeah, here we go. Holodomor. I pronounced that wrong, but it says derived from killing by starvation was a man-made famine in the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic in 1932 to 33 that killed 7.5 million Ukrainians. So in 1 year they wiped out 7.5 million through starvation.
It's fucking horrible.
And then, of course, we completely ignore what America did, because America. Trail of Tears.
Fuck yeah.
We were all in the right.
Always, definitely.
America had we had our own fucking concentration camps at points too, and it's
Marco, we call them friendly camps. We're just friendly to Japan.
What does just drive that tank over the issue?
I know, fucking Sulu as a child, he was in one of the camps as a kid. The guy who played Sulu on what's his Star Wars?
He actually went to an acting camp that time. Yeah, like I said, America, we're doing the best for the people.
What were those? I mean, I don't really remember too much. Were they basically concentration camps?
They were internment camps. They they were just places where you have to live here because the Japs bombed us, so we just to be on the safe side. I don't think they killed anyone in the internment camps.
I would hope not. Well,
I'm just watching the chat scream at each other.
I know.
I keep seeing these propaganda bullshit messages.
Wilkins coffee tastes like 3-day-old moldy diarrhea, and that's cafe. Now shut the fuck up.
I love how random this fucking chat is.
Well, it always is. It's
Welcome
fucking
to the internet,
4chan.
Marco.
It's amazing.
Really?
It's 4chan in real time.
All right, now something that was been asked a bunch of times. Now I'm trying to find it again. It was from a guy named Matthew. What's your take on the feminist notion of rape culture? Is it legitimate, or is it just a means to whip up hysteria on Tumblr?
There's no rape culture. I mean, show me anywhere in the American, like in our culture, show me anywhere where rape is portrayed as a positive thing. Nobody is taught that it's good or that it's positive or that it's loving. Everybody's told how horrible it is from the youngest age they are upwards. There's no aspect of society that applauds or awards rapists for raping people. So to say that there's this permissive, all-encompassing rape culture is just fucking ridiculous.
They show that movie Irreversible now in certain classes, both in high school and college. I heard because the rape scene in that seems so real. They want people to understand the horror behind it.
I know. I almost broke my hand watching it.
Hey now.
Oh, for
fuck's sake.
Also, Andrew, they didn't get your Star Wars joke.
But seriously, rape culture is probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard of.
In North America, no, not really. In places like Africa or just under impoverished countries, definitely, yeah. There's fucking rape all over the fucking place.
Remember the 9 trillion. I'll make sure to remember that every day. The 48 quadrillion.
Feminism killed the Greeks and the Romans. Okay.
No, actually, there's actually a legitimate point in the fact that societies that become more liberal are usually in their twilight years. Yeah.
That is true. Yeah.
That's actually very true. Now, I remember telling you about this ages ago, Jim. None of you guys know about it. So you know how there's all this gay rights shit and fucking equal treatment of everyone like that and all that bullshit that's going on. God. Guess who else is hopping on this train?
Who?
NAMBLA and what is it? NAMBLA and the North American
Man Boy Love Association. Yeah.
North American Man Boy Association and the North American Deceased Lovers Association.
We deserve equal rights.
That's right, Chip. You just want to be friendly with those kids, don't you?
Sure.
But I mean, it's not even necrophiliacs and pedophiles are jumping on this train, and people are paying attention to them. That's where this is going to go.
I just don't want to be an American.
How dare you regulate love, bigot? Stop being a gatekeeper. This toddler and I were meant to be together, obviously. As well as this dead woman and that horse. We're all meant to be together forever.
It doesn't... Fuck. What's next? I mean, seriously, once we allow necrophiliacs and pedophiles, what's next?
A furry president.
Oh, let's be honest here. I mean, furries, I don't mind kicking the shit out of furries, but fucking dead people and children probably is worse than being furry.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that.
The first dead president would be a really weird decision on their part.
What did they have a dead president society?
Oh, there we go, Uncle Paul. God damn it, I called you Chip, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
I'm sorry, Uncle Paul. That was terrible.
It's okay.
What was that movie that you had? Andrew found this link to this movie about that pedophile that went around talking to boys at gas stations. And
yeah, the NAMBLA one. He's like, and I felt there was he sounded like Paul Lynde, the creepy old fuck.
There's there was a connection, and it's
and
just...
he's licking his lips the whole time. It's just creepy as fuck.
What the fuck?
I invited a boy on a camping trip, and...
and he made the first move. Isn't that what he said? He was giving me signals?
Yeah, he did.
That fucking voice.
The kid was asking for it, clearly.
And there's And there was one guy who lived in an apartment in New York, and there were like dads hanging outside his place, and it's like like a like kid toucher, fuck you, and he's like, if there's not, he gets messages, he's like, you kid fucker, we're gonna kill you, motherfucker, and he's like, it is not wrong to love boys. I would never harm a child.
What was the name of the video? Do you remember?
Give me a moment. It was on YouTube, but I think some white knights had to fucking yank it down for.
That was one of the best. I swear to God, it was one of the creepiest videos. Like, this guy wanted to fuck those kids so bad. He couldn't stop like rocking back and forth and licking his lips every time he talked to children. And you could tell if you left him alone with him, he would be fucking ramming them in the ass at the slightest drop of a hat.
Yeah, that sounds disturbing as all fuck.
It was I think it was called Chicken Hawk, the Men Who Love Boys.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think, or something like that.
I don't know if I want to Google that, Andrew.
Yeah, that's a bit much for me.
That's asking for trouble. Yeah, I don't know if that's what I want to add in with gun practice and directions to Washington. It's probably trifecta that would be not a good idea.
Well, that and, child porn, of course. NSA is already halfway to our doors.
Actually, who would actually search that? Who would look up child porn while they're looking for child porn?
I put in Chicken Hawk in Google, and I shit you not, one of the first related links that came up was Jesse Ventura on Dick Cheney.
What?
That's right. Put it in Google. Just put Chicken Hawk in Google.
Yeah, Jesse, can you expand on that? What happened with Dick Cheney?
Oh, well, Dick Cheney, he had a lot of corporate parties working for Halliburton, and there was a bunch, they would have lots of kids in there, ass to ass. That whole thing.
Is that how that worked, Jesse?
Oh, absolutely. They would lube up with oil and just fuck them. Fuck little Arab boys in the ass with oil.
Were there any reptilians involved?
I don't know. It's hard to tell who's reptilian and who's not. You got the reptilians, and you got the time travelers from 1972 who saw the Trade Center come down in photos from that time.
Oh, is that right?
That might be it right there.
Do you think they burned any of the evidence with thermite that they had left over from 9/11?
Absolutely. It was a controlled demolition, James. I would know that better than anyone. I was a frogman back in my Navy SEAL days.
Were you now? I also heard you were a governor. Were you a governor?
I was governor of your very state, Minnesota, but I live in Mexico now because I'm off the grid.
I was a gay frog once.
Is that right? Yeah.
That's right, Marcus. You love to play leapfrog.
Holy shit! Oh,
it was good, Jesse. Thank you for explaining.
Oh, thank you for your service, Jim.
Now, is Alex Jones here by any chance?
Hold on, let me get him. Hello?
Oh, hey, Alex. How are you doing?
Good. Very good, Jim. How are you doing tonight?
We're talking about the Illuminati. I heard you had more information about fluoridation of water to control our brains.
Oh, absolutely. One of the things that people call me out on, saying that juice boxes turn kids gay. That is not true. What I was saying is that inside the plastic, in some of the cases that hold juice boxes, there's a chemical which can turn fish. It was actually fish gay. It fucks with their pheromones and their organs, and it turns them from heterosexual fish into asexual fish.
So it makes them gay fish, like Kanye West.
Just like Kanye West. Although he's married to that Armenian bitch whose ancestors exterminated a bunch of their own people.
Is that her history? Speaking of wives, Jesse, I hear you're married to a Jewish woman. Is that? Or I'm sorry, Alex.
Same
is that
person.
true? Yeah, same person. Is that true?
Same shit.
Well, I've been married to my wife a long time, and we are practicing devout Christians. That's just nonsense. People just say that.
Well, Alex, but there are pictures of you at the synagogue donating shekels. How do you?
That is all photoshopped by these little fucks on the anonymous who on the 5chans, the 9chans, whatever the
8chans.
The 8chans. Yeah, that's right. I've been banned from 4chan many times. I don't need to be there. I've got my own network, Infowars.com, PrisonPlanet.net. Visit there where you can go see films like the Obama Deception.
Oh, that's an interesting film.
It is. Obama was trained from birth. Well, to be trained from all these people, the last several presidents. It's on Jesse's show. They showed one guy said he was teleported back to 1972 and saw that George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, and Obama, they were tailored. And they were trained so that to be
tailored, like a suit. They were woven together. Was that by the Bohemian Grove?
I believe so, but it wasn't called that back then. You see, there's been several Illuminatis. Different ones fall, and different groups are accumulated, and others they've had wars with each other. There's not just one. Right now, the one seems secure. They seem to got the formula down, and the global mega banks, and all that. They seem to have it all together.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Exactly. And if you want, if you don't want to drink fluoridated water, I have a company.
Even your impersonation is making my mind go blank. Like, listen to that for like 5 minutes. I'm starting to stare off into space.
Yeah, no. Surprisingly, my voice hasn't really chafed yet, but
it sounds like you're swallowing gravel and trying to speak at the same time.
Well, I am a lifelong smoker. I've smoked a lot for my life. I've inhaled a lot.
Yeah, but most people smoke a cigarette at a time, not a fucking carton at a time.
Well, I don't know. I smoked over 9/11. It was a big thing.
You lit one for each tower? Is that how that happened?
Exactly. Yeah. I smoked 2 at a time every year on 9/11.
So, Alex, you want to hand the mic back over to Jesse? Just had a question for him.
Sure. Thanks, guys. Thank you for having me. Don't forget, go to Infowars.com, PrisonPlanet.net, Alex Jones Podcast. We have 1,000 of your. Give me that, mother. I'm sorry, Alex can be a bit of a handful. I mean, yesterday, me and my metrosexual host on my show Off the Grid, we went out and we got high on peyote, and Alex imbibed a little bit. He had a little bit. He actually swallowed the worm inside the Tequila bottle, and
the Tequila bottle. Okay, good.
He went on a spirit quest, and he's been detoxing in my steam room right now, my spa.
Oh, is that right? Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I have a spa down here in my shack, in my off-the-grid Mexico shack.
Now, Jesse, the chat was curious. Have you ever watched the show Ancient Aliens, and how factual do you believe that is?
Oh, I don't. I'm not interested. I've never really entertained the fact of the Roswell or the UFO conspiracy. I personally have never seen no 6 foot tall walking on 2 legs lizard.
Is that right?
No, it's.
The chat has another question, Jesse. What do you think of Skyrim?
Skyrim. Yeah, I don't. I love that. I like James Bond. I'm a huge fan of those movies. I think Daniel Craig is a fantastic James Bond.
Is he now? You big fan of him?
I am. I'm a fan of the old school spy thrillers, secret agent stuff. I was never a secret agent, mainly a military man, but I'm proud of my service, and I know that the spies in this world today they do good work in keeping the real stuff doesn't get published. Otherwise, people will be in a panic knowing that all this big stuff that a nuke comes close to going off, but at the last minute it's averted.
Jesse.
We got a question here in the chat. How long is this going to go on? They're talking about the stream. Probably another. How long have we been going on right now?
It's gotta be at least 2 hours.
2 hours. Yeah, we'll go for another 10 minutes, and we're gonna close it out. I think.
Jesse, a lot of people are asking, should private citizens own nuclear bombs? What are your thoughts?
I don't think anyone should own nuclear material of that much. I mean, back in the 50s, you were able to buy an Element Science set that had some sort of, I don't know, uranium or ultimadium or some sort of element.
Yeah, ultimadium. Yeah, that was it. That was good.
Ultimadium and polonium and all that. But no, I think it's very good. If you don't know how to contain it right, you could wind up, blowing up your house or something, or your cat will melt, or your child's will get a brain damage.
Oh, Jim, speaking of Cortana dying, look who just came on.
Oh well, hey, yeah, I love having my game spoiled. Maybe he can fucking ruin some more for me. I haven't played the Last of Us, so hopefully he'll pop on and tell me everything that happens in that.
I can't even find that. I have it and I can't find the damn game.
Of course, you sold it. You traded it in to get another copy of Gone Home, obviously.
Yes, clearly.
All right,
just disappointing you didn't send me the free copy, Marco. Just
See, we keep getting these two questions. What's the best programming language, and was Rudolf Hess murdered? Which are two completely related questions.
Rudolph was a reindeer. He wasn't real.
That's right. Santa had enough of Nazi shit and shot him in the head. There you go.
Oh my god.
It was a hell of a Christmas.
Best programming language I'd say is C++ or Python. Probably Python.
Oh, there you go. Python and C++.
Thoughts on Trap, Jim?
I don't know, maybe Java.
I'm sorry, thoughts on what?
Traps.
Don't have thoughts on traps. I'm
The
sticking
bear
to
traps are pretty effective.
Yeah, I think they really grasp your leg pretty hard.
Well, no, here you got, very funny. Are traps gay? Is Futa gay?
Wait, traps or trapped?
Trapped is a game.
See, now Marco's avoiding this because he's a frequent browser. He's a deviant. He's a frequent browser of D. He just doesn't want to admit it. It's okay. Everybody knows, Armic21 loves dick girls. Don't be embarrassed.
Which is weird because I remember him going on a whole 2-hour tangent about it while we were trying to play video games. He just overrode all of us.
Dude, that guy in Ace of Spades was pissing me off so much. I just wanted to fucking strangle him to death. So at that point, I would have said anything.
Now, was that when you were digging yourself a hole in the ground or throwing grenades up in the air and catching them with your face?
It was probably around one of those times, yeah.
Yeah, he was really pissing me off.
Here's my thing. Okay, this is the thing that I've had arguments with my friends a couple of times. Is traps gay? Because if you watch porn, you've got the guy there, right? But Fuda takes out the entire male aspect except for the dick.
See, this is just like furries, right? Furries have this idea. They get turned They get turned on by the idea, right, of like this anthropomorphic creature they can fuck. But if you saw a real like furry creature in real life, if like something like that was walking around in flesh and fur, you would be screaming your fucking head off in fear.
That's a good point.
Now, like when you're talking about like Fudas, are you kidding me? If you've seen a real life hermaphrodite, like, could you imagine being mounted by that and ridden as it's dressed like a fucking kawaii Japanese or Chinese schoolgirl? There you go.
What's that fucking movie where the woman turns out to be a guy in the end?
Oh, there's way too fucking many movies like
no,
that.
it's famous.
Sleepaway Camp?
No, not Sleepaway Camp, you asshole.
No, that's true though. At the ending scene, it was like a naked boy.
Was
it the Crying Game?
Crying Game. Crying Game.
Yeah.
No, it's the Crying Game. You're right.
Jesus Christ. Just think about it. If you've seen the movie, think about that scene, and then
Yeah. Oh, and
the point.
The chick with the dick in the Crying Game was also the the alien overlord in Stargate.
Get the fuck out of here.
I kid you not. That's like those are the only two roles he did.
Oh man.
And then he quit the business.
Deviants are the best. Hey Marco, you got fans in here. They're telling you not to be a deviant.
Being a what?
A deviant. You're a deviant. It's cool.
Of course, we're part of the PC master race.
I know, right?
Listen to these console fakes lie their ass off. None of these people own computers. They're all straight off of their Xbox Ones. Don't fucking believe anything they say.
The Xbox off?
Fuck, that was hilarious. Have you seen those videos?
Yes.
Oh, that was fucking great.
So great.
See, I don't watch YouTube videos that are recorded in 240p, which is like the Xbox One's native resolution.
Oh god,
I can't even figure out why anyone would want to play a game that resolution.
Oh, because, it's Titanfall or something, and everybody's hyped about it.
Tit Anvil?
Oh,
I
you
will
Battlefield
say-
2142?
What the fuck is that?
Is somebody getting fucking arrested?
I guess.
Mark is going to jail.
That's a fire engine, you idiot.
You'll never get me, Slackjawed maggots.
I don't know what the fuck happened.
NSA is coming for you, Marco. You gotta run.
By the way, Andrew, somebody was asking on Twitter, Sidaut Gamer, or S-I-D-A-U-T, I'm pronouncing it wrong. I noticed Jim Norton references earlier. Are you guys big fans? Yeah, I like Opie and Anthony. I like Norton. I think he's funny.
Yeah, O&A is fantastic, and all the comedians they have on are the best.
I miss Patrice, though. That sucks he's dead. He was good on that show.
Yeah, it's just got like every time because like I know we know a few people like who we won't name like Pook and Carbonated
soda. Yeah.
carbonated soda zombie, and like whenever you say something, it's like, oh look, SJW, they're like, oh my god, and they just that obnoxious thing. But whenever I hear something stupid like another SJW thing, I always think back to that fucking interview that Patrice did on Fox News where he schooled that woman. That always comes to mind, and you know what? I feel better. I feel way better because I'm knowing they'll never get they're not funny. They don't represent funny. They'll never get their foothold in funny.
What did he die of again? Was that like a heart attack or something? Diabetes?
It was diabetes. Like he had a stroke and he was unable to like speak and impaired his speech, and he was paralyzed, and then he died a few days later.
God, why is it good comedians die? Like Patrice O'Neal's dead. I was really pissed when Phil Hartman got off by his fucking bitch of a wife. And the funny thing is, there's an interview on YouTube of Phil Hartman on Howard Stern. And he talks about how he's attracted to crazy women. And then he goes, but that's changed because I met my current wife. And then Howard brings her out, and she's the chick that killed him.
Jesus Christ. And you could actually sort of make a conspiracy for that, because apparently like John Lovitz and Andy Dick, they fucking hate each other. They were both on news radio because John Lovitz replaced, they got him to replace Phil Hartman.
Yeah.
And apparently they had a confrontation at a restaurant where Andy Dick, like, I don't think they really fought each other, but maybe they did like a slap thing where Lovitz was like, get the fuck away from me. And Andy Dick's like, I put the news radio Vex curse on you. And it's kind of implied that Andy Dick, because he's a user, he relapses a lot, that he was the one who got Hartman's wife on addicted to drugs again, or got her to relapse, and that's the reason she offed Hartman.
Wait, back to Opie and Anthony, you know that better than I do. Is there somebody on that show called Geraldo? Because he can't be talking about Geraldo Rivera. He's not dead.
Oh no, Greg Giraldo. Yeah, he died like several years. That was like really fucking unexpected, because I remember all these comedians. Like I originally saw them on Tough Crowd with Colin Quinn back when that, because I remember watching that all the time. And
Geraldo Rivera, wasn't he a news anchor or some shit way back when?
Geraldo, he was the one who did the Al Capone Alt. Yeah, that was nothing in it.
Yeah, but yeah, Greg Giraldo. Yeah, he was another one who he died unexpectedly, and it was just.
I won't even bring up why the fuck I remember that, and it wasn't because of him. It was because of another movie that makes fun of that scene.
Marco, that's problematic. Don't mention my name on the stream.
What?
Hey everyone, it's Johnny Cakes.
Hi there, everyone. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good, Jim. I see you have your following. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, for as much as you rag on people for advertising on V, to get an audience, like you seem to cater to the 4chan crowd. I mean, it's nice to see your talents haven't gone to waste and you're still living in the past. Well, I like to think I've moved on.
Now, how's your sexual relationship with Jordan Haas? Has that affected traffic on Busy Street at all?
Well, Jordan and I, we're good buddies. We've reconnected. I mean, I know I previously said unless he's a changed person. Well, it turns out he sees eye to eye with me on a lot of things. And
no, I'm surprised either of you see eye to eye with one of you always on your knee.
Yeah, how is life on Crowded Sidewalk?
Oh, that's funny. Gay jokes, Jim. Yeah, very very typical.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I know you're a famous film maker that works at Best Buy. But, I didn't mean to offend you, everyone. I'm very sorry.
Oh no! Go ahead. It's just like your words are like paper bullets. They don't hit me. They just fall.
Paper bullets.
The wind blows them away as you shoot them at me.
All right.
Not if there's a fence behind you, though.
Well, I think this has been a fun stream. I think this worked out. They seem to. I think you got some fans out there, Andrew. They really like Jesse and Alex.
Yeah, I saw a few that said like bring back ICFPD, and like when I did the Uncle Paul, it's like Uncle Paul, and so yeah, this did the Holocaust happen? No.
No,
it's all made up.
No.
France made it up just to piss Germany off. That's their whole thing.
They made it up to sell textbooks.
Yeah, they found out actually the Diary of Anne Frank was written by like 14 people.
Yeah, it's just like the Bible. It's like the Bible. It was just made up, and it's all fake. It's just
It's just like some weird fan fiction, I'd say.
The world's Anne Frank's Diary is the world's worst fan fiction. Is that?
It's pretty much like.
I remember one time we were in a Skype call, and Jules had found this Anne Frank hentai fan fiction where like Oprah was there and she had a big black dick and a giant whip, and she forced Magoo to fuck her.
What?
Yeah,
Anne Frank for you.
I think that's the high point we're going to end this on. That was that. I think that's the high point.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Well, thanks to the chat for showing up. I hope this was bearable. Hope the quality was better and the extra people made the the stream go better. Hopefully the Twitter thing worked out well, but I will have the next video up in 3 to 4 days.
3 years, got it.
Gym time. It's like 3 years, 4 years. But take it easy, everybody, and we will see you later.
Hi, my name is Paul Mabry, and I'm the president of the Cross-Examination Debate Association. Clack, clack! Or CEDA. I speak to you today on behalf of the Cross-Examination Debate Association Executive Council. Recently, CEDA celebrated the conclusion of the college policy debate season with the CEDA National Debate Tournament hosted at Indiana University in Bloomington, Indiana.
I be having dreams of chocolate-covered watermelons, fried with filled chicken like pinatas, with little picking sons and daughters standing up in them with big sticks of aluminum foil.
After 4 grueling days of competition, the team of Corey Johnson and Amina Ruffin from Towson University emerged victorious as the 2014 CEDA National Champions.
They say the nigga's always already queer. That's exactly the point. It means that the impact is not, that is an impact turn to the afraid that.
They defeated the team of Rasheed Campbell and George Lee Jr. from the University of Oklahoma.
Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben are standing in the corners of the room with the rifles pointed at the heads of the children. Don't shoot the children! I shout, don't shoot the children!
Instead of spending the month since the CEDA National Debate Tournament celebrating their victory and reflecting on their historic moment, they have been on the defensive. Stories have emerged attacking the champions from Towson and finalists from Oklahoma for their argumentative choices and style.
I say the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. I say the darker the flesh and the deeper the roots.
These attacks on Towson, Oklahoma, and others in our debate community are motivated by racism and fear. These attacks are reprehensible, despicable, and must not be tolerated. CEDA is unlike any other competitive forum. It uniquely enhances students' research.
Y'all say by taking restrictions off of wind and solar, that will impact colonialism, or better yet, impact warming and climate change.
Argumentation,
and
advocacy skills.
I'm gonna paint a picture to show the deaf what it's like to listen. I'm gonna speak these words. I'm gonna tell the blind man what he missing. So my brothers doing time, man, up in prison and thought they had to resort to crime. Fuck the system.
My name is Paul Mabry, and I support the CEDA 4 because they represent what is good about debate and the future of our society.
Well, goddamn. How do you counter such a well-crafted argument? Mr. Mabry really threw the gauntlet down against all you bigoted cishet white racist son of a bitches out there who would say that these people are not the best of debate and the best of the future of society. I mean, how do you argue against that? I'm honestly asking you because he's turned off the ratings in the comments and I can't seem to get in touch with him, which is awkward considering he's the head of the largest debate association in the United States. That's right, CEDA, the Cross-Examination Debate Association, has over 60 tournaments, a national championship that brings together, and this is quoting from Wikipedia, 175 teams. And this isn't something that just got created yesterday. And this has a long history. Back in 1971 is when it was founded. And we're talking about colleges from everywhere. Let me list off a few, see if these sound familiar. The University of New Mexico, Florida State University, the University of California, Emporia State University, Fort Hays State University, Dartmouth, fucking Dartmouth. Really? Everybody takes part in this stupid thing. I interspliced those clips. That wasn't me pulling shit out of my ass. Those were all clips from different CEDA events. That was the 2014, the 2013, and even one from the 90s. That little Asian guy who looked like he was having a fucking panic attack at the podium. I'm not really sure what the hell he was arguing about other than his desperate need for oxygen, because he was probably dead by the end of that. I don't think you can breathe like that as a normal human being and sustain your life. I think those two things contradict each other. Maybe they gave him his award, at a memorial service. Like, good job, let's put it on top of the fucking tombstone. You really wowed them out there. Now you might be asking, Jim, what amazing topic were the 2014 CEDA Championships about? I mean, quoting Tupac, it must have been something pretty extraordinary. Well, let me give you the debate topic. This is verbatim. The United States federal government should substantially increase statutory and/or judicial restrictions on the war power authority of the President of the United States in one or more of the following areas: targeted killing, indefinite detention, offensive cyber operations, or introducing United States armed forces into hostilities. Well, clearly, the Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben shooting kids argument was pretty compelling. But the other girls who oohed and or whatever that argument was really took it home. I don't think Oklahoma could really outdo that. Now they've obviously lost to the better crafted argument. Now I've mentioned many times in previous videos saying that the source of what we see as social justice, of this special snowflake mentality that we see in society, is out there, and that I'm fairly certain where it comes from. Let me narrow that down a little bit. I'm going to get that video done eventually, but it's academia. It's coming from academia. And here we see kind of an aspect of that. You have a debate format where people are supposed to put forward and argue for or against something. You've got two teams. They research, they craft arguments, they interact in front of an audience. And it's whoever puts forth the best, most researched, most articulated argument is supposed to win. What the fuck is this then? That's not debate. Mabry talks in his video, and I'll have a link in the description if you want to go watch it. He talks in his video about how CEDA prepares you for jobs in the real world, about activism and teaching and, going out there and really providing a public service. What public service do you think these people are ever going to provide to anybody? What argument did they put forward? What research went into this? This is a joke. This isn't debate. What's really offensive about this is that it's at a college level. These fuckers in academia should know better. You cannot look at these debates. I'm not even going to call them debates. You cannot look at these fucking... I don't even know what to call them. I don't know what to call this. I'm at a loss for fucking words as to how you would describe this clusterfuck of people getting together and gasping at each other, throwing in a few raps, and saying nigger every other word. By the way, that's not an exaggeration. Go look at the CEDA debates. I guarantee you that at least a tenth of the entire debates you will watch will be occupied by saying the word nigger. Accurately, it's nigger this, nigger that, nigger this, nigger that. They love that word. Nigger, 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 nigger. They love to say it.
The niggas, nigga. Niggas. Of the niggas, the nigga, authentic nigga, two niggas.
War power should not be used against niggas.
I mean, I sit here dumbfounded that the institutions which are supposed to provide higher learning, which are supposed to prepare you for a future profession, that are supposed to give you the knowledge to look at our history and our economy and our society and, to educate you and to make you better people and to more, make you more well-rounded. These are the people promoting this. This is their grand thing. They're all really happy with themselves. They celebrate it. They're fucking proud of it. Mabry loves this shit. He thinks this is the way to the future. And when you look at some of the news coverage, I'm just going to show you a screen cap here from The Atlantic. Let me give you the headline. See if you can figure out what the article's about. Hacking traditional college debates, white privilege problem. Minority participants aren't just debating resolutions. They're challenging the terms of the debate itself. Well, there's that word again. White privilege. Boy, that really gets around a lot in academia, doesn't it? They love that word. Social sciences, which don't even really have the right at this point to even have the word science in their title. Let's be honest here. Social science has as much to do with science as fucking Scientology does. Nothing. These people, they love it. This is the new thing. White privilege. If you saw on Progressives Today, the YouTube channel that put up the videos of the White Privilege Conference, which again, by the way, if you look at Tumblr, how long has that been around? 5, 6, 7 years? The White Privilege Conference has been going on 15 years. So it's not Tumblr putting this shit out and other people picking it up. It's academia putting it out and Tumblr picking it up from them. Oh, look at this clip. They talked about teaching in their video. This will prepare you to be a teacher. Let me show you some of the teaching techniques about white privilege related to this.
In this workshop, teachers Rosemary Colt and Diana Reeves demonstrate how they teach white privilege and social justice theory to 8-year-olds.
Welcome to Examining White Privilege and Building Foundations for Social Justice in the elementary classroom. But what we are hoping to be able to convince you is possible is to take these spoken sequences, which you're directed to be using, and to find within them opportunities to begin to insert social justice, anti-racist information for even little kids to understand.
The social justice, anti-racism information these teachers are exposing the children to is reflected in these worksheets on display as part of the presentation. In one worksheet, the child comments that the Constitution doesn't work well for everyone because some people have different beliefs. One child writes that if you have privilege, that means you're white.
White privilege is something that white people have, meaning they have an advantage to a lot of things, and they can get a job more easily.
Well, isn't that just lovely? Doesn't it warm your heart? They're going to learn about social justice and about white privilege. Now, lest you think this is just the, everyday teacher, these are just a few sprinklings of lunatics getting together and discussing this. You need to understand that this is at the fundamental foundational level. The people writing the fucking criteria are the ones pushing this shit forward. Case in point, Common Core. I'm going to show you a clip. I want you to listen to what David Pook has to say, and I'll talk about him in a second.
I'm not paid to be here either. I'm just an interested teacher who helped write the standards. And the reason why I helped write the standards and the reason why I am here today is that as a white male in society, I'm given a lot of privilege that I didn't earn. And as a result, I think it's really important.
Now, he's the one who helped to write this. He helped the people who wrote this. Susan Pimentel, or Pimentel, or however you say her name, and the other people that are, designing Common Core. These are the people. This is from their own mouth, talking about this sort of thing. Now, you might ask, how is that related? How is white privilege and CEDA related? It's related because academia, education, is corrupted and rotten to its core. There are issues that have faced us for decades. I'm not going to deny it, but you've got issues about funding and about curriculum. All right, and I know that one of the popular bitching fits over the last 10 to 15 years has been theists and atheists arguing about Darwinism and creationism being taught side by side. I get it, guys. I get it. It's a heated debate. You're both passionate about it. But let me tell you something to both of you. There is a much bigger fucking issue on the horizon. All right, the kids aren't even going to give a shit about creationism or Darwinism. All right, they're not going to have time to. They're going to be too busy, flagellating themselves because they're white, or criticizing somebody else because they're white. The reason that you see CEDA accepting this ridiculous form of nonsense shit is because they have convinced themselves that debate is a white thing, and that if you don't adhere to the white thing, that's good, because white people have privilege. So going in and attacking debate itself rather than tackling the subject you're talking about, that's like meta. That to them is just genius. They love it. And the person that we saw at the beginning talking about, I'm the head of CEDA, look at me, I'm going to turn off the comments because I can't take criticism. That asshole, he eats it up. And people like him eat it up. And so we continue our steady march forward, slowly trudging along towards that point of the lowest common denominator where we as a society have abandoned all standards, and we've given up on rigor and merit, and we've just prostrated ourselves on the altar of this fucking idiotic notion. We allow this farce to continue because we just don't care, or we don't understand the scope of the problem, and believe me, it is a problem. You wait. You think millennials are bad? You wait 1 or 2 generations. You see what this produces. When you convince an entire segment of the population, every minority, that debate and reason and discourse is a white thing, and that if they take part in that, that's white oppression, so they shouldn't be reasonable, they shouldn't use logic, they shouldn't take part in discourse? Are you insane? What do you think you're breeding? What do you think the future of that world's going to be like? You think it's going to be a pleasant place? This country cannot sustain itself on this fucking lunacy. Instead of focusing education on things like reason and logic and science, instead of teaching kids to look at the fucking world and explore it, we're poisoning them. We are poisoning them with this venomous ideology. You are making monsters. You are creating a generation of monsters, the likes of which this world has never seen before, who will be incapable of sustaining themselves and of solving problems on a basic level. When you throw away standards and allow lunacy like this, which is what CEDA is, it is lunacy. When you throw away standards and allow lunacy like this to take place, you dishonor everything education and debate and discourse is supposed to be about. I think Lewis put it best. Education without values, as useful as it is, seems rather to make a man a more clever devil. What are we breeding in this country? What has happened to America? Look at it. Take a look at the CEDA debates and you tell me if that's debate. And then you go and look at the coverage about it. And you listen to the educators and you listen to the press applaud it. They stand and they applaud it. Mark my words. The next 20 and 30 years are not going to be pleasant ones.
Yeah, yeah, yeah! Clack, clack. Britain is going to make the great escape. We're going to get out of this union. We'll be the first European country to get our freedom back. I suspect many others will follow. And then what we'll have is our democracy back, our liberty back, and we'll have influence in the world as you lot head for disaster.
It's been one hell of a week if you've been reading the papers. If you've read the Huffington Post, if you've taken a look at the Independent or the Telegraph, you would think the sky is falling and that Nazism has taken over Europe. In fact, I'm pretty sure they told me that Adolf Hitler was secretly alive and had raised his army from the Arctic, and they were going to fly their UFOs over England and conquer it once and for all because of how you fascist bastards voted in the European elections. Now, for those of you unaware of what the hell the European Union is, or the parliamentary elections that just took place, don't feel bad. You don't even know that you're in a union on your own. That's right, you're part of the Pan-American Union, if you're in the United States. Now that got changed later on to the Organization of American States, but it's still a Pan-American Union. So what exactly happened this last week? The elections were open from the 22nd of May to the 25th, I believe. It was a 4-day period to vote. Now, I'm not 100% on how they staggered that, which countries voted when, but I am aware of the results. I'm also very aware of the coverage it's gotten. Some of the most ridiculous shit I've read ever has been printed in this last week. I wasn't kidding. Let me show you some of these news headlines, and you try to figure out what's going on. Here's the one from the Huffington Post. European elections, 9 scariest far-right parties now in the European Parliament. And it has a video linked below it that says, Fascism on the rise in Europe. Far-right parties make shocking gains. Now, you've got to give it to the Huffington Post. They're very unbiased. That's why they have Ed Miliband linked in the upper left-hand corner. Because if we're going to talk shit about UKIP, we better link to Labour. Because that's obviously the unbiased thing to do. Bravo, Huffington Post. Way to keep that fucking integrity. But I think my favorite, my absolute favorite so far is the Independent, who actually printed this isn't me making this up, has UKIP's success in the European elections proved that democracy is a flawed way to choose a government. The popular vote has been criticized by people from Plato to Winston Churchill, so as UKIP's victory proved them right. So just what is it that these groups have done that have scared so many people? They must be terrible. I mean, UKIP must have a platform. Their planks must be for eugenics and for concentration camps. They must want to kill dark people and gas the Jews and get rid of anybody with a medical illness, I guess. The National Front in France, I heard they drown kittens. That's what I heard. I heard the lady in charge of that likes to drown kittens. That's what the newspapers told me. These people are twisted and sick in the head. So what exactly is it that they're running on? What was the main crux of their campaigns? Well, they were anti-European Union, which is kind of weird when you think about it because they're getting elected into the European Union and they're against it. So what was their goal? What are they trying to accomplish? Well, in the case of UKIP, in the case of Nigel Farage, they want a referendum. They want Britain to be able to vote to get the fuck out of Dodge. Now, why would they want to leave? You remember just a few minutes ago I said, if you're in the United States, you're part of a union too, the Pan-American Union. So maybe if we compare and contrast these two giant bodies, these two massive organizations, we can get an idea of what exactly it is they don't like about the European Union in the first place. So let's take a look at the amount of space we're talking about here. This is a comparison between the Pan-American Union, or the Organization of American States, and the European Union. You can see it's everybody, almost everybody, with the exception of, I believe, Cuba and Honduras that were kicked out for a while, and I'm not sure if they're back in or not. It's a little tenuous. But for the most part, at least with the Pan-American Union, it is everybody. From the northern tip of Canada to the southern tip of Argentina, we are all in this Pan-American Union together. And when you look at the European Union, you can see it's a little bit staggered. But for the most part, most of Western Europe and Central Europe are a part of it. So that's the geographical spaces we're talking about. But I think really the biggest difference is easiest to pick up on when you look at the symbols for each of these two organizations. I'm going to show you. This is the difference. I think it's very striking when you actually just see it laid bare in front of you. And this is what I'm talking about. On the left is a symbol for the Pan-American Union, and on the right is a symbol for the European Union. Now, what do you notice? What is the first thing that strikes you as being different between these two things? Well, the European Union has a symbol that's generic. It's one solid color, it has stars, there's no unique characteristics to it. There's no allusions to their flags or to their histories or anything. It is a whitewashed version. We are all equal in diversity. Nobody is different, nobody is better, nobody is worse. It's just a vague symbol. On the left, you have the Pan-American Union. And the first thing that strikes you about that is everybody's flag is there. It's a union, yes. There are member states, yes. But they're each represented. Everybody's flag is prominently displayed. It's not one solid color. Nobody's represented with some geometric shape. Their identity is present because they form part of the collective. And I think that really is one of the major differences when you look at the policies between the Pan-American Union and the European Union. And I think it gives you insight into why exactly it is somebody like Farage and UKIP, or I believe it's the National Front in France, or Golden Dawn in Greece, or the parties that won in Sweden and in Germany, and all these other groups, these far-right groups as they've been described, these anti-EU groups, exactly what it is they dislike. But the differences go far beyond just simple symbology. I mean, this kind of gives you a general idea of the differences I'm talking about when you compare the symbol of the Pan-American Union with the European Union. It's about identity, it's about national sovereignty, about heritage and history, about the right to govern oneself, to have representation that represents the people, to have the people's will be heard. Now, when you look at the Pan-American Union, when you look at the Charter, Article 1 of the Charter sets out in very explicit terms exactly what it's trying to do, but it includes national sovereignty, integrity of the borders, and independence. It's a vital piece of what the Pan-American Union is. The European Union, on the other hand, is quite different. Now, in the Pan-American Union, because America's having, let's say, a financial crisis, that doesn't mean that Brazil needs to have austerity measures. Greece can't say the same. That doesn't mean that Mexico has to have forced immigration from, from Panama. England can't say the same. And that doesn't mean that something like the United States or Canada would have their constitutions superseded by an officiating body above them. But again, member states of the European Union cannot say the same. Farage and these different groups that you've seen kind of rise up and gain popular votes have been saying all along, we are against the notion of forced cooperation. Yes, we want to have trade with one another. Yes, we want to have movement of people between borders. We want to have a shared defense. But we don't want to see our identity destroyed. We don't want to see our right to govern ourselves destroyed. And we believe that as a sovereign nation, we have the right to govern ourselves and not be dictated to by some officiating body that isn't even located in our own country. This is one of the major differences between these two things. The Pan-American Union really concerns itself with a shared security and certain economic policies, and that's it. It is not going to dictate to any one of its member nations what it must or must not do. And nations can leave freely if they choose to. With the European Union, it is stagnated. There have been calls for referendums to leave that have been delayed until, I believe, 2017, and constantly moving the goalpost, where parties like UKIP are saying, let's just vote now, put it to the people. Let the people vote if they want to leave. Another major difference is the currency. In the European Union, you have the euros, and this has affected economies all throughout Europe. In America, and in South America, and in Central America, we have our own independent currencies. We trade with one another, sure, but we don't have something like an Ameros. that supersedes the dollar, that replaces the peso. We wouldn't do that because it would hurt our economies. Europe is still struggling with this. Over the last decade, you've seen riots. That's part of what the clips were from the beginning of austerity riots in Europe and in Spain. You've seen riots in Sweden and in France and in England. And they've been related to multitudes of issues, from immigration to economy. But at the core of it, and I truly do believe what you hear from a lot of these anti-EU parties, that a good deal of the problems they face right now currently are a result of being forced into this union that is not delivering what they were promised it was going to deliver, and that has overreached the authority that they were told it was going to have. Now, constantly throughout this, the lead up to these elections, specifically, I'm going to be specifically talking about UKIP because that's the one I'm most familiar with. I understand National Front and Golden Dawn and a few of the others, but UKIP is the one I'm more familiar with. The run up to these elections, they've been just harangued in the public press. They've been accused of everything from homophobia to racism to fascism. They've been, called anti-everything. Every nasty thing that you could possibly hurl at them has been thrown at them. Now, I'm going to play you a clip. It's a bit long. It's not too long. It's a segment of a speech that Farage gave at the EU Parliament. You tell me if this sounds like a fearmonger. You tell me if this sounds like a Nazi to you.
Age when the gap between ordinary voters and the European political class grows wider by the day, I have to ask you, having listened to your words this morning, just what planet are you on? This pretense that everything's going incredibly well. The EU is mired in deep structural crisis. Greece and Portugal and Ireland cannot survive inside the euro. The Danes have torn up the Schengen Agreement, and good for them, because the total free movement of peoples is a completely irresponsible thing to have done. And public opinion is saying, whilst they want a European cooperation, yes, of course I agree with that, what they don't want is this Europe run by unelected bureaucrats like Mr Barroso. You say the EU is fantastic in a recent comment. You're supporting the destruction of national democracy. But it's with reference to Greece that I'm most concerned about you, because when faced with their recent enslavement, you said, "We lived for many years as a non-sovereign country under Soviet occupation. For us, European integration is not a threat to sovereignty, because we experienced not long ago a serious threat to our sovereignty." So what are you saying? That this isn't quite as bad as the USSR? Is that really good enough for your people? And today you describe Greece's problems as trivial. I'm sorry, there are hundreds of thousands of people out there on the streets of Greece fighting to get their democracy back. And it beggars belief that you and our President, Mr Buzek, can talk about the solidarity movement, can talk about Poland getting its democracy back 20 years ago, and yet here you are, surrendering the democracy and sovereignty of Poland to a failed European Union. Yes, sir, we all want a shared European cooperation for the future, but this most definitely is not the model.
And yet, even with public speeches like that, Farage in England or Le Pen in France are still vilified as being these closet fascists that want to overthrow democracies, that want to take away people's ability to govern themselves. Yet every speech I've seen him give, and the speeches that I've watched of hers, they don't ever say that. They don't like the idea of their nations being made to bend a knee to an organization that seems to be out of touch with their nation's needs. They don't like the idea of open border immigration when it hurts their economy. How did nationalism, the idea that one's nation should be put first and foremost, become a dirty word in Europe? And why is it that Euroscepticism seems to be, taken in the public press to be code words for Nazism or fascism, when it's not, when these groups have done everything but that? They're talking about the will to govern themselves, and that's being treated like it's a dirty thing. Well, as much as the press may paint it as one way, the votes show it a completely different way. Le Pen won in France. Farage won in England. You look at Golden Dawn, my God, Golden Dawn has had their political party, their leaders have been arrested. They've been tied to things like Adolf Hitler and Nazism. They've been accused of everything you could imagine. And this was all well before the EU election. And yet, even with that, they still won. They won seats. When you look in In Germany, a similar situation happened with an anti-EU group. In Sweden, another situation happened with an anti-EU group. Because that message resonates. Because people are tired of feeling like they're not being listened to. There's this bizarre notion of multiculturalism and this unification of Europe, but that it must be done at all, by any means necessary. That to attain this ideal political body, we must erase the identities of every nation that's a part of it. We must strip them bare. We must break them down so they cannot govern themselves, so they are dependent wholly and solely upon the European Union to take care of all their needs, to officiate all their needs, to set their laws and their taxes and their economies and their defenses, to dictate to them how immigration must be handled. It's this forced notion, democracy by gunpoint, which America has been accused of doing in countries, war after war after war. But yet, if you look at the Pan-American Union, it's a completely different situation. And it begs the question, why are these two structures so completely different? Why does the Pan-American Union have this cooperation between member states and yet allow such individuality and self-governance, whereas the European Union doesn't? That partly is why you've probably never heard of the Organization of American States, because it doesn't screw with your daily life. Because it's not so prevalent in the American psyche or in the Canadian psyche or the Mexican or the Colombian or the Brazilian mindset. So if it's not affecting us here in America, if we're not thinking about it, then it must not be intrusive. Yet in Europe, they're constantly talking about it. So it must be intrusive. It must at least affect them on enough of a daily level where it has become an issue they feel willing to vote on. And so you have the press painting all these people as terrible because they would dare to say that they want to put their country first. Because you have an Englishman who thinks England is good. Because you have a Frenchman that likes France. And that's a terrible thing, to have pride in one's nation, to want to put it first and foremost and protect it.
La politique des Français, pour les Français, avec les Français.
Well, to those people that think nationalism is a dirty word and that these elections are a sign of the apocalypse, you'd better batten down the fucking hatches, because the wind has definitely changed directions. I feel a weather front moving in. With that, let's go to Nigel for the 4-day forecast.
And now the weather for all areas of the British Isles, but definitely not Bongo Land.
As a white man, I don't expect you to be able to understand what people of color are actually saying, and I don't think I'm going to enact the labor of having to explain to you why that's incredibly offensive and patronizing.
Good point. As a white man, you're not allowed to have any beliefs.
Welcome one and all to the 6th episode of Tumblrisms. Today we're going to be taking a look at cultural appropriation. It's a term that's been making the rounds on the internet. Tumblr in specific. Now, maybe you don't know what that means. It's probably because you're white. You silly little white piggoos just can't seem to get it through your head. You are the source of misery in this world for all minorities. Hopefully this episode is going to help to clear that up, so you'll understand why you're so fucking horrible. But before we get into the Tumblrs themselves, it's important that you have an idea of just what cultural appropriation is. You really need the right mindset. You need to be able to empathize with all those oppressed snowflakes, because empathy is important. They need your sympathy. You need to signal boost their suffering. And so to do that, I've made this informational comic. Because I know Tumblr loves to do that. I know they love their little comics that explain, complex ideas to idiots like us. All right. Well, we've got this little guy here, and he's going to represent, an entire group of people. Now, we need something to represent his culture, his heritage. A bike. Let's say this bike represents his culture. Look how proud he is of it. Look at him pointing. He is very proud of his culture. Everything would be fine. This lovely neighborhood, this group of people and their culture, everything looks fine. But uh-oh, here comes the white man. Look at him. Look at those beady little eyes. He's up to something, I tell you. Now, at its core, cultural appropriation is theft, at least if you're white. Remember the simple mantra. If they're white, it ain't right to use anything ever made by anybody else, because white people are thieves. Horrible thieves. Look at him. Look at him ride that bike. He took it. He took that culture and he is riding it off. He doesn't care. Look at that little guy. He's so sad. Then that white devil doesn't care a bit about his culture. He's popping a fucking wheelie. And does he feel any remorse? Nope. He just rides off into the sunset. Another white oppressor, part of the patriarchy, riding that culture down the road. He's bunny hopping that culture. He doesn't give a shit. That's not his culture. He doesn't care. It's just entertainment for him. And that, essentially, is what cultural appropriation is. Cultural appropriation is any time a white person takes anything or uses anything from any other group of people. It's very important to understand. Very, very important. Well, with that out of the way, it's time to educate ourselves, shitlords. Let's jump into Tumblr and let's learn about this cultural appropriation thing. And what better way to start us off than a post by Toxic Neblua? Why do white people get so incredibly furious and self-righteous when people of color ask to keep one fucking thing to ourselves? Doing your best to wipe out entire civilizations wasn't enough for you? Dehumanizing and colonizing us for hundreds of years wasn't enough? Continuing to benefit from our oppression, past and present, isn't fucking enough? You still feel like you have the right to every tiny scrap of our cultures that we've tried desperately to keep alive after you spent centuries trying to wipe them out? No, get the fuck out of my face. Hashtags Hina appropriation, cultural appropriation, racism. Well, I feel terrible. What poor culture is this girl from, where she has been so oppressed? Let's take a look. Let's introduce ourselves to Toxic Neblua, manic depressive pixie dream girl, Nausea, 18, poet, vegan, biracial, queer, feminist, gender weird, girthing, sorry, girl thing, and mystical creature. Fey, fear, foe, fars, far self, or day died, day self, she, her, auxiliary. Well, fee, fi, fo, fum here obviously smells the blood of cis scum. Stop oppressing this mystical creature, you fucking horrible white people. I know you've been slaying those giants and griffins, but she is suffering because of it. Don't you appropriate her culture with your Dungeons and Dragons, you evil cis shits. You don't know what it's like to be a mystical creature in this day and age. You can't understand that oppression. Usog is Bun's response to the comment, I don't think white people with dreads is cultural appropriation. Please stop and actually read up on what dreadlocks are and what they symbolize, and then get back to me. Jacob talks cultural appropriation. Well, Usog is Buns obviously is a wise individual. Let's see how much of an expert this person is. Pills and potions. Jacob, 14. Pan-gender, polysexual. Buns, bunselfs. Pronouns. Well, obviously when a 14-year-old polysexual referring to themselves as buns tells me that dreadlocks are a sacred thing, I gotta listen, because 14-year-olds are renowned for their intellect and insight. But this does raise an interesting thing. When you're going through Tumblr and you're looking at cultural appropriation, you're going to see a lot of posts about dreadlocks. That's a big issue. Lots of people saying, you can't wear dreadlocks unless you're black. I mean, even Usog is Bun says, go educate yourself. You don't understand the importance and significance of it. Well, since I'm just like them, lazy as all hell, let's pop over to Wikipedia, right? That's the resource of all information in the fucking world. Let's see what Wikipedia has to say about dreadlocks, because I'm sure that fucking place is going to have an article on it. Well, would you look at that? Wikipedia does have an article. And it obviously tells us that only black people have ever worn dreadlocks. I mean, sure, it mentions the Spartans, but Greeks aren't really white. They're obviously African. Neanderthals and Cro-Magnon. All black. In fact, if we look at the Cro-Magnon article, what does it say here? Obviously black's in there somewhere. Wait a minute, what is this? Early European humans. Black people. That's what they meant. Black people. Indigenous Europeans. No such thing exists. 43,000 years. Nope. All black. I mean, white people, would you look at this face? That poor Neanderthal, you're appropriating his culture. Wasn't it enough that your species wiped him out? You wiped out that subspecies, white people. Shouldn't you not appropriate his dreadlocks? That's just terrible, really. What are you doing? Now, of course, Usage is Buns. He's all about making sure hairstyles stay with the indigenous groups, the culture, the place that it derives from. right? Like that's a big thing to him. In fact, they're really on the game in regards to this. Don't you horrible white girls, don't you take those dreadlocks. We know what you're up to, Whitey. But of course, they kind of gloss over just one tiny little thing. Now let's keep it real. Black girls, we know what your fucking hair looks like naturally. Nobody's addressing weaves up on Tumblr, are they? You don't understand the suffering of my European ancestors when you straighten your hair. Can you hear the weeping? I know it's kind of distant, but all those dead white girls are weeping because you straightened your hair. What are you doing? You horribly culturally appropriating oppressors. I can't even right now. I just can't. Danae Gregory writes, I'm going to be completely honest. If you aren't Native American, and more specifically Sioux, you really aren't able to say that costumes, dances isn't racist. You don't have the right to say something isn't cultural appropriation if it isn't your culture. Dance moms, cultural appropriation. I have to see why this person would put dance moms. I think I had a brain fart. Why is dance moms a hashtag with this? How does that... What? I don't know how those are interrelated, but I'm dying to fucking know. Let's go take a look at Dana Gregory's profile to see if we can parse this out. Yes, all women. A vaguely dance mom's Little Dancer's opinion blog. One time, Kalina Hiker complimented me. This blog is purely my opinion, based on my own experiences as a dancer and choreographer. I'll also probably post about other things. And you can see there in the background, I've cropped it out a little bit, but there's a woman pole dancing. Well, all I have to say to Dana Gregory is, stop appropriating slut culture. Pole dancers have a deep and meaningful heritage. And when you pole dance and you're not a whore, why, you shame them. So unless I can stick dollar bills in your ass, you shouldn't be pole dancing. Or your children shouldn't be. Because that's just weird to begin with. Marxist Feminist Sports writes, what's the difference between white people and yogurt? If you leave yogurt alone for 200 years, it will develop its own cultures. Bazinga! Hashtags white people, racism, cultural appropriation, yogurt, lol, keeping this joke. Androgynous Dryad writes, friendly reminder that on point is AAVE. That's African American Vernacular English. And anyone who is not black and says it is participating in racism and cultural appropriation. Hashtags friendly reminder, racism, cultural appropriation, AAVE, I'm white tag. You know, I'm starting to kind of pick up on a common theme. If there was only a way for me to illustrate it for you viewers out there, to try to highlight exactly what it is cultural appropriation is code word for on Tumblr. There's got to be a way to do that, but I'm not intelligent enough to figure it out. After all, I'm a white man. I don't have to be smart or think. The patriarchy takes care of all my needs. But maybe if we press on, we'll be able to find out more information and try to pinpoint this, to focus in on it. We are all real mixed up responds to an anonymous comment. I was in the car with my white family and we heard a news story on the radio about a frat party at a school in California called a Fiji Islander party. A student complained about the obvious cultural appropriation. My family couldn't believe this. They were making fun of the student who complained and telling me cultural appropriation doesn't exist in America. They said everyone in America shares a culture. How do I explain cultural appropriation to them without offending them? Thanks. And they respond, so I actually shut down a Jamaican Me Crazy frat party with the help of 2 other officers, Diversity and Equity Office and the Dean of Students Office, at the university that I'm currently work for, and OI. Our administration is super supportive of getting rid of discriminatory-based, last incident of blackface happened this year, ugh. So it was shut down right away. But dealing with a bunch of whiny frat boys over how we are oversensitive and party poopers was awful. It took a code of conduct officer, forced anti-oppression training, and 3 letters of apology to even get them to admit they were wrong. Here are really great articles on cultural appropriation, here and here. Also, check out our cultural appropriation tag. If you have any questions, my personal inbox is open. Samantha. Well, I just love to pursue knowledge. And those links look like they could be helpful. Now that first link, it leads to another website. And, it has articles, but it's mostly essentially what you're going to find on Tumblr. The second link, however, I think this one might really have some fucking insight for all of us. It leads to a Tumblr profile Swan blood. Let's take a look. Swampinions, Sue, 18, 5'2", birdie bird face, aromantic, gray sexual, Japanese cis, autistic, pronouns as she and her. Shocking that we keep finding so many autistic people related to these things. Could not be a coincidence at this point. I really don't think. Well, I'm sure they're just inclusive. That's why there are so many autistic people related to this Tumblr stuff. They want to be inclusive. They don't discriminate. They're very proud. Social justice warriors are very proud to admit how autistic they are. I think we should give them a round of applause. I think that's admirable. That's very brave of you, social justice warriors. Thank you for being so inclusive. Ashkenzie Audie responds to an anonymous ask. So, I'm a Jewish girl who sings professionally. This means that on Sunday mornings I sing in the choir of a Christian church, because I was hired to do so. Anyway, last week the choral director randomly decided to incorporate the Shama into a choral piece. I was totally affronted. First of all, that's some serious cultural appropriation. And secondly, they were pronouncing the Hebrew all wrong. But I can't quit because singing in the choir is my primary source of income. It was awful. And Ashkenzie Audie responds. That is actually kind of terrible. If you want to talk about cultural appropriation in relation to Jewish tradition, you can check out the blog Goynef. How badly were they pronouncing the Hebrew? I can safely assume they are getting the N sound wrong. Hashtags, cultural appropriation, Jew, Jewish, and Hebrew. Well, before we go and jump and check out that Goynef blog, let's take a look at Ashkenzi's profile. Let's educate ourselves. Ashkenzie Audie, or Ashira's blog. This is my personal blog. I once had a goy tell me as a side blog. No, I'm not a Zionist. Oh, God. Oh, it's a great flag, man. It's a great flag. Oh, shit. I'm not a Zionist, goy. Calm down. You're aggravating my asthma. Oh, I don't. That's Jewish people, by the way. They're all horribly asthmatic. That's in case you didn't know. I've educated you on Jewish people. Trans Carlos is responding to Arson 3 Cupcakes. For the last fucking time, it is not racist to point out that something can belong to more than one culture. If anything, you're the racist one for assuming someone's race, treating white people like scum when they don't know what they did wrong in the first place, allowing your followers to attack the same someone, and even when they finally caved, you did not apologize for the pose. You simply said that they backed off, and so should everyone else. And Trans Carlos replies, it's racist to appropriate the culture of POC, which is what you are doing. Allow my followers to attack them. I don't control them. I'm not their freaking monarch or anything. I never condone sending hate through, so I don't know what you're talking about. Oh my God, you literally just called me a reversed racist. Oh my God. Hashtags Arson3 Cupcakes, Scientific Inquiries, and Hate Message. Well, let's find out more about Trans Carlos. Icon by Queer-Coded Villain. I track Trans Carlos, Misha, NB, they, them, their, or C-cell, cells, cell, self. Read my before following, intersectional feminist, uppity black princex, autistic, fictional kin, don't use gendered terms on me unless we know each other, ask me if you need something tagged. And of course we've got our donate button because, hey, blogging on Tumblr is fucking hard work, and they need to make a little money. Obviously to buy the rest of that fucking cutlery set because they've only got 3 out of 5 spoons. So get on that and give them money. Now I'm going to level with you. There is a lot of cultural appropriation talk on Tumblr. Anything and everything you could think of, they're going to bitch about. Halloween costumes? Highly inappropriate. Are you trying to learn another language? Stop it, you horrible white oppressor. Obviously, you just want to reestablish colonialism. Not communicate with other people. No, we know what your nefarious purpose is, and Tumblr isn't going to let you get away with it. So you put down that Spanish book, you horrible cis white het pig. Now, if you think these shit-flinging monkeys are bad enough on their own when it comes to the average everyday user, you haven't seen what they do to a public figure. I'm going to show you a couple examples of this. The first one's Avril Lavigne. Now, you may know her from being a horrible fucking pop star that hasn't written a good song ever. Well, about a month ago, she released a music video, Hello Kitty. Now, for anybody that's older than the age of 9, you may remember this when it was originally called Harajuku Girls by Gwen Stefani. Really original there, Avril. Apparently, Tumblr didn't like this. They saw her as the evil white conqueress going to the land of the rising sun to oppress those poor Japanese people. So I'm going to show you a post of just how they reacted, and you can see how reasonable this is. So allow me to set the stage for you. This is a post by Political Sex Kitten, and it's in reference to Avril Lavigne's music video. Now, Avril was already getting flack over this, and so she tweeted out responses to people saying that she was a horrible racist. Racist, lol lol lol, I love Japanese culture and spend half my time in Japan. I flew to Tokyo to shoot this video. Specifically for my Japanese fans, with my Japanese label, Japanese choreographers, and a Japanese director in Japan. So that was Avril's response to people saying that she was just trying to oppress the Japanese. So how did Political Sex Kitten take it? Well, this is how she took it. So these tweets are actually real? I really like how she tries to defend herself by stating how much she loves Japanese culture. You guys, I did this with Japanese people, so it's cool. I go to Japan just like so much, okay? I know the culture. I know so many Japanese people, even the director was Japanese. God, these bullshit statements alone just insinuate that Japanese people are working with me, so I can't be doing anything wrong or racist. Otherwise, they'd tell me. Yeah, because even if you're an artist at the end of her career and desperately trying to save it, you're still a well-known name, and a POC don't have many opportunities in the industry and will take any job that's offered to them. This includes everyone who worked on this video. Why? Because people of color are easily replaced. They're expendable. Oh, you don't want to work with her just because her entire music video is racist? Whatever, we'll just find another director, choreographer, or dancer. That's it. That's literally it. That's how it works. So we suck up to these people and we work with them because the industry doesn't value us enough, and not working only harms us, not the artist. I mean, spewing random Japanese words that have nothing to do with your song is just short of saying ching chong, long, ting tong. But you know, she's admiring the culture. She does remind me of this skit. There's a link to something else, but I wasn't able to capture it. This is extremely racist and insulting. I'm an Asian American. I studied Japanese for 2 years. I've yet to begin to scratch the surface of Japanese culture and etiquette, and I'm not even the most confident or comfortable speaking or writing it, because I don't feel as if I know enough to say I can speak Japanese. Singing random words in a language you don't know is racist, when you use it for the sake of a song and just appropriate part of a culture so much. Then you have your Japanese backup dancers. They all look the same. They're silent and kawaii. Of course, to you, dear Avril, that doesn't perpetuate the stereotype of cute, obedient, and submissive Asian women. Girls, get it. They're just too damn cute and fit your set. God, you're turning 30. I don't care if you want to act childish and dress a certain way, but grow the fuck up and stop making arguments that defend your racist actions and try to justify them by name-dropping everything Japanese. You're not Japanese. You don't know Japanese. You don't know Japanese culture. Your song doesn't honor or flatter Japanese people or Japanese culture. It perpetuates a stereotype the West already holds. And you try to pass it off as them being cute and creative and appreciative and dedicated to your Japanese fans. No, fuck you. Hashtags cultural appropriation, Hello Kitty, Avril Lavigne Hello Kitty, racism, and Avril Lavigne. Political Sex Kitten's had 2 whole years of Japanese. Obviously, she's deeply immersed in the culture and is able to make a value judgment on whether or not you're appropriating it. As an Asian American, not a Japanese person, her perspective is the most important one. I also like how she happened to mention they all look alike. It's very classy. It's very good. All look alike. Can't tell them apart. Where have I heard that before? But let's not get off topic here. I mean, obviously, Avril is a horrible racist. Just because she flew to Japan and worked with an all-Japanese crew doesn't mean anything. She is a horrible person who just wants to mock and deride anything that's Japanese. Now, sure, Political Sex could have taken, 5 minutes and looked into the video production and seen if maybe perhaps the cinematographer or producer, who were both Japanese, by the way, were the ones who picked the art direction. Hell, maybe they were the ones who said, let's have 4 Japanese girls in there that all dress this specific way. But again, Political Sex Kitten, she doesn't have time to do that. That's research. It's easier just to say Avril's a horrible person, because she's white. After all, anytime a white person uses anything from another culture, it's terrible. It's important to remember we are all separate, but equal, and every group should always stay to themselves and never exchange anything, because that's appropriation. Now, in Avril's case, she didn't apologize. She just simply said, I'm not racist, you people are fucking idiots. And you know what? Good for that. Good on you, Avril Lavigne, for not bending over and taking it up the ass from idiots like Political Sex Kitten. But I'd like you to contrast that with something that happened with Wil Wheaton. Now, he made the mistake of apologizing to a social justice warrior, and I want to show you exactly what happens when you do that. So we're at the Wil Wheaton Tumblr, and Cosmic Breaker asked, Hi, Will. I'm not trying to be antagonizing. You seem to be a rather progressive and really vocal on a lot of social issues. I'm bringing this up because I feel like you take it seriously. Using spirit animal is kind of uncool. Different forms of it belong to specific cultures that are already having a hard time with erasure, partially through appropriation. I've heard suggestions of using patrons or daemon from his Dark Materials trilogy as alternatives. Cheers. Now, Will Wheaton responds, I got a lot of messages like yours that were bordering on antagonizing, but I'll respond to you, this was entirely news to me, and I never meant to be offensive. I'll be honest, I think it's a little much to get upset about this, but I'm fully aware that I'm living on Scalzi's lowest difficulty setting with the celebrity cheat enabled, so I'll own up to the reality up front. My ancestors murdered untold numbers of Native Americans, and I hate that my country was built on their blood. And I hate that the worst poverty in America exists on tribal lands. What I hate the most is how many Americans don't know or care. Those issues, in my opinion, are more important than words. Having said that, I see the point you make. That so much already has been taken from Native people, and when a white guy takes something more, it's uncool. I never meant to take anything from anyone. I think spirit animals are really cool, and I love everything I've learned about Native or Aboriginal culture. I'm not trying to appropriate or lessen anything by expressing how much Kelly Sue inspires me, and how I'd like to be more like her. Now that was the opening to the conversation. And there you are. Will apologizes. He gives a sincere apology. He's not trying to appropriate another culture. He's well aware of the different hardships that Native Americans have faced, and he is sorry. He has apologized. So how does Tumblr respond? Well, let's take a look. This is from K Tempest. It's amazing how problematic this apology is. I don't even think Will gets that he's white-splaining. For the education of those who might find themselves in this situation, here's a primer on what's wrong with this response. First, I got a lot of messages like yours that were bordering on antagonism, but I'll respond to you. I didn't like the tone those other people used. Yours was appropriate. I'll talk to you. Second, I think it's a little much to get upset about this, but this doesn't affect me, and I've never given it 2 seconds worth of thought. And even though I'm about to launch into a whole explanation of how I get it, I need you to know that my first reaction is that everyone is oversensitive. Third, my ancestors murdered untold numbers of Native Americans, and I hate that my country was built on their blood. This outpouring of white guilt somehow brings it all back to me, and how I feel. Curious that. Fourth, I never meant to take anything from anyone. I think spirit animals are really cool. This would be the crux of the problem, sir. Fifth, I'm not trying to appropriate or lessen anything by expressing how much Kelly Sue inspires me and how I like to be more like her. The point is not what you were trying to do. It's how you did it that affects others. Why don't you express your admiration for Kelly Sue in ways that are not inappropriate? Why must you express admiration in this exact way? Also, how fucking hard is it to say, oh, I did not realize that inspoking spirit animals like that is a problem, I won't do it again? That's really all you needed to say. You don't need to white-splain or get all defensive at all. Let Will Wheaton serve as an example of what not to do. Trust me on this, y'all. Well, that was a very diplomatic reaction, K Tempest. Way to extend a hand of friendship to Will Wheaton after his sincere apology, talking about how he wasn't trying to be culturally appropriative of other things, but he really admired them. Obviously, this is the way that you reach people. Bravo. Now, Will would have been better served if he'd just listened to the captain.
Shut up, Wesley.
But of course he couldn't. He had to apologize, because he is partially a social justice warrior, and so he tried to go out there and be sincere, and they kicked him right in the fucking nuts and spit in his face. That's what happens, Will. That is what happens when you apologize to these feral fucking animals. They don't give a shit. They just want something to bitch at and tear apart, and you were dumb enough to walk into the fucking den. And that is why you never apologize to these people, because it is never good enough. And they will constantly bitch about the littlest thing. And that's pretty much what cultural appropriation is. Bitching about the littlest thing that has no impact on anything else. These people want to live in a world of segregation, where all cultures are completely separate and we have no interaction with one another. Don't wear costumes that reflect another culture. Don't learn another culture's language. Don't eat another culture's food. Don't listen to another culture's music. They are prophets of stagnation. They are preaching a message of death to the world. On the one hand, they preach the tenets of multiculturalism and globalism and tell us how this is an integrated community and that the world is one nation and that, humanity is one people. But their actions don't reflect that. They do not care about a global community or about other cultures. They just want to bitch at you for having an interest in something else. Especially if you're white. That is the common theme throughout all of this. If you go and look up cultural appropriation, 10 to 1, I will bet you 10 to 1, more often than not, it is going to have to do with white people. Especially if it's a white male, and especially if it's a straight white male. They hate them, and will constantly bitch about it. That's why when you're looking through cultural appropriation, you rarely ever see anything talking about St. Patrick's Day. You don't see them saying these parades are terrible. There's no movement to get people to stop eating Lucky Charms. Did you know? I'm partially a Mick, and every time you eat those fucking four-leaf clover marshmallows, somebody in my past weeps. Because they starved and ate potatoes or something, I don't know. I mean, when you eat Lucky Charms, okay, you culturally appropriating pieces of shit, when you eat Lucky Charms, you know what that's like for me? That'd be like if I ate Mammios. How do you like that? How do you like that if I were to eat Mammios? You horrible racist son of a bitch. Now, granted, Mammios would probably not be the most kid-friendly brand. Mammy, I'm coming! Ah! But it is full of protein. Now, at the end of the day, really when you look at it, cultural appropriation and the people who believe in it are just fucking boring. What kind of world do they want to live in? It's one devoid of fun, and entertainment, and happiness. Cultures, when they interact, bring things to the table that other cultures don't possess. It's through cooperation and innovation that we create new, interesting things that make the world entertaining and fun to be a part of. Not everything is so fucking super serious. Just because I like your music, or I like your hairstyle, or I like your way of dressing, because I want to mimic it, because I want to emulate it, doesn't mean I'm trying to push you down. It's the highest compliment I can pay you. Now, these social justice warriors, they may want to live in a world that's cold and dead and sterile and devoid of anything that gives warmth and happiness to people. But as for myself, I'd rather live in a world where little Japanese girls front death metal bands, because that's just more fun. Oh boy, it's that time of year again. Oh, you gotta love those summer sales. Of course, if you're on Steam, you know this. You probably played part in it before. It seems like any occasion Valve can come up with, they're gonna have a sale. They've got summer sales and autumn sales. They've got weekly sales and weekend sales. But the big one, the one most people talk about, is a summer sale. Now, I've been a part of this a couple of years. I've only had a Steam account for a while, but they varied up from year to year. And they'll have different little gimmicks going on, but the core of it is a lot of daily deals and flash sales, and everybody's happy, they're buying games, and it's all great. But this year they decided to try something different. Now this is a crazy idea, but what if we took people and assigned them randomly to one of 5 teams? Now you're going to be buying shit anyway, and you maybe will come across cards, you'll maybe craft things, and all those actions will contribute to the points of your team. And the winning team, well, we'll take 30 people who contributed points for that day, and we'll give them 3 items off their wish list, the first 3. Well, how great is that? I mean, oh my god, you can win extra prizes. All you've got to do is just do what you normally do. You're going to buy shit. In fact, you could compete with the other teams. Who can take the victory? That's a great idea. It's going to spur on more purchases, and it's an incentive to buy more and to partake more and to participate. It sounds phenomenal. What could go wrong? Well, when you look at the winning team from the first day, Purple takes that victory. Look at that point difference. That's a dominant victory. Purple, way to go. That's what, 70,000 plus points? That's phenomenal. I mean, that's a great way to start it off. Look at Red down there, 376 points. Are you even trying, Red? Get good, Red. What are you doing? That is shameful. And then day 2 comes around, and look, Red's had enough of that shit. It's not gonna take Purple's crap anymore. He's got over 50,000 points. Not as big as the lead that Purple had, but he's up there. Why, I bet day 3 is going to be even closer. I can't wait to see how hard they fought it out. My god, I bet it's going to be down to the wire. It's probably going to be like 5,000 points, or 400,000 points. Well, that's a little weird when you look at it, but good job, Green. I mean, 400,000 points. You really knocked it out of the fucking ballpark. That's teamwork. That is cooperation. That's Green taking it to the rest of them. Now that's probably a fluke. I bet the next day is going to be even closer. I bet Blue and Pink and Purple and Red, they're going to get their shit together. They're going to be like, fuck that. We're not going to be down there again. We're going to take this victory. It's going to be a close race. Or the point difference could be 600,000. That's even weirder. Again, if you look at the last 4 teams, their points are only 100 to 1,000 apart. Yet Pink is out in the lead with over 600,000 points. It couldn't possibly get even. Oh wait a minute. 1,000,000 point difference. And again, the 4 losers are only separated by a few hundred to a few thousand points. Why, if I didn't know better, I'd say somebody's rigging this game. But that's tinfoil talk. That's paranoia. This is a snowball effect. I've heard a lot of people on V say it's a snowball effect. They don't explain it, but that's what it is. Obviously, they heard somebody say it once in relation to something else. It's a snowball effect. It has to be. Even though it's the middle of summer, but whatever, it's a snowball effect. It's not like there's a group of people out there that are actively trying to rig this. Oh, wait a minute. There is a group of people out there actively trying to rig the system. Isn't that weird? I don't know if the person who posted this plan is named Snowball. Maybe that's what the snowball effect that asshole was talking about is. But this looks like this looks like some game rigging to me. Looks like a little bit of shenanigans going on here on Reddit, home of liberal commies that apparently don't like competition. Now, this is from a few days ago. This has been floating around there for a while now, but if you look at the first 5 winners, they all correspond to the first 5 winners of the last 5 days on the summer sale. Interesting. It's interesting that the first 2 days seemed close, but those last 3, God, they were blown out of the water. What happened on those 3 days? And why does it correspond exactly to that list? A list which was published ahead of time, and which shows who's going to win on each day. If you look at it, the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday winners are all the ones that won. Each team that was predicted to win did win. Now I've noticed a lot of buzz about this going around. Is Reddit rigging the system? Is Valve somehow, rigging the system because they don't want people to feel left out? So maybe they're finagling things to help everybody at least win once, maybe twice. Maybe each team is going to win twice. This is obviously what Reddit wants because that's how their list plays out. But is that what's going on? Now when you look at that point distribution on those days, day 3, day 4, and day 5, that is weird. I don't care if you want to call that the snowball effect. I don't care if you want to throw out some weird fucking term to try to explain that away. But when I see 4 teams that are basically at the exact same point level with one team, which is so far out of the ballpark that it's 4 to 5 times as many points as anybody else, Something is up. Now, to their credit, Valve seems to be responding to this because their rules just changed on day 6. After those last 3 days, we got a new set of rules. Now it's the first team that wins gets 30 people selected, the second team gets 20, and the third team gets 10. Now, that's awkward because when you look at their write-in alternative method for entering the contest, it doesn't have anything in relation to this rule change. It doesn't actually talk about it. Now, if you have an alternate form of entry for a contest, you have to address the stipulations and rules of that contest. The only reason it wouldn't address it is because it was changed in reaction to something. They're not going to have all that legalese in the FAQ section talking about the contest and forget to cover something like this. When you look at the alternate entry, it only talks about 30 winners per day. It never mentions a second place or a third place and these extra 30 winners. This seems to be in response to what's going on the last couple of days. That would be my guess, that Valve is noticing something going on and they're trying to address it in the best way they can. They can't obviously track down who's manipulating the system. How would you even go about that? That is, of course, unless Valve is rigging the system themselves, but that is a far-fetched allegation. Why would they do that? I mean, they are a gregarious, charitable company. Obviously, they love us, consumers. They want to reward us. I mean, look at this summer sale. They're giving out prizes to 30 people every day. So that's 90 prizes a day. Now, of course, a cynic would say, well, let's take a look at the market economy because maybe there's a little more to it than we know. I mean, for instance, if you were to look at, say, Summer Adventure Card 3, you'd see that in the last 24 hours, 94,555 of those cards were sold, the starting value of which is 23 cents. Now, a fun fact is, on these particular items, and on a good majority of things that do appear on the market store, Valve takes a 15% commission fee. So every transaction that goes through, they get 15% of. So let's do a little basic math. I'm rusty at this, so you can play along at home, but let's see what we get. So on this one card alone, we're looking at $21,747.65 in that 24-hour period. That is the amount of money that has been transferred back and forth in relation to this one card in that period of time. Now Valve gets 15% of that. That comes out to roughly $3,363. Valve has made $3,300 on that card in 24 hours. Now there are 10 summer sale cards, and they're reasonably close to one another, a few cents here or there, but the majority of them are around the same price value. And interestingly enough, they're the same amount of cards too in that period of time, 94,000, 93,000, 92,000, but roughly about the same. So just doing junk math, let's be sloppy about it because that's how I like it. $3,300 times 10, because there are 10 of them. That means in 24 hours, off the summer sale cards, Valve has made $33,631.50 on those 10 cards in 24 hours. That's it. That's not talking about the coin tokens that let you take and give points to teams. That's not talking about the summer sale foil cards. These are the regular cards in a 24-hour window, nothing else. And they have made $33,600. Now, using that as our little number, let's imagine that all 90 prizes that are claimed, 30 people, 3 prizes each, wanted the, highest tier game they could get, which is roughly about $60. You're looking at $5,400. That is, that if everybody asked for a $60 game, all 3 of their games were $60, 90 people asked for that, that's $5,400. Meaning that just off these summer sale cards alone, Valve has made, after giving out prizes, a profit of $28,231.50. Now, somebody might respond and say, well, wait a minute. What if they wanted something that was more expensive than $60? What if there was some magical item on Steam, some piece of software that was really expensive? Well, let's take that hypothetical, for instance. That would mean that all 30 people would have to claim for their prize something of value at $373.68. You find me an item on the Steam store that's $373.68 by itself, and then find me 2 more, because that is exactly what each of their prizes is going to need to be. But the great thing is we don't need to argue hypotheticals. You can go look at the prizes claimed, and you'll see that nothing comes close to that amount. People are asking for indie shit, and they're asking for new releases, and a few people are asking for DLC, but nobody has asked for a $373 piece of mystical software that doesn't fucking exist on the store. So when we're talking about Valve and how charitable they are and how great this contest is, let's be realistic and understanding. This is a lottery. You are donating to the charity of you. The only difference is you don't get the fucking money. You're basically playing a digital lottery. The only difference is you're stupid enough to partake in a lottery where you don't get money back. Instead, what you're getting in return is software. It's intangible. You can't take it out of your fucking computer. But I know. I mean, I use Steam. I like Steam. And you're saying, well, okay, so what? So they're making money off of it. You can't be angry at Valve for, offering a system that people want to use. It's the market. The market dictates what the market dictates. It's not Valve's fault. These people are trading in such enormous quantities of things that they're making that kind of money in a 24-hour period. And you're right. It isn't their fault. People will do what people want to do. Free markets, yada, yada, yada. But again, the cynic would say, well, wait a minute. Let's step aside from the summer sale. Let's step aside from the cards. Let's look at something else. Let's look at the way Valve treats their social networking, which is just an add-on component of gaming, really, isn't it? Just, people on your friends list, getting into groups. It's nothing really important. They just tack it on. It doesn't really require effort. So let's use me as an example. I'm pink for life right now because all the other colors are shit. Deal with it. Now, as you can see, I'm an idiot with way too many friends. It's what you get for putting your Steam name out there. And I get yelled at because I don't play a lot of multiplayer games. It's hard to manage. But I'm cool with it, man. I like more people. More people to game with is good. But as you can see, I'm at my limit. Now, let's say somebody sends me a friend request. I'd have to turn them down, or I'd have to knock somebody else off the list. What if I wanted to have, I don't know, more friend slots? How would I do that? Well, it's simple. All you need to do is increase your Steam level. It's like a game. You earn experience from doing certain actions, and that raises your Steam level. And every level you go up on Steam, you get 5 more friend slots. So if I wanted 5 more friend slots, I'd have to go up 1 level. Now that's roughly equivalent to about 300 experience points. Now how do you get those experience points? Well, the main way, the major way, aside from actually buying games, is crafting badges. So let's use the summer cards as an example. If I wanted to go up a level, I need at least 3 summer badges. That means that I'd have to buy 10 cards, 3 times over at 23 cents each. Now what that comes to is about $6.90. Now don't forget Valve's commission. They get 15% of that. What that roughly translates to is $1.03, $1.04. It depends if you round up. So for me to go up 1 level to invite more friends onto my Steam profile, I have to basically pay Valve $1. $1. That's 20 cents a friend. 20 cents a friend. Every time I want to get another friend, it's going to cost me 20 cents. Now you cannot tell me that isn't complete bullshit. The system has been set up that if you want more friends, if you want more features, you've got to pay. But it's ingeniously been set up so you don't actually know you're paying them directly. They're making you go to the market and do all this other shit. And you think, oh, that's fine. I'm just dealing with other users. But you're not. You're paying Valve every time you do a transaction. And Valve is taking that money. So every time somebody levels up their Steam account because they want another friend, every time somebody wants to complete a badge, every time somebody wants to sell something, Valve is getting a cut of that profit. 20 cents for a friend. How about we, Gabe, how about we just cut out the fucking middleman and you just give me your PayPal account and I'll just fucking wire you the money. That works out easier for me. I would rather just send you the fucking dollar than spend $7 on useless fucking badges that don't do shit. How about I'll PayPal it to you, Gabe. Just give me your fucking PayPal information and I will send you the money directly. Why don't we just cut the bullshit out and just do that? Could you imagine if Facebook tried this? Could you think of all the normals that would lose their fucking shit if Facebook suddenly told them it's going to cost you 20 cents a friend? It would be a riot. There would be, mainstream America would fucking torch the country in response to that. They wouldn't be able to handle it. Zuckerberg would be laughing to the bank before he got lynched in the street. But somehow, it's okay if Valve does it. Nobody else though, but if Valve does it, it's okay. Now I'm not saying all this because I want you to think that Valve is involved in rigging the game. I actually don't think they are. I think somebody else might be manipulating things and Valve is responding to it. But I don't want to make it out like Valve is some innocent party and they're just doing their best. Now, they're in it to make money, obviously. And you're dancing around, and I'm dancing, we're all dancing around like idiots as they take their 15%. And these people, theoretically, these people that are rigging the game, could you imagine? A 1,000,000 point difference. A 1,000,000 point difference. And how many points do you get per badge and per transaction? How much does that cost in money? And then take the 15% of that and give it to Valve. I can't even fathom the number of money that's going back and forth right now, and how much Valve is going to have made in these last 5 days, and once the summer sale is over. Again, just from the common cards, not the foil cards, and not the coins. If you add those in together, who knows how big that fucking number is. And so when you look at Valve changing the rules, you think, well, that's great. They're going out there, they're addressing the needs of the consumer, they want to protect us. But the cynic could say, looking at a graph like this, that the value of the cards has declined, meaning the percentage Valve is getting has declined. So if they can make the game seem more fair, and people bitch less about it and think they have a better chance, the card value will go up, because more people will be doing transactions, and they'll be more valued because it feels like you actually can do something, you can accomplish something. That might artificially raise the price. I don't know. Just something to think about. But 20 cents a fucking friend? Really, Gabe? The only reasonable response to that, the only normal, well thought out, logical course of action would have to be
throw the Jew down the well, so my country can be free. You must grab him by his horns, then we have a big party. If you see the Jew coming, you must be careful of his teeth. You must grab him by his money, and I tell you what to do. Everybody, throw the